Project for Happiness is a project that initiated by Starfish Foundation. The whole project is to encourage and to support the university students to do community projects. We groom future leaders, not only in terms of having the ability to create more economical or financial wealth, but in the same time also make our society a better society.
Today's event, I think, is very inspiring. They put a lot of effort. They have actually identified problems and issues in the community, and they work hard to come up with solutions.
Projects like this is always initiated with what I can do to someone else. I see a lot of sharing, which is very pure. I'm really proud to be part of this group because it has made a lot of difference to a lot of people.
Welcome all to the Starfish Foundation Project for Happiness 2019 Presentation Day.
In the last 6 years, we have sponsored altogether 125 projects.
I must say that I'm really totally impressed with what we've seen today. It's really mind-boggling to see young ones come up with ideas.
You can see that there are many talented students, there are many passionate people that can actually be very creative and innovative.
Together, we know we can make a difference. It's never too late to do good, but earlier.
If you ever want to start your own business, you can always start a business and think of your pet project. For me, my pet project is Unity. Think, what can I do to create value? When you have that value, you can do your Kin Foundation. You can help.
We want to emphasize on the fact that mental illness is as common as flu, and it's okay to talk about it. So we believe that through discussion of mental health, it feels like very meaningful and it can bring happiness to them.
We should never give up on people with mental illness, because when I is replaced by we, illness can become wellness.
I'm the project leader for this project for green sustainable environment mangrove setting. We're not only helping the local ecosystem, we're also helping the local economy.
Why do we choose Chicken Coop project? It's because of our main beneficiary, Umar. He used to raise chickens, but then it's in small scale. And also the coop wasn't strong and sustainable enough. So that's why we want to help them to build a better one.
Our main project goals to build a sustainable chicken coop for the family, to educate the orang asli on chicken rearing, and to teach them how to market the chickens in order to gain the most profit. Thank you.
Winner goes to our choice is Chicken Coop. Congratulations, Chicken Coop.
Projects for Happiness by Starfish Foundation that brought all these young people together and has been around for the last 5 years. I think it's a very, very important effort, and I hope more people will be involved.
I was so shocked to see so many people they're working towards the happiness of others, and then they are cross-cultural, they are cross races, and which is really, really good.
Happiness signifies not just a personal worth, but it is something about sharing with a larger community.
They has expanded in the sense of like there are more projects now. I think the awareness has spread through one university or even to a different region like East Malaysia. And this year I noticed also that they are covering more areas. 2 universities are doing mental health. environmental, clean the river, plant mangrove tree, is something more relevant and realistic.
In 2013, when we decided to form a foundation, what is the purpose of forming this foundation? I think the main purpose is to make a difference to our community, so that our community will become better because of us.
I've seen so many very relevant projects that you guys, students, are giving your thoughts into how to solve problems of the environment, of the society, of the economy even.
All right, count together with me. 1, 2, 3. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so how do you like the new logo?
Our main objective of our project is to help the non-Chinese students from the Chinese school to get them interested in learning Mandarin. Purely is the heart, I guess, the heart to continue on and having passion on what you are doing. If you want to help people, you just can help them by crossing the road. Just anything simple, something simple makes people happy.
What mind flu means is that mental illness is just as common as a flu, so it can get to anyone. 𝗪𝗏𝗏𝗏 Foundation, they came to our university and to promote the project for happiness, they wanted to encourage more and more youth to take part in contributing back to the community.
This project is to ensure the sustainable of the mangrove plant towards the environment, which will protect our environment at the seashore. This is also important for the sea creatures or the maritime life to ensure their sustainability and increase their population. The main objective of the 𝗪𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is actually to develop the youth in terms of the skills of communication and dealing with people, and also to generate and develop a new idea for the future.
The best project 2018 Projects for Happiness goes to the team that taught Mandarin to the kids.
Congratulations! Congratulations as well to Project Mangrove and Mind Flu. All right, thanks guys.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning, everyone. Welcome to the judging session of Projects for Happiness, where undergraduates from universities across Malaysia will present their community projects to apply for a maximum funding of 10,000 ringgit. Here at Projects for Happiness, we believe your action changes the world. For today, we'll be having two sessions. During the morning from 9 a.m. until 1:50 p.m. and on the evening from 2 p.m. until 6 p.m. To kickstart the day, I would like to invite our participants, along with our judges, to turn on the camera for the group photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, please open up your camera for us to take a group photo session. We are still waiting for some standby presenters to open up their cameras.
All right, everyone, please look at the camera. 3, 2, 1, smile. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Zijun. I would like to introduce myself. I am Amin and I will be your host for today. Allow me to introduce our panel of judges today. First and foremost, we have Mr. Cheng Ping-Kiat, Executive Chairman of Kin Holdings Berhad, Mr. 𝗲𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀, CEO Coach, Mr. T. Lee Meng, Business Consultant and CEO Coach, and lastly, Mr. Abdulaziz, Chief Seeder of Seeds Malaysia. The judging agenda for today will be as shown here. The presenter will be given 8 minutes to present the proposal, which will be followed with a 10 minutes Q&A session with our judges. For the first project of today, in the current learning environment, language mastery and technological literacy is a must for students. To reveal the hidden potential of students, let us invite Hafizah Nazira Firdaus from Universiti Malaya UM to present their project, Pearly Starfish. Hafizah, the classroom is yours.
All right, thank you so much. I'll be presenting my screen now. All right, good morning, everyone, and to my fellow judges. I'm Hafizah Nazira Firdaus, and today I will be the first to present my project, Pearly Starfish. My standby presenter is Afif Anakin bin Faris. Details of the project. So the project implementation date has been ongoing since February 2022. The location of this project is at Dewan Rahmat, Masjid Jumeirah, Petani Jaya, Selangor. And which community we will be helping? We'll be helping urban learners and orphans from SK Dato' Harun, Petani Jaya. So I'll be explaining regarding the overview of the issue and also the background. So the beneficiaries are urban learners, some who are orphans who attend the school amongst the rich Petani Jaya community. They are low in confidence, lack English proficiency, communication skills, as well as digital skills. So we've done our interview with their teacher, and this is what he said. They struggle to share their opinions and thoughts due to the surroundings that do not provide them a safe space to speak English. They feel demotivated and shy to speak when among their friends who are more eloquent. Nearby is a mosque with a Nazi. Nazi is a person who is in charge of the mosque, and he is very interested to assist us with the education of these children. The mosque is Masjid Jumeirah, Petani Jaya, and the project was provided with a comfortable hall to conduct the lessons. So regarding our 𝗃𝗏𝗶𝗴𝗃 project, Associate Professor Dr. Adelina Asmawi, our head of project, has created 𝗃𝗏𝗶𝗴𝗃, a project that aims to help the students improve their second language acquisition, self-confidence, and love for language by providing a safe space for them to acquire the language skills. Dr. Adelina acts as our supervisor.
Would you please open up your camera? Our judges would love to see your face.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, can you see my face now?
Yes, very beautiful.
All right. Dr. Adelina acts as our supervisor and mentor throughout the program. She is currently the head of Department of Language and Literacy Education in Universiti Malaya. The volunteers for the project are 3 𝗣𝗍𝗀𝗃 students of Universiti Malaya who are pedagogically trained in teaching and assisting second language learners. So we are not just mere volunteers. We are trained and currently applying our theory inside these lessons. So what do the students do? First of all, we focus a lot on their literature practices. We do readers theatre, play theatre, puppetry, and storytelling. Secondly, we try to improve their language, which we do adjective exercises, verbs, vocabularies, and sentence practices. And thirdly, we focus a lot on improving their digital literacy by discovering basic functions of tablets and apps such as Canva, YouTube, Google, TikTok, and Instagram. And lastly, we try to focus on improving the soft skill by doing a lot of teamwork and discussion activities that require collective participation directly from the students. So how did we come up with Pearly Starfish? Post-pandemic, we volunteers realized that these urban learners are without digital tools, causing them to struggle using and learning digital skills. And since a lot of our lessons require a lot of digital lessons, they don't have enough digital tools to complete their lessons. And while learners around the nation worked on improving digital skills for online and hybrid learning, these poor learners are not able to function with basic digital skills. Why Pearly Starfish? Pearly Starfish is an extension of 𝗃𝗏𝗶𝗴𝗃 project, aiming to help the students' learning needs by exposing them to digital literacy. We believe by helping the students to engage with digital technologies, we are able to provide quality education to the students while increasing their interest in learning English. Thus, having good tools to aid their learning is pertinent to achieve the targeted goals for the students. Just for your information, these pictures that I'm using for my slides are real pictures during the lessons. As you can see, they are sharing my iPad, so they don't have enough digital tools to acquire the lessons. So I'll be explaining the specific issues and problems that we volunteers face. Firstly, we do have projector inside the Dewan Ramai, but it is not user-friendly. Teachers had to frequently ask the mosque supervisors to set up the projector, which is extremely time-consuming and inefficient. And secondly, the speakers provided inside the Dewan is non-functional. The speaker and we as teachers had to use 2 devices at the same time to ensure the audio is audible. And lastly, the tablets. It is not enough. The students had to share the teacher's iPad and were unable to fully experience tactile learning at its best. So how strong is our framework? The PER project has been around since 2018. The first PER project was done in Mutiara Damansara, and the second one, PER 2.0, is still ongoing in Sabah. Pearly Starfish will be an extension under 𝗃𝗏𝗶𝗴𝗃 that has only recently begun in Kampung Datuk Harun in Pertahanan Jaya. So this is a visual representation of where Pearly Starfish is. As you can see, Pearly Starfish is the extension of 𝗃𝗏𝗶𝗴𝗃, the third project of PER project. So the news coverage for 𝗃𝗏𝗶𝗴𝗃. So Cosmo and Sinar Harian did a coverage for us during 11th of April and 17th of April. And Berita Harian also did a coverage for us during 30th of May. So we actually had a TV interview and getting a lot of public exposure. The founder, Dr. Adelina, and head of volunteer, me, Hafizah, were invited for an interview at Selamat Pagi Malaysia during 22nd of April. You can watch it on YouTube. So I'll be explaining regarding our project timeline. So as you can see, every week we try to apply a lot of digital literacy inside our lesson. For example, 360 videos, Google Slides, Canva, Procreate, and many more. And we also did a monthly progress report last May. As you can see, one of the parents said, "Terima kasih cikgu sebab tolong anak makcik. Makcik tak pandai cakap English, jadi makcik banyak berharap daripada program ini untuk bantu anak makcik." So the parents are dependable a lot on us for this program to improve their students' English. And this is the budget. As you can see, the first one we tried to apply for an iPad, and each iPad costs around 1,500, costing around 7,500 for the total cost. And the second one is NeoBoom portable wireless speaker. The cost is around 129 ringgit. And lastly, the projector. The cost is around 2,000. So we did our research for each iPad, and this is the iPad that I'm currently using actually, and it is very efficient. And secondly, this is the picture that we directly take from the store. The audio is very clear and it can be taken everywhere using Bluetooth. And this is the projector that we did our scout and also we did our research. So after much discussion with my colleagues, why do we need iPad and not Android tablets? First of all, longer battery life. iPads can generally last a whole day and with maximum of 2 years battery health, whereas Android's battery depletes much faster and does not last long. Secondly, for the same price, iPad is more value for money. Cheaper Android tablets usually have lower RAM, thus they cannot multitask and lag in performance. For example, 360 videos are not placed in 60 FPS unlike iPads. And thirdly, it is more exclusive and higher quality apps. Apps such as Procreate and GoodNotes that we think is very practical for our students to learn now are only accessible for iPad users. Also, iPads have strong security that only allows educational apps that is authorized fully for students compared to Android, which have low security with high risk of malware problems. And lastly, it is long-term. iPads have at least 4 years of updates, while Android's only 1 to 2 years. After those years, apps are no longer supported. Thus, iPads is way more sustainable than Android. And we think that a little bit of effort and a little bit of spending will last a long term. So what happens when the project ends? Pro4PG and Pearly Starfish will be one of the many projects of the Pro projects in the future. The sponsored tablets, projector, and speaker will be put into good use for future projects. After Pro4PG and Pearly Starfish are completed, the tablets, projector, and the speaker will be kept by our supervisor, Associate Professor Dr. 𝗲𝗻𝗂𝗏 in Universiti Malaya for future Pro project extensions. So that's it for my presentation for today. We would like to cordially invite My Starfish Foundation to be part of our meaningful journey. We hope Pearly Starfish can live up to its name and really utilize the fund provided to develop the students' digital literacy. Thank you so much.
A wonderful presentation by a group of future teachers to educate our community. Let us invite our judges to share their thoughts.
Hafizah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, a very good project. Just let me understand. You said that you have actually had a few, project previously, and
Yes.
this particular project you already started.
Yes, since February.
So you already started. Does it mean that you already have your funding ready?
We did get a little funding direct from Universiti of Malaya and NBPJ. However, we need more funding to provide the tablets for the students.
Okay, and for your past project, how do you get your funding?
Our funding was previously handled by Dr. 𝗲𝗻𝗂𝗏𝗏, and she managed to find fundings directly from Universiti of Malaya as well, because this is a project under UM, and also from NBPJ as well. However, I think because previous project, for example, the first Mutiara Damansara project, we did not focus a lot on digital literacy. And also for the second project is done online, so we don't require a lot of funding for this project. Only this project required.
Okay, so far, what are the results that you have got from your past projects?
They managed to improve because the Pro4PG, the Pro project, the main objective is to improve the students' confidence. So I think that's what they gained from the previous project. They managed to improve the students' confidence by performing pre-theater, etc.
Okay, thank you.
Morning, Hafizah. This is Wong here. Would like to speak with you. I think we have seen quite a lot of this kind of similar projects. I would just like to check with you, have you referred to any other similar project? What are the advantages? How were they doing? And have you compared what's so special about your project compared with the rest?
Oh, okay. I think what's so special about our project is how strong our framework is. As I mentioned before, the volunteers are not just mere volunteers. We are actually trained, pedagogically trained, and we are TESOL students. So we don't just teach the students merely just English lessons, but we are actually applying the theory that we learn in Universiti Malaya directly to the students. And I think that that's the first of all what's so special about our project. And secondly, because we want to expose digital literacy. I don't think a lot of projects right now, they are helping the students to improve their digital literacy. And I think that's what's special.
Okay, so do you have any record to show what are the, because when I see you have other areas that have started before PJ14, so have you have any track record of showing your result and any assessment test that you do so that you can prove that students do improve after they join your projects?
Okay, if I may share my screen, we actually did a monthly progress report with the students and we show it to the parents. It's like a report card day, but I can share my screen to show the report if you want to.
Okay.
May I know how many students per sessions?
22.
22
We teach 22 students.
So how's their attendance for the last few months?
Oh, they've been very diligent. And I think that's why I'm so thankful about my students, because they constantly come to our lessons, and even though they're super young and they could actually cheat by not coming, since since we do it every Thursday. But then alhamdulillah, they keep on coming to our lessons. So this is basically the report. Sorry, yeah, the monthly report. So I'll just show one of my students. Yeah, as you can see, we showed to the parents just to inform you guys that the students originally are mostly band 2 to band 1 to band 3, but because of this project, we improved their language and communication skills, their performance, and also their digital literacy. And this is what we've been showing to the parents.
Okay, one more question is, language is something that you need to learn it over a longer period of time. Okay, and say for these 22 students that participate in your program, they only stay with you for a few months. So what happened after this? You know, I mean, I'm talking about the sustainability.
Okay, so actually the project will be ongoing until the end of December.
Yeah.
And we're planning to make a play at Universiti Malaya just to show the parents and also as a benchmark whether or not they've improved, since the students are very low in confidence, as I mentioned before. And we want to show that through this play, they've improved in their confidence and such. So how is this project sustainable is, as I mentioned, we have a very strong framework. Dr. Adelina will scout for more communities that require our help. So I think that's how I can say it's sustainable, because the students that we're teaching right now, they're 12 years old. So next year they'll be moving to Form 1. So we can actually constantly teach them until they're entering secondary school. So Dr. Adele will scout for other communities and not just Pertahanan Jaya area.
So the same student, how long can they stay with you?
We usually take 11 years old to 12 years old. So I think the project usually will be ongoing for like 1 year, for a year. And the tablets, the projector, the speaker, if we get the fund, it will be provided for future per project extensions.
Okay, finally, before Mr. T chip in, I would just like to add 2 more. Number 1 is, seems like the funding that you're looking at are pretty much on the equipment. So have you tried, not using iPad, since iPad is quite expensive or relatively? There are also others who provide so-called the recycle computer, and they have a community project for that. If you wish to have that contact, we can link you with those people, and it can be same as a sponsored devices, where they'll provide you with a high quality but second-hand this laptop, right? So that is one. But secondly, I would say that other than the classroom teaching, is there any other method that you guys would like to also bring the student out from the classroom? Because in classroom it's pretty much only one side or only one way kind of communication. How about bringing them into a very much speaking environment so that they can improve on their English literacy?
Okay, so actually other than digital literacy skills, we focus a lot on improving the students' confidence. And through that, we do a lot of play practices with them. Because as I mentioned, they'll be performing at Universiti Malaya. if you ever get the funding. So they'll be performing at Universiti Malaya. So we do a lot of script reading with them to improve their presentation on stage. And I think the exposure will come when they can present themselves on the stage at EM, and not just at Dewan Ahmad and Masjid Jumuria.
Okay, Hafizah. First of all, my apologies. I came in, I had a bit of internet problem, so I'm trying to catch up. Okay, my question warrants the same thinking and concern, among our judges, right? I came in at a time when you were talking about the tablet, and I heard a bit about the result. What I'm curious is the methodology. Is there, what if you were to describe in one unique sentence, what you are trying to do and how you will make the difference? How would it be? Just to fill me in on the summary of all this.
Okay, we try to improve, first of all, our main objective is to improve the students' confidence. And through in speaking English, since they are very low in confidence at school. And secondly, we try to improve their digital literacy. And thirdly, we try to improve their language, how they speak English, how they communicate generally in writing and also speaking. So I think we can make a difference through their confidence.
Can I interrupt you? This is generally what a lot of people would like to comment. They try to do this, they try to do that. But what we are looking for among students is creativity, right? So the whole essence of what I'm trying to go down to is your creative element, your uniqueness that stands out. What would that be compared to a lot of other training, a lot of other learning?
I think not a lot of volunteers have TESOL students as their teachers. I think what's special about our project is the fact that the volunteers themselves are trained. Because usually when I try to volunteer myself at different projects, we just go to the students, probably open a book and read to them. But for this, we actually write proper lesson plans every single week to improve them in specific ways. Their, like I mentioned before, their language skills, their digital literacy, and also how they present themselves. So I think what's so special is because the fact that we are trained and we are not just mere volunteers that come to the program and just teach them just like that. We have proper lesson plans. We have a strong framework, and our supervisor herself is the head of Department of Language and Linguistics in UM, and we think she's very reliable for us to constantly refer to improve our lesson plan. I think that's what's special about Pearly Starfish.
Okay, Hafizah, you already started the project, since February that you said earlier. What if we do not sponsor you? Will you still continue? And how are you going to get the funding?
Of course, we would still continue. Because I've been teaching my student the same iPad using my iPad. And even if we don't get the funding, I think I would still continue teach them using the same iPad. It's just the fact we try to reach out to Starfish Foundation because I think my students really desperately need this tablet, and it's way more convenient for them, way more efficient for us volunteers to teach them. Because all this time, we've been using our own laptop, our own iPad, and our own tablet for the lesson. So, but it will still be ongoing.
Okay. Okay, so thank you. Yeah, please allow us some time. We'll get back to you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the judges.
Thank you, judges. Now let us allow our judges to enter the discussion. Okay, hello, good morning, Hafizah.
Yes, good morning.
How are you feeling?
Oh, half relieved, half nervous. I'm not sure what kind of response there'll be. What they think about my project, but I think I've tried my best. And I hope I made my university proud. Yeah.
I think your university will be proud of you. So How does it feel to be the first in line today?
Oh, it's very nerve-wracking, the fact that I set a certain standard for people to follow. But then, alhamdulillah, I think I'm glad that I'm the first one. So I could somehow still get the attention of the judges. Because if I, for example, I get the 10th project, they might be tired to listen to people. So yeah, that's why I'm glad that I'm the first one.
So I guess there's a saying, the early bird gets the worm. So,
yes, exactly.
I always find it interesting whenever a university student shares their expertise for the community. I'm sure the Nazir of Masjid Jumhuriyah was delighted with your proposal. So is there any story about the interaction between you and him that you can share?
Oh, okay. So actually, the one who reached out to our Nazir was my professor. And then only when she established this framework that she reached out to me and my other volunteers that you guys want to be a part of the project. But then overall, I just found out actually after probably like a month of doing the project that the Nazir of the Masjid Jumhuriyah is actually our own lecturer, Ustaz Nur Hashimi. So again, I think all of my lecturers were very supportive and the interactions went very well. I think when my lecturer himself found out that we were the volunteers for the masjid, he was very delighted the fact that we were included inside the project. So all in all, everything went very well.
Very interesting. So there are two lecturers involved in this project.
Yes,
so,
they helped us.
Throughout the whole presentation, you keep mentioning the name Prof. Dr. Adelina, Dr. So can you please tell us more about how is she involved in this whole program?
She's basically the founder, the starter of this whole thing. She's, as I mentioned, she's the head of Department in Language Linguistics in and she was my lecturer. And then when she created this project, she scouted my previous seniors for the previous project. And then for this project, she decided to scout me as the head of the volunteer teacher and also asked me to find 2 more volunteers to help me out. And Dr. Adelina is great. She's constantly guiding us to create better frameworks because even though I'm a TESOL student, I still need to improve a lot on how I teach my students since I don't have a direct experience. But then the fact that she gave me this opportunity to teach my student, I'm super thankful for that. And overall, she's been a very great lecturer and also a supervisor for us. Yeah.
I saw you opening a document about the results and what had happened so far. I am very impressed with your lesson plan and also their benchmarking. So, as a future teacher, what do you think are the current problems that students face nowadays?
I think essentially is providing them a safe space to speak English. Because I think even right now, even as a 21 years old student, TESOL student, I sometimes have a bit nervous when speaking English because I'm scared if people would nitpick on my grammar, probably how I speak, or probably if she is a TESOL student, why does she speak that way? So I think overall, providing a safe space for students to speak English. Because if I'm myself nervous to speak English, then what about my students? You know, of course, they are more nervous on speaking English. So I think one of the problems that I can see currently in our education system is teachers need to constantly providing them a safe space to speak English so that they can freely make mistakes and learn from those mistakes to improve their acquisition. Yeah.
Very, very awesome. All right. So I'm sure there are other students watching your presentation live. Is there anything you want to say to your lovely friends out there?
I think there's another project in that's involved in Pearly Starfish, that's involved in my Starfish Foundation. I wish you guys all the best. I'm sure if we have the correct intentions, dari niat yang baik, we will get the fund. They can see our sincerity. And not just for student, but also for the rest of the project, I wish you guys all the best. I know you must be super nervous at the moment, but believe me, if you if you do this with a sincere heart, I'm sure they can see our intentions right through us, and they'll inshallah fund this for the project.
A very honest and a very kind message from you, Hafizah. So, if I have a little bit question about your course, even though the course Bachelor in teaching in secondary language, English as secondary language is quite common to be heard, but a lot of people still don't have a little bit of misconception, like it's just learning English. Is there anything that you can share with us about your course?
Yeah, I always get that stereotype a lot since I was in foundation. People think that learning TESOL is just learning English, but we do learn English from secondary school. So what makes TESOL so different? TESOL so different is because we don't just learn English, but we learn how to teach people English. So you have to include that teach inside your sentence. So we learn on how to, we learn the educational psychology behind people learning English and how to improve their confidence, and it all requires skills and a lot of effort. We don't just learn English, but we really try to tackle on how to improve a person's confidence when they speak English. So I think if I can say what's so special about my course is the fact that I teach people, I learn how to teach people English, and that requires a lot of skills and effort.
Very, very interesting. I wonder if I can join TESOL one day.
Oh, you can. It's never too late.
All right, our judges had a very good discussion among them. Let's hear out their decisions.
Okay, 𝗲𝗻𝗄, we actually admire you and also your team's so-called effort in making a difference in the life of these kids. Yeah. So I think I fully agree with you. Language is only a tool. What is important is to be able to help the student to have more confidence in life, in learning and all those. Okay, and the fact that you already done a few projects, similar projects. Okay, we will very much like to be part of your project team to support you, to deliver more happiness, to make bigger difference, to our community. Yeah, and however, when we look at your proposed so-called your proposal, you propose to use iPad to teach them. We will have a different opinion. Okay, you see, whether iPad, notebook, or PC, these are all tools. Okay, you should not just restrict to iPad alone. Okay, what we will suggest is this: because they are computer rental company, they can provide, in fact, provide the PC or the notebook to you for your student to use it, during the class. Okay, what our proposal is this: we will sponsor the rental of this PC or whatever. If they have iPad for rental, no problem. Maybe we can also pay for the rental for the iPad. Okay, so you do not need to own the device. If the device are made available to you. Okay. However, you also need to raise some funds. We want you to raise 2,000 ringgit. That is to pay for the LCD projector and also your speaker. Okay. And once you have raised the 2,000 ringgit, of course, in the same time, we will also go and find out from the rental company and see how much is the rental cost for their computer or whatever they have. Okay, and then we will discuss with you how many do you need. Do you need one for each student?
If we could get one for each student, that would be great. But
yeah, okay.
I think 5 to 7 tablets would be sufficient.
No, not necessarily tablet. I mean, is it agreeable to you that instead of tablet, maybe they use, say, a PC or maybe a notebook?
Yeah, that would be great. That would be great.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm not sure whether they have tablet for rental. Okay. If not, if they have, definitely they have PC or notebook. Okay. So I think we will pay for this. All right. And how long is the session? It's only for 1 year, right?
Yeah, for 1 year. Until the end of December.
Yeah. Okay. So that means we will provide you with this PC or the notebooks. If they have tablet, no problem. We rent the tablet. Okay. Yeah. So continue to put in your effort and make bigger impact to our community. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the judges.
Congratulations, Hafizah from Universiti Malaya UM for garnering the full support of our judges. Thank you, Hafizah, for sharing your proposal with us. Next, we often hear turning trees into paper, but how about turning papers into trees? To recover natural flora using recycled paper balls, let's invite Muhammad Aiman bin Muhammad Rosli from Universiti Teknologi Mara to present project Seedball. Without further ado, Aiman, the floor is
Hi, and very good morning to all the panel of judges. My name is Muhammad Aiman bin Muhammad Rosli, and I'm from UiTM Shalom. So today I would like to present my project named Seedball. So for the project background, so the idea of the Seedball is based on me and my friend experience, where we want to sell the all paper to the scrap collector, but we face difficulties to find the scrap collector that will buy our papers. So and it also realized us that nowadays people are transitioning to the paperless society, and which could make improper disposal of the paper, such as burning, which could lead to the greenhouse gas emission. And we find the solution to counter our problem is a Seedball. So what are the Seedball? Generally, Seedball are seed that has been wrapped in soil material, usually a mixture of clay and compost. So instead of make it from the soil material, we change it to the Seedball that made from the paper. So why we choose paper? Of course, we want to upcycle the paper and we want to reduce the paper waste, and make the Seedball from the paper is very fun because we can create the Seedball based on what shape we like. And to the soil, wet paper provide a space to add in circulation for soil to get moist. So I believe that our idea of the Seedball should share to the committee by conducting the Seedball program. So for the program, our project will be implemented on 13 until 28 August. And we have 3 locations. So the first location is Taman Tasik 71F, Shah Alam. Second location, Taman Tasik Shah Alam West. And lastly is Taman Rekas Raja Lumu. So for this project, we will collaborate with Brigade Sukarelawan UiTM, where they will help us to find a suitable location to implement our project. And we will implement our project during the Malaysia Environment Week. And the committee that involve our program will be committee of Section 7 and Section 14 Shah Alam. So the objective of our program, firstly, we want to upcycle the paper waste. Next, since we use paper and we also plant the tree, we also want to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. And next, we want to engage the committee of Section 7 and Section 14 Shah Alam. And the last one, as we know that Tasik Shah Alam is one of the tourist attraction, and we want to attract tourists come more to the lake. So for project timeline or tentative of our program, so we need 1 week before the project implement to collect the paper waste from the community. So basically the committee will put their paper into one place, and we will collect the paper to produce the Seedball. So during the program, the first day is at Taman Tasik 71F that will be implemented on 13 August. So the community will help us in shaping, drying, and planting the seed ball. So same goes to the next place, 21st August, and at Taman Tasik Shah Alam West, and the last place is Taman Tasik Raja Lumu on 28 August. So to conduct our event successfully, our committee consists of our advisor, Madam Nadia, me as program director, and we having two vice director, Amira Safia, vice director 1 is from the Brigade Sukarelawan, and Akid Zulkifli, vice director 2, also as my standby presenter for MSF. So how we prepare the seed ball? So first, we need to tear and soak the papers into the water. Next, we need to fill about 1/3 of paper and 2/3 the water into the blender. And third, you need to strain and drain the pulps. Fourth, we need to add the seeds into the ball, which in our program, 1 seed for 1 ball. And fifth, we need to dry the balls. And the last one is we need to put the seed ball at the checkpoint that has been selected. So the ball that we create same like a ping pong ball size, which estimate that around the diameter of the ball is estimated around 10 to 80 millimeter. So why we choose Starbright Zinnia mixture as our plant? So Starbright Zinnia mixture also have the scientific name Zinnia angustifolia. Has a low maintenance because it's easy to grow in the fully sun, and it also have a mixture color, as you can see in the slide. The top one is we call Zinnia orange, the second one is called Zinnia gold, and the last one we call as Zinnia white. So for the specification needed to plant the Zinnia, the spacing needed is around 20 to 35 centimeter. And the length is around 35 centimeter. And furthermore, Starbright Zinnia mixture is tolerate heat, humid, and drought, which is capable or suitable in weather in Malaysia. So for project beneficiaries, it is estimated that around 400 people will benefit from our project, which we target 100 participants from Taman Tasik Season 7 1F Shah Alam, 150 for Taman Tasik Shah Alam West, and 150 for Taman Rekreasi Raja Lumu. So this is our expected progress. It will take 1 to 3 days to dry the seed ball, and 1 week for sprout, and it takes about 4 to 6 weeks to the flower to blooms. So this is the item that we needed to implement or to conduct our event. So first is 10 unit basin. Second is egg boxes disposable glove. Next is 10 unit blender. Next is Starbright Mixture Zinnia seed, 50 units. Next is paper shader, 3 units of the paper shader. And next is 3 units of the storage box. So since we choose leak to implement our project, so it will have a leak rental, and the total budget that we needed to implement our program is 1,883 ringgit and 84 cents. So the program outcome is first is the committee will learn how to convert the paper waste into the beneficial product, which is seed ball, and we targeted to produce 1,000 seed ball. Total produce 1,000 seed ball, and last one to add beauty to the lake to attract the tourists. So I believe that our program should share with committee and for them to realize that waste it doesn't mean that it doesn't have value. We need to convert it into something that have a value. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aman. Waste isn't waste until we waste it. Wonderful words. If everyone threw a Seedball, I'm sure global warming would go away. Let's see if our judges have grown some questions. Please, judges.
Okay, Aman, I have a lot of questions. Right. Let me just say your project is something that is currently needed. Anything got to do with sustainability that helps environment, is a good project, right? Now, few questions. First of all, what is your success rate in germination?
Right.
What is the success rate in germination?
Germination?
Yeah. I'm sure you've done some preliminary trial, right? Have you done some trial already? Experiment?
Yeah, basically, we just do research. We doesn't try. This is our first program.
Yes, that's what I'm asking is, what is the success rate in germination? How many balls you throw, do they all germinate?
Yeah. Since we create one ball, since we put one seed into one ball, and one ball will grow one tree. So since we create 1,000 seed balls, so it means that we will target about 1,000 tree will be grown.
Okay. Have you tried other species apart from zinnia?
Not yet. We choose zinnia because I think it's suitable to plant around the lake. The other species I didn't try yet.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Other judge?
Yeah, Mohammed, I just want to understand about the future maintenance, of the garden. Okay, it's easy to plant. It's not so difficult to grow them. But after that, who is going to take care of those flowers?
All right. So for the maintenance, we still in discuss with MBSA who will in charge after the program start. But that's why we try to choose a plant that is have a very low maintenance. So maybe it will be discussed with MBSA for the result.
That means there is no plan for maintenance.
For now, for maintenance, we still discuss with MBSA, Majlis Bandara Shah Alam.
Okay. What if they say no? They say that we are really so busy.
Since zinnia has a low maintenance, I think it doesn't have zinnia can easily grow, so it has a low maintenance. So I think if there are no other person from the MBSA to take care, I think it can easily grow and can grow beautifully, I think.
Okay, how many students will participate in this program?
For the committee or committee?
No, only committee. I mean, volunteers or in.
Or volunteers, volunteers to conduct the program, right?
Yeah. How many of you would participate in this activity?
Okay. So it's around 30 students.
30 students. So after you're planted, then how? I'm sure you need to do watering and all those things in the initial period, right? Before the plant can so-called grow by itself.
Right.
The concern, I mean, especially flowers, they need a lot of waters. And if you don't water it on a regular basis, they will die.
All right. So for zinnia is a tree that doesn't need much water to grow, and I think as Malaysia also nowadays rain and sometimes hot, so I think it's suitable for zinnia to grow.
And what if we do not sponsor you? Will you still go ahead to do the project?
We'll try to take another initiative to find the sponsorship maybe.
You look for other sponsor.
Okay. The way I look at it, there are a few concerns. Number one, like what Mr. T said, you have not done enough tests, and also about the grooming, about the germination, about the so-called the maintenance of the tree. So this is one. Secondly, is regarding the area. It belongs to MPSA, right? MPSA. So if they do not commit to the project, then we go and plant the tree, and later, what happened to the tree and who is going to taking care of the tree? Those are the questions. And also, there are 600 ringgit of charges charged by MBSJ. It means MBSJ doesn't take this as part of their project. And lastly, in terms of the budget, it's not a big budget, but yet a lot of the equipment that you're buying are all one-off. You know, what are you going to do after the project? Those 3 weeks, what are you going to do with the blenders, with all those? So if those, can we do away with buying it, and can we rent it somewhere? Or you can just come to Kin and say, Kin has blender that can boleh pinjam. I mean, they are more those kind of effort. But what we are more concerned is the maintenance of the project. How are you going to maintain the project and make sure it works? Or rather than just have an event and planting the balls. And maybe one more, if you are so sure that the seeds is going to work for those residents that come for the program, let's say if they come and help the program, they planted 1 tree and each one of them get 1 ball or 2 ball back and plant it in their house. So that will be another way of how do you spread out your project. I think you have not thought deep enough in terms of the impact, in terms of the maintenance of the project. Those are my comments.
Okay, Moma, what is this park property rental?
We try to we call the embassy, and they said that any team program that will need locations and will under the MBSA, it will charge 200 per day. So we try to lower the cost, and we try to take 1 day for 1 lead.
This is not right, right? You are doing something, you're doing community work, going to make the garden or the landscape more beautiful, and yet they want to charge you for the use of the land. Can you accept that? No, you don't. You do not take things. You know, when people ask, you should have your own independent view. Is this not correct? Okay, you know, you are not using the place for business, you know, and make profit. You are doing a community project that make the lake or the garden, you know, improve their landscape. All right. So definitely, you know, it's an opportunity for you to go and see how you negotiate for a free use of the so-called the place. You know, Project for Happiness, one of the reasons is also provide the opportunity for the student to learn, to solve problems. Okay, you know, do not just you know, just do with the budget given, and then you know, it's not a lot of money, but I think what is important is the concept, you know, behind all this. Yeah. Okay, Liming?
I just have one question. Aman, how big is your team?
Huh?
How big is your team? How many people do you have in your team?
We have around 30 students.
30?
Yes.
Are they all together agreed to come on board with you on this project?
Yes.
Okay, that's excellent. Okay. Are you prepared to modify the project differently to make a greater impact?
Yes, I will try to. I think the main problems now is the location, right? Since they have
never mind the issue first. What we are looking at is actually having you to make greater impact. Sometimes we call it play a bigger game, right? Yeah, and make a bigger impact and contribution to the environment. Okay. So we
Is this a one-off so-called program, or you're going to continue doing it?
Yes, we will continue it since we implement the program during the Malaysian Environment Week. So the next Malaysian Environment Week, our program will also be conducted.
So how many times will you do it?
How many times do you do it? As long as they have a Malaysian Environment Week.
But this is only once a year type of thing, or maybe once every few years.
Since we have a blender or the material that will restore by us, so I think the cost needed to implement the next project is only the seed. So blender and the basin or any material that we store will be reuse it for the next project.
Okay, so any more questions from two judges? Okay, please allow us a few minutes to come back to you. Thanks.
Thank you, judges. Now let's allow our judges to enter the discussion room. Hello, Ivan. How are you feeling?
Wow. It's a bit nervous.
Feeling nervous is normal. I usually take it this way. You're being excited for this project.
Yeah.
I have a little bit of question. I'm interested about your project itself. So can you share with us, why do you choose seed balls over other methods?
Seed ball or the methods? You mean that?
I noticed that your method to recovering the nature is by creating these seed balls from zinnia. So can you share with us why did you choose seed balls over probably any other methods you have come upon?
Oh yes, because why we choose seed ball, because I think it's a fun activities and we try to make it from the paper instead of the soil. Since based on our backgrounds, how we come up with this idea of the seed ball, we actually difficulties in find the scrap collector to sell our paper. So from that, instead of we throw or burning the paper, why not we create something that can counter the problem? So seed ball is the solution to counter our problem.
I see. I noticed that you chose several locations to implement your project. So is there any relationship between any of your members with the 3 lakes?
Means that?
Is there any story behind you choosing Taman Tasik Shah Alam, Taman Tasik Shah Alam West, and Taman Rekreasi Raja Lumu?
The reason why we choose lake as our project, because lake is always have people to come. So I think it's a good place where we want to share our ideas of seedball to them. So that's why we choose a lake.
I see. So how about zinnia? I noticed that those are very beautiful flowers. Is it only in 3 colors, or is there any different colors than the one you have shown just now?
Actually, zinnia have a different colors and also have a different species, but we choose zinnia star bright mystia because there are 3 different colors that will attract the tourists and also will add the beauty around the lake. So that's why we choose the star bright zinnia mystia, because they have a different colors.
Interesting. So I can imagine the lakeside will be having 3 colors, 4 colors, flowers standing along. So I have about putting the seeds along the sea lake, along the lakeside. I'm curious whether how will you arrange those seeds? People are just going to throw it around, or you're just going to put it in one plot of land?
Oh yeah. So basically, we will from during the event, we already find the checkpoint. We have we have already selected the checkpoint, and the committee have a choice. Either they just want to put the seed ball to the checkpoint, or also they want to learn how to create the seed ball.
Very beautiful. All right, our judges are back. Let's hear what they have to say. Mr. T, I think you forgot to unmute your microphone.
Good. Asman, let me first congratulate you for your ideas. Right, we all three judges are in similar agreement with your basic idea, which is all about sustainability and conservation, recycle. Yeah. However, we felt that you can play a bigger contribution. The word I use is play a bigger game, all right, than just sowing zinnia. All right. And the great thing about our judge community, we have actually a chair who is really the expert in this area. He is in the forefront of permaculture, for edible forests and plantings of trees. So we would actually like you to have a consultation with him, all right, and resubmit your project again in the context in the area that we were talking about, i.e., make your project bigger, more impactful. Yep. In terms of even the size and impact of everything that you're doing, i.e., space necessary, where are the areas, maybe we have now really serious environmental area that really need replanting of seeds. I don't know whether you're excited or not. We are excited. Yep. So we would like you to actually come back again. And we'd like to appoint, after we have consulted with Razak, to be your mentor chair. Will that be all right? Mentor advisor.
Right.
Yeah?
Yes.
Any other comment from Judge?
All right, thank you very much, judges. So thank you, Aiman from Universiti Teknologi Malaya with Project Seedball, and we are looking forward for your next resubmission of project. Now let us go next. Malaysia is prone to natural disasters, but are we well equipped against it? To increase awareness of disasters among school students, let us invite 𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗃𝗃 from Universiti Pertahanan Nasional Malaysia UPNM to present the project Student Awareness on Disaster. Without further ado, 𝗪, the floor is yours.
Hi, good morning to the fellow judges, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 21st century. Have a look around you. Do you see the frequent and outstanding technologies around? Do you see how men have achieved greater heights with rockets onto the moon and perhaps to the Mars in another decades or two? Isn't it exciting to see what the future may hold us? However, these all are the items that we look on the top side of the iceberg. What holds below the iceberg is the environmental issues, pandemics, global warming, disputes, war, and so on. Humanitarian acts and disaster relief is important, in which we can also contribute to the acts. So where do we start? But of course, we cannot tackle all of these problems. Thus, we do like to do in a small scales, as our expertise is on disaster management. Our project is an awareness project on disasters. Again, nice to meet all of you. My name is 𝗪𝗪𝗃𝗃 as the presenter from National Defence University of Malaysia. These are my team members. We have a total of 5. As you can see in the slides, this is the real picture for the recent floods which affected some of the states in Malaysia, including KL and Kedah. The floods were caused by unusually heavy downpours over a period of 2 hours, causing the existing drainage system to be unable to contain the high water flow capacity. So why these projects? As we look upon the statistics, we notice that Malaysia is prone to disaster yearly as floods and landslides being the most frequent, especially with nowadays the monsoon season circumstances. These two types of disaster brought a lot of damages and casualties in the country. Hence, our team members did research with the titles of awareness campaigns and student preparedness level in the face of disaster, a case study at SMK Dato' Syed Ahmad Kuala Nerang, Kedah. We noticed that students only know the hazard and theory, but they do not have experience practically how to react systematically to real situation. In addition, in the HOP program, which is a collaboration program between the UPNM with the Humanitarian Care Malaysia, MyCare, and Taiwan Buddhist Future Foundation Malaysia, we noticed that this school is very actively participating and they would like to receive more knowledge on this. Other than that, Kuala Nerang is not an urban area. We should also focus on those small places to help them to survive in this disaster. And in the recent flood itself, Kuala Nerang was also not excluded as one of the most affected areas because they bound to the Padang Terap River there. So this is the project activity that we will do. We will give a thoughts on what is disaster, how to respond in any kind of disaster, and disaster response book designed for them, informative flyer for the communities there. Then we also teach how to use the first aid kit pouch as will help the people in emergency as well as in any kind of disaster. Next is to do the simulation with the students alongside with the video shooting and upload to the social media. And also we will recommend it to the Ministry of Education to increase the impact of the projects. So we hope this project gives impact on helping at least 1,150 students to build knowledge on how to respond to any kind of disaster and help at least 1,000 residents in Kuala Nerang gain information on how to respond to any kind of disasters, as well as in the simulation, which helps students know how actually react in the disaster, and the video can spread to the people, and by recommend to the Ministry of Education, we will share to all of the schools in Malaysia. Thus, this can decrease the disaster impact, increase the people awareness, especially our new generations on disasters. The ones who will benefit are the students, teachers, and the management of the school know how to respond in school. Then the management of the school can teach future students about this too. The student will spread the knowledge and information to their family, friends, and people around them. Videos, poster, and the disaster response plan that spread on the social media will influence people to be more aware of how to respond to the disasters. The outcome of this project we expected in which the communities at the Kuala Nerang, Kedah can faster and better respond pre, during, and the post-disaster, in which they know how to respond and know who to contact in the disaster. The communities will bring a more sustainable future for the new generations. The video will contribute on bringing the interactions for more people on how to respond. Next, the project timeline, we scheduled that on 30th August, we will go to the SMK Dato' Syed Ahmad Kuala Nerang there to check on the map of the school for the preparation. At 6th September, we will go to the Kampung Baru Kuala Nerang and give out the flyer and meet with the Ketua Kampung, explain the information in the flyer so that if the communities have any question in the future, they can refer to the Ketua Kampung. We also will set up a tech camp there. If communities have any related questions, they can ask us. On 7th September, we will have a general opening sections, then followed by the talks from HADR and NAPMA. After lunch, simulation will be done together with the students, teachers, HADR, facilitator, and the assistant too. Lastly, we will have a closing section and feedback from the students and the schools. The video shooting will go along in the simulation sections. Moving on now, let's look about the budget. The total budget is 8,430, which includes the talk fees, facilitators, and assistant facilitators is free of charge. Poster disaster response plan is the study material for the students, school, and communities. Banner is to attract the students and communities' attention of the event so that they know these informative events. Flyers are an effective way to spread out the information faster to all the communities at the Kampung Baru Kuala Nerang there. Next is the first aid kit pouch, which is the study material used to teach the students how to use it. The videographer is hiring professionals who knows how to shoot video well for the disaster simulation to help to create the most effective videos so that we can recommend it to the Ministry of Education. So our total budget that will estimate be around 8,430 ringgits. And we are open to any recommendation and collaboration to lessen the budget. That's all from me. Thanks for listening. We hope that this project can be beneficial to all people, especially our young generation, also to decrease the injuries and deaths and the loss and damage in our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne. So disaster strikes without a care and destruction shall the human bear. Next, I invite the judges to pose some questions.
Hui, can you tell us more about your first aid kits?
Sure. The first aid kit is something like the inside have like plaster or the how to say the things that can help people to lead to the emergency situation, which can help people to stay their life to wait until the rescue team to come to rescue them. Actually, it is a part of the emergency bag, but emergency bag is too expensive to use as a things to teach students. So we was smaller now to the scale to at least they know how to use the emergency first aid kit pouch. Yeah.
I mean, my understanding about the first aid kit, is for people that are injured.
Yeah.
But then now you're talking about disasters and floods. Okay, all right.
Actually, it's not just of floods, but it's basically in Malaysia frequently is floods and the landslides. But our aim is to teach students to survive themselves and to know how to respond in any kind of disaster, like not only landslide and floods, we also have frequently now in Malaysia in the latest is the earthquake, but it's only a small effect. But we cannot confirm that in future Malaysia is there any earthquake is more dangerous happen. So it's not specific to the floods, but it's any kind of disaster. Actually, I have a picture of the first aid kit pouch.
Yeah, okay, show us.
Can I show it? Okay.
Well, your first aid kits, the total value is about 7,000 plus. It's the biggest item in your whole budget.
Yeah, because is our facilitator advises us to wait a minute. Okay. So this is the example picture of the first aid kit pouch. Can you clearly see it? Okay. So the first aid kit pouch actually is including something like this. But the first aid kit pouch actually we are trying to give it out for the students because students after the advice of the disaster management there, I was just teaching the student the most simple and most effective, which is they know how to use the cold pack and knows if when they are trying to escape themselves to survive in the disaster, when they are injured, what they can do before, as well as just waiting the rescue team coming to rescue them.
Okay, tell us more about your video that you plan to produce.
Yeah, our video is actually trying to showing out how to do a simulation. I mean, how the people can do when a disaster is coming from. Which like, for example, when we are in the place like an office and the flood is coming, it's very dangerous. And what we can do when this situation, we need to just run out or we need to go to the assembly point and who we can contact for. So in the video, we will show the whole process on when we are in the office or in where we are, then what the next step we can do, the next step until the rescue team can come to rescue us. Yeah.
Okay, you said that the video will be produced by a professional videographer.
Yeah.
Can't the student do this video yourself?
Because student is not quite understand on how to photo shoot. How to do a video on the disaster side to show how clearly a person in the upstairs. Like maybe we can try to get the drone, and the drone is actually students who don't have the specific skill. They do not know how to use a drone. The drone that can video shoot the video on the upstairs. So imagine the people in that side, all the things, because actually in the disaster we cannot imagine, or not all the people can clearly imagine on only seeing the video in the first people side, the third party side. So if we can shoot the video in upstairs and show all the graph, all the maps of the places, that will be great, and the video will be let more people understand and create the big impact.
Okay.
Okay, Jaffe.
Yes.
Now, two things very important. Now, your team is all about awareness, right? So that's the key objective, you must think. But the budget is on material mostly. So that's the first contradiction that we see, right? The other thing is the whole objective of this exercise. We always, like we say, focus a lot on contribution, creativity. Yeah, you presented a lot of problem on videos and material. Yeah, which we would like you as students to really be resourceful about all this. Everything that you want now can be obtained online. Taking video is as simple as using fairly good quality iPhone. You can produce excellent material. Alright. So we want you to put on this thinking cap as a student and with your team together. And that's the main objective. We do not like you to just spend money and buy and engage outsiders. Yeah. So that's the thing that we really want to encourage you to do. Yeah. Okay.
And also, I got to say, when I look at your first aid kit, I was a Red Crescent member before. I think in this disaster, you don't really need that first aid kit, but you don't buy the first aid kit and give it free to 500 people just for the sake of the event, right? So it is not targeted for the event that you're talking about. So that's number one. Secondly, about the video shooting, I think you have not made this program to become, because you talk about awareness. So how is the pre-event, the event itself, the post-event itself, how do you make that let's say you put up a website, you put up something, how do you publicize it so that media will have attention to you and will not be just the event, it will be reported and it can be put on the certain website and encourage other schools to do it? Or how can people use your resources to continue to run the project?
Yes, for the video, actually, we will try to recommend to the Ministry of Education. Then Ministry of Education will be the linkage for our team to with the others all school in the Malaysia. So they will help us to spread out the video to all the schools.
I know that is from waiting for Minister of Education. Yes, there's another one way, right, to get it through the Minister of Education. Sometimes you need to get out. Maybe our assistant prof can help you. But other than that, how do you go to the public media so that the TV station or any other of the public media would like to come and report your event, and so that it become an event where the rest of the people know? And after people know about the event, how can they visit a website that you have those material there ready? So when people want to refer, I think the whole concept of you saying that bringing awareness of nature disaster, that is good. And you have said you want to bring in NAGMA. So this should be another so-called a big, same like the earlier one, like what Mr. T was saying. It can be a big project, but don't do it too small. So, and your money should be spent wisely on the publicity or making it become a so-called a bigger event. That's how maybe some perspective that you guys can look at.
For the first aid kit part, actually we are used to teach the student and open it and teach the student how to use it. So for the advice from the management, from the disaster team here, they are advised that it is better to get this and to teach the student how to use it, so that we are not just theoretically, but it's practically to teach them how to use it.
Yeah, so for those first aid kit, you can get first aid company that sell that to sponsor. If I were the King Starfish, I would not like to sponsor those. You go and look for company that are willing to sponsor that, so they have interest in that, but we don't. We wanted the project rather than the first aid kit. The first aid kit, you can try to write to those company and talk to these people and say, it is a big program where minister is coming in and all that, so that you get a chance to sell your you sponsor the 500 kits and you get your publicity. So rather than we go and buy the kits, I don't think we are into that kind of idea.
Okay. Okay, please allow us a minute.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you, judges. Let's allow our judges to enter the discussion room. Hello, 𝗣𝗍.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, okay. I can relax a little bit. Yeah, I just finished my project. Yeah.
Good job on your presentation. I'm sure it was a little bit nerve-wracking, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
so
very nice.
so I have a little bit of questions for you. I'm very curious about your background. So I learned that you are currently studying in defense and security management. Would you love to share with us what the course is?
Actually, our course is about defense security in the words of defense and security. So our subject and the courses that we have learned is based on these two words. Defense means that mostly is like our Malaysia national in the border, and we will learn how to a little bit of theory and management leadership on how to become a more better person to protect our country. And the security part is like how to say, it's very difficult to say. Yeah.
Go on.
But you can imagine
You're
like
doing good.
Like ASCA or something like that. But I'm still a pure citizen. I'm not joining into the SP kind of cadets or 𝗣𝗍𝗶𝗶𝗀𝗃𝗃 or Watania like that. So actually I'm learning is more on the side of logistics. Is where learning like if any emergency situations is not called say of any war or what, Malaysia is still safe. Yeah. So we will add as part of how to manage the logistic of our country, or also in the business side. If in future I would like to join the private company. Yeah. So we will know how to link for the like the lorry or the inventory or the flight, and know how to use it to link with each other to the another side. Yeah. So it's basically something like that. Yeah.
Wow, that's a very wonderful course. So is it more of a I'm more of a layman. I do not understand about national defense that much. So is it more of a military side or more of the police side?
It's more on the military side. Yeah.
I see. All right. So I saw during your presentation, you're focusing more on floods and probably a little bit of landslide and a tiny bit of earthquake. So I'm just wondering, throughout these 2 years, some places had faced terrible floods beyond compare. Were there anyone close to you affected?
Sorry again. You mean everyone around me is affected? Oh.
Yeah. Were there anyone close to you that were affected by the flood?
Actually, it's nowadays, and I noticed. For myself, my family is not affected. Yeah, but for my friends, of teachers, of lecturers, actually is affected more because I'm not actually at the KL area. And KL, if we notice that everywhere is raining, I think it's about for the 2 hours raining. The highway or all the things will be jammed, and the flood will become the bridge or all the things, the routes is unseeable or it is blocked. So is many damages is happens, especially like the Shah Alam there, and also like the Taman Sri Muda is a place is very affected by the floods. It's caused a lot of loss and damages, all the things. So this is the time that we should give a concern for ourselves and for our family or around peoples to know how actually we can respond in floods or in any kind of disaster that will happen. Because we know that disaster is unexpected. So actually we would like to know how to prepare ourselves or how to prepare our peoples, our countries to go on. We can call is known as a disaster educations. Yeah, disaster education, which is not familiar in Malaysia, but is we can see from the Japan's. All the students in Japan know how to react if earthquake happen, what they can do. They want to run to the places or assembly point. So I think I call is our team think that if our new generations know how to react in disaster, then it is quite good for our country, for our generation, or for ourselves to save ourselves and the people around us, and also the damages like our car. We know, okay, we need to, this place is flood sites. We can buy a car accident for the water, yeah, something like that.
I see. Very, very wonderful. Actually, your proposal is very close to my heart. During the previous flood, my aunt had luckily survived being 3 hours inside the flood. So is there any tips for that you can share on how us, if we were stranded in a flood, to survive?
For the flood to survive, actually, I am recommended to get an emergency bag. We have can help people to at least they can survive themselves if the rescue team cannot come to survive. So the emergency bag will help us to survive at least 3 days. Inside that I have the food, have the cakes for escape pouch. If like the flood, we don't know where the trees, the flood will bring out of the trees or something like cars or something. So we have the chance to have the injuries. So the emergency bags can help us a lot, yeah. And also a little bit small tips like our IC or our surat kelahiran, all the documents should be put in a bag. We can sleeve to let the water don't come inside the bag. Yeah, that one is very important.
I see. Thank you very much, 𝗲𝗍. Welcome back, judges. Please share with us your decision.
Okay. I think we had a quick discussion, and our whole idea of we like the idea, and we think this is something very important and essential, where you guys, from what you have learned, and you try to put it into the community. So this is a good initiative, educational program. But anyway, although we like the idea, but we think you should rethink about the spending of it. So we do not really agree with the first aid kits. So we think you should take that out from your budget or get somebody else. If you are able to get people to sponsor that, then we think that's good. Secondly, the judges also think about the video, and we think you should allow or encourage your student to do it. So if we do away with these two, that means you have very little budget to do. So you do not really need a sponsor. But if you think after you revise your budget, you take out those two, and you still think you want to improvise a budget or improvise your project, we welcome you to quickly resubmit a refined program and also with a refined budget, and we will quickly consider it again.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, 𝗲𝗍 from Universiti Pertahanan Nasional Malaysia for her project. Next, using landscape as a form of therapy for those with special needs. Let us invite Muhammad Amir Daniel from Universiti Teknologi Malaysia, UiTM, to present their project Theraplay 2.0. Amir Daniel.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. We are Theraplay from Universiti Teknologi Malaysia. Theraplay is a social project which directly impacts the special needs community by enhancing their quality of life by providing a therapeutic environment through landscaping design. Our core team consists of 6 members who were involved in the pilot project last year. Just to recap, our pilot project involves providing an outdoor play and learning environment to a special children home in Johor Bahru. We propose a series of sensory boards that can train different aspects of motor skills among children. In addition, we revamped the outdoor areas, such as adding a playing area to give a livelier and green environment for the children while doing their physiotherapy. And this time, we have decided to expand and add more members to ensure the continuity of Theraplay's effort and spread the idea of Theraplay 2.0 to more students. At the same time, we are challenging to design and build for a larger area that compared to our last year. Our beneficiary and project site is Pusat Jagaan Baru Istimewa Kempas in Johor Bahru, a full-time care center and welfare association with 41 handicapped and mentally challenged patients from different backgrounds. We had visited their center to understand better their needs by observing their daily routine and found out they involved in little to no physical activity, and it can be detrimental to the quality of life of the special needs community. In this center, the patients are between 13 to 54 years old, and the majority of them are adults with physical and mental challenges. Through the visit, we found out that there is a lack of outdoor educational facilities for the patients to interact, exercise, and to conduct skills training. There is also a lack of connection and exposure toward greenery for well-being among the residents. Therefore, to address the current condition, we propose a therapeutic garden with a play and skills training facilities to accommodate a variety for the patients. This can enhance the quality of life by taking care of the physical, psychological, and also social needs. To achieve this, we plan to create spaces and equipment to benefit for both their physical and mental health. Besides, we aim to improve their psychomotor learning skills by offering them various activities. Therefore, our key activities are the first one, to design the physical environment and its supporting activities, and second one is to involve the local community in the building phase. Here come our design plan. There are a total of 4 zones, which are sensory garden, physiotherapy area, edible garden, and mindfulness area. In the sensory garden, we will plan a variety of sensory plans which can stimulate the patient's 5 senses. We got inspiration from Zen Garden, where we will use the simple and minimum design. For example, gravel or sand that is raked to represent the ripples in the water. And then we will be having serene places for patients to rest, and the patients can meditate to experience a state of calm. For the physiotherapy area, which is a fitness area, for the physiotherapy area, which is fitness area that consists of low impact exercise equipment, for example, modular staircase, balancing rail, parallel bars, and with obstacles, and some small games like bamboo, cellophone, giant connect 4, and blackboard for art purposes. With this, we aim to promote health and improve the psychomotor skills by increasing the opportunities for physical activity. Furthermore, we encourage an active lifestyle and life skilling learning skills for the patients. Here comes our idea of an edible garden with an irrigation system. We propose kangkung, cabbage, short eggplant, flowering choice some each other else to encourage them to grow their own foods for a sustainable lifestyle. This can provide a space for them to interact with each other, which help them to maintain physical health and well-being. Sometimes patients will get emotionally unstable. Therefore, we design an outdoor mindfulness zone for them to calm their senses in a safe and controlled environment. In this space, there are different elements that have a calming effect, such as green stick, light features, and sensory corner. In short, this provides therapeutic effects by inducing calmness through environment design. Next, in effort to integrate the special needs community, within their local community, we will start an initiative to involve the local community in assisting the patients in gardening activities. The idea is derived from establishing an urban farm combined and emphasized with the social aspects of social cohesion in order to sustain the edible garden and give back to the community at the same time. Through this, more than 40 patients will be benefited in a sustainable manner that can help them to gain the life skills and increase their quality of life. Since there will be local community involvement, we target that an urban community will be able to fully self-sustain in 10 years in concern with the daily activities of patients. More than 10 activities are created as part of their daily routine. As for our project costs, a total of 17,500 is needed, and we wish to get our main support through Project for Happiness, not just relying on my Starfish Foundation. We have also secured funding from our university, landscape institute, and company. Therefore, hardscape such as elements for the physiotherapy area will be our main cost. Thank you for the opportunity, and that is all from Theraplay, where we create spaces for them to interact. We create the highest form of health, which is happiness. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ami Daniel. Attending to the special need has always and is always a noble cause. Next, I invite the judges to share the questions.
Mohammed, you know, our budget, you know, the maximum is only this 10,000 ringgit, but your total budget is 17,500.
Yeah.
How are you going to raise the balance?
We actually get the funding from the UTM top bidder, which is UTM top bidder is funding from the UTM itself, which we present the paperwork of our project to them, and where if we completed the paperwork and we have successfully take their trust for our projects, we will get their funding for our projects, where we actually get 4,000 ringgit for our project itself. When we will also plan to fulfill the crowdfunding, which we will invite two of the panel speakers, which is from the landscape architecture expert, and also from the psychology expert, which can be really detrimental for us. And also we take, other than that, we also make a webinar where we take also the expert from one of the lecturers in the universities and also crowdfunding. And other than that, we also have a funding from the 𝗲𝗻, which is 𝗲𝗻 is Institutions of Landscape Architecture Malaysia. And we have a really great discussion with them earlier before this, and also the Palma, which is Persatuan Architect Landscape Malaysia. And rather than use we have separated our funding and took them to a different channel, such as Palma and also 𝗲𝗻, and also from our university funds. So
how much do you think that you can raise?
From the UTM bidder, we already got $4,000, and we are expected for the 𝗲𝗻 and so Palma for get about 2,000, which the total of it is 70,000. But with the help from the Starship Foundation, we can actually achieve the 70,000.
So you have raised about 7,000.
Yeah, which we are confident that we can get 3,000 more from the Palma and also 𝗲𝗻.
Amir, I think I like your project, and in your project you use mainly two things. Number one, a lot of wood, right?
Yeah.
So I would like to recommend you to one of the wood association so that you can talk to them and they can become your sponsor, so there'll be much saving, and even in terms of construction of all the woods and all that, so they can help you. So this wood paneling community association, then they should be, or wood molding association, they should be able to give you all the materials and all that. Even they can involve in your project. That's number one. Secondly, I think I know that, have you referred to any other similar project in terms of your planting or of your farm? Because the sustainability of the farm is another issue, is it?
Yeah, we have also referred to make a research on the kebun bangsa, and we also meet Mr. Razak from the seed. So we have take the what is input from him, and also we also make the site visit to the kebun bangsa itself.
Oh, you have visited kebun bangsa, is it? That's where I was thinking the same. You have kebun bangsa as a referrer, and so that they should be able.
Yeah.
Okay.
The mainly reference is the kebun bangsa. We actually replicate the kebun bangsa, but in smaller scale in the reservoir itself.
And you know, in kebun bangsa, there's a very good designer there.
Yeah.
Seksan is there, right? So you should get him involved into this.
Okay, Mama, two questions.
Okay.
Now, how much of what you're going to do in this project is part of your course study? Is it part of your course study, project-wise?
Personally, no. I am actually from the mechanical engineering students.
Oh, so
but I actually get involved with the landscape architecture and the members from the Theraplay club.
So you come from a very different background, all right?
Yeah.
Now, one more question. What is the major difference from your therapy 2.0 compared with your 1.0?
So majorly Theraplay 1.0 is Theraplay 1.0, which we want to take with Theraplay 1.0, we actually make the simple scape and the simple designs that are less than Theraplay 2.0. Which Theraplay 2.0 consists of actually more members from different backgrounds. The newest members come from mechanical engineering students, electronic engineering students, and also landscape architecture itself. So rather than using the best, we can also share our knowledge within this team, and we can actually upgrade it from the Theraplay 1.0, and we use our knowledge from our course to upgrade the Theraplay 2.0 to a better version of Theraplay.
So how many people do you have now? How many students?
In the club actually we have 17 students.
Okay.
But we will also recruit the volunteers through the Google link. Also, we will recruit through the Google link for about 3 phases of our projects. From the first phase on the August, and second phase on the September, and the last phase of the inside installations on the October.
Okay. The other thing that just like Kaken said, you should put on your resourceful thinking hat. Yeah, a lot of things that you want to do, a lot of people can actually come in to support without you having to pay for it. Yeah, you just have to look for it, that's all. Okay?
Okay.
Good. Okay.
Okay, it seems to me that you are going ahead with the project, whether or not My Starfish Foundation sponsor you, am I right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, okay. So you already started to talk to some of the sponsor and also partners. Okay, and okay, we'll come back to you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Now let us allow the judges to enter the discussion room. Okay, hello, I'm Daniel. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, actually. I was really excited last night.
Yeah, did you manage to get a good sleep?
Yeah, but I actually wake up earlier today, earlier than the usual.
Same, I also woke up early because I'm super excited for this morning.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a few questions for you. So when we talk about special needs in general, a lot of people only know the bare minimum. Like probably they are a little bit sick, they have physical handicap. But since you're involved in this project, do you mind sharing what you know about the special needs community with us?
Yeah, the special needs community itself is divided to various parts of special needs or persons itself. So if you want to think that, such as I explained earlier about the physically and mentally person, when we reach there, we interview some of the patients there, which then they are actually physically disabled, which they can walk or can speak very nicely. But the special needs community and also the patients there are very nice, but they have a very little activity to do. We actually see them watching the TV also and not doing any other activities. So this is what we created, and we want to help them to do other activities such as playing or maybe involved with the greenery activities also, such as planting and also watering the plants.
I see. Very, very wonderful. Is there any misconception about those with special needs that the public usually understand? Is there any misconception that you might want to clear about the special needs community?
Yeah, the common misconceptions of this community, of disabled community, is about we want to treat them like they are not the represent, but we can treat them like a normal person itself. So we cannot judge with the physicality. Oh, we cannot use this type of method to talk to them. We just disrespected them. It's not okay for us to do that. So we just take and talk to them for like usual, like a normal person, and they will be very happy compared to us actually.
I see. Thank you very much. All right, the judges are back. Let us hear the decision they have made.
Okay. Congratulations, Amil and your team. And we think we have seen some good heart, compassion in you guys, and you're really helping these people. And I personally also engage in some of the project in this area where we help all these so-called unfortunate association or homes like this. So if you are building up this, it can be a so-called a pilot project, and it can be, showcase to the rest of those homes and all that. So since you guys are the student in that area, you should be able to make the project work. And since you have worked with, you have visited 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 Bangsa, you should be able to get all those contact or the advisor to help you to make the project work. And I would like to recommend you to talk to BK Ang from MWMJC, Malaysia Wood Molding and Joinery Council. I have put the contact to the secretariat. You can get a contact from them, the president and the vice president, BK Ang, who is involved directly in 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 Bangsa. So for the material, hopefully you should be able to get sponsor from those wood fella. They should be able to sponsor you all the woods, and even they can cut it out into the sizes and all the shape that you want, right? So you save a lot. As far as my Starfish is concerned, the judges and all of us agree, if you can get all those people get involved and get the material done, we are willingly to sponsor you of our half of what you request, because of material you can get it somewhere else. So we are willing to sponsor you maximum of 5,000 ringgit.
Okay, thank you very much.
Amil, keep up the good job.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, judges.
Congratulations, Amir Daniel from Universiti Teknologi Malaysia, UiTM, for obtaining a funding of 5,000 ringgit for your project. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us have a short 10-minute break before we continue with more projects for happiness for our community. Stay tuned.
ramai.
ecosystem that leverages on the different needs of the marginalized communities, such as the refugees, single families, and the homeless, we aspire to converge them to transform the market for social good. Thanks to Starfish Foundation, changing the world one bottle at a time is now made possible.
Welcome back everyone to the judging session of Projects for Happiness 2022, where undergraduates from universities across Malaysia will present the community projects to apply for a maximum funding of 10,000 ringgit. I would like to remind every presenter today that your presentation time will only be 8 minutes. Now, again, I am Amin, your host, and we will be tuning in to the next project. Everyone deserves another chance. Using education to improve the future prospects of students in Sekolah Tunas Bakti, let us invite Nurin Hanisah binti Al-Hajar from Universiti Putra Malaysia UPNM to present project Teach the Needs 3.0. Nurin Hanisah, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Amin. So I will continue with our project name, Teach the Needs 3.0. Okay, Assalamualaikum and good morning everyone. My name is Nurin Hanisah. I will be a presenter for our project name, Teach the Needs 3.0 for a brighter tomorrow. And we are from Universiti Putra Malaysia. Before we start, I would like to introduce to our committee member first. I am a team leader, Nurin Hanisah binti Al-Hajar, and next we will also have our committee members, which include 𝗍𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗃, Teo Zuyang, Ong Zini, Ellen David, Ahmad Syaril Hakimi, and Ahmad Nur Aiman. We have our advisor with us, Puan Salasia Mustafa and Puan Siti Aisyah binti Hamzah. We are from College 17, Universiti Putra Malaysia. Here is all our project about. Teach the Needs 3.0 is the third series of Teach the Needs program, which focusing on quality education for unfortunate groups. Sekolah Tunas Bakti is this program. This time, we would like to continue our second series project, which collaborate with Sekolah Tunas Bakti Sungai Besi. Every year, there are approximately 10 candidates from Sekolah Tunas Bakti Sungai Besi and Institute of Moral Rehabilitation register for Sijil Pelajaran Malaysia (S.W.I.M). Sekolah Tunas Bakti is an approved school institution for the education, training, and detention for children established or prescribed under Section 65 Approved School of Children Act 2001, which is, this is not a normal school. In short, this school is a juvenile detention center. And all the candidates and trainees here is under the court order under paragraph 91, bracket 1, bracket F, sent to an approved school or handicraft school, Children Act 2001. Sekolah Tunas Bakti is our targeted school. Here is an overview of our targeted school, and as you can see here, there is a 2 main block, and the first block here is the dome block. This dome, maybe you cannot see it, but it's surrounded by iron fence. And to do a teaching and learning session, we must do it at administration block here, and we have a library and room for teaching and learning session. Here is a photo from previous program. We do a teaching and learning session on one-to-one basis, which one volunteer will help one candidate. We do also have a sharing session with other trainee with focusing on pathway of the S.W.I.M and also for moral. This is our media coverage from Cosmo from our previous program. Why this project? These candidates would like to take an S.W.I.M, but they do not have a proper resources to revise, which they do not have textbooks or exercise book or any reference book. They also lacking of educators, which they do not have a special teachers to help them teaching in Bahasa Melayu or Sejarah or special S.W.I.M subject. They also have a restriction to the internet exposure because they have under the court order. These are our project impact. We would like to provide relevant study materials and resources for S.W.I.M students. We would like to provide them 10 sets of textbooks, reference books, and also practice books. We would like to increase their understandings toward S.W.I.M subject and also their career pathway. We also understand the importance of the opportunity in taking this exam because it promises them a better prospect in life in terms of job security, networking, and dignity. The beneficiaries of this project is expected 10 SPM candidates this year and a total 80 trainees from Sekolah Tunas Bakti Sungai Besi for our sharing session. Here is the expected project outcome. We would like to have all the candidates pass the exam SPM core subjects, especially Bahasa Melayu, History, and Mathematics, to get a certificate of Sijil Pelajaran Malaysia. We would like to have study materials for revision, a 10 set of textbooks, reference books, and practices books. All these books will be put at the rack, which will be provided by us. As for the practices book, we would like to have them answer all the classic need practices book in their own notebook so that this practices book can be reused for the next batch. And for all the reference book, they will put it back at the rack provided for the next SPM batch can use it. Here is our time frame for our Teach Units 3.0 program. We would like to recruit the potential volunteers from the 1st October to 8 October 2022 and meeting all the volunteers and task distribution on 9 October 2022. We would like to do a preparation for teaching materials and rack on 16 October till 4 November 2022. And we will do a final check and briefing for volunteers on 5th November 2022. Teaching and learning session will start on 6, 13, and 20 November 2022. Teaching and learning session will be continued and sharing session and also closing ceremony on 27 November 2022. We will also like to continue this teaching and learning session on the next month, which is in December 2022. Here is the conclusion for our budget. We would like to have a textbook for all the subjects, SPM subject, which from Form 4 and Form 5. And we also get a discount for all these books, all 10 sets of all these type of books. Here is the practices book that we would like to have it, and we would like them to do a revision with all these practices books so that they can increase their understanding towards all the subjects they are teaching. As for the reference book, we would like to have all these text reference book so that they can do references and by using these reference books as well and get a better understanding on their subject speaking. And here is the rack that we would like to have it to put all the materials and all this reference book we would like to buy. And the grand total for all these books and rack is 5,567 ringgit and 3 cents. This is our noble effort in providing them help that their environment could not, because we believe that everyone deserves a second chance in life. We are confident that this effort put to run this program will provide them a broad exposure to the importance of seeking knowledge in the future. Thank you for listening. I'll pass back to MC. Thank you.
Noreen, everyone deserves a second opportunity, and the best opportunity is through education. Now let us invite our judges to share their thoughts about this. Okay, Noreen.
Yes.
This is version 3.0, right?
Yes.
So, what were your biggest learning from version 1.0 and 2.0 that you can put into 3.0 to improve it further?
Okay. As Teach Units 3.0 is the third series, and for the first series we do it with Rumah Kanak-Kanak Tengku Putra, which is the first program to the education for the unfortunate children, which is anak yatim. And for this second series, we go to Sekolah Tunas Bakti Sungai Besi, which a detention center or juvenile center, which is this schools for children who is under the court order. So they are giving a second opportunity actually, and they do a lot of things beside vocational things and taking SPM is one of the opportunity given for them to get a better job after they are releasing from detention center. But these children, these kids here, they do not have proper resources for textbooks or reference books and for textbook to taking SPM.
So, Noreen, you have to answer my question. What was the biggest take-home value you were learning from the previous session?
Take-home value from learning?
From version 1.0 and 2.0, apart from the textbook.
Apart from the textbooks, I think the biggest eco learning is actually they would like to actually learn, but they do not have a proper resources.
No, what Mr. T was asking, what are you, university student, what are your learning?
What am I learning?
What have you guys learned from the previous two projects? How do you want to improve on the present project? Yeah.
Okay. As for the students, we can improve our skills and communication, and as well as giving our understanding or the knowledge that we have to the students as well. We increase our communication skill as well as education level.
Okay, just this is a totally new team, right? Compared to the previous team.
We do have our previous members.
Okay, what is necessary is that you gather around and do your reflection and contemplation, on all your previous learning, so that you can bring improvement into the next 3.0 version. All right.
Okay. The second.
So this is what I want you to do, because hang on, Nuri, you have not answered our question so far. So that's why I suggested that you need to sit down. With the previous team and learn whatever you can, especially if there are shortcoming, mistakes. They are excellent way of learning. Okay? Yep. You got my point? Okay.
Okay, Noreen, I noticed that you're going to start your program only in November or October, right? But the exam is, when is the exam? When will be the SPM exam?
March 2022.
March. Oh, okay. So that means you basically have only about 5 months to prepare them. Why don't you start earlier? Is it enough? You know, only the 5 months time to catch up and to make sure that they are ready?
Okay. As for this, we have to prepare ourselves to actually teach them our materials, and so that in the within October to until the next months, we prepare ourselves to teach them. That's why we start at October and November.
No, I think you should start earlier. You should not look at your own situation. You should look at the needs of the student. Right? You know, if the student need more time, then you better, you know, now it's only June. So you have another 2-3 months time to get ready, which is enough. I think if you can start 1 month earlier, you know, then you will have extra time for them.
Okay, we will,
right?
We will consider it as well.
Yeah. Okay, and how many of you were involved in this teaching?
In this teaching, since this is a one-to-one session, so if we have 10 candidates, so that we have 10 volunteers, but for all the subjects we have 1 volunteers. So if we teach 3 subjects, so 30 volunteers with us.
How many? 15?
30.
13. Okay. And I noticed that you mentioned just now that you want to make sure they pass Bahasa, Mathematics, and History or Sejarah.
Yes.
Only these 3.
We focus them to actually pass these 3 subjects, but we also would like help them to get a pass for other subjects as well. We're focusing on them to get a qualified certificate of Sijil Pelajaran Malaysia, so that they can continue to get a better job and also further their studies using their result.
How about English? You don't teach them English? English is important.
Yeah, we will teach them as well. But if they do not pass it, we will teach them as well. But the important subject to pass and get the certificate of Siswa Pelajar Malaysia is Bahasa Melayu, Matematik, and Sejarah.
Oh, okay. Well, I think it'd be good if we can also include English, because English is very, very important.
All right.
But Nurin, if I may, my comment is do not just work within the frame.
Yeah.
How can you work outside of the frame?
Mhm.
Because huge part of your budgets are textbooks.
Yes.
But textbook, you can easily get, let's say, past years student to pass on their textbook and all that. The textbook will not be obsolete within 2 to 3 years. This year student can easily, you can collect all the textbook from the, you can start a campaign of collecting this all the text material and all that from the past students, so then you can recycle it, not necessary to buy it new. And secondly, if you think you really need the new textbook and all that, you should go to those publisher so that they can sponsor you.
Okay, so answer this question is actually this textbook is a new syllabus books. So they do not have a previous textbook. So they need to have a new textbook because this is a new syllabus. And why we does not approach a publisher, because for all the textbook have different publisher. So we would like to buy it from this center, which is Pusaka Rakyat, and we would like to have a discount. We do have a discount for all these textbooks.
So you should be able to get the quotation and all that, at least, because since you're doing for this charity program and all that, there should be buy 1 free 10. You got to think bold. You said I'll buy 1 from you and you free 10 from the 9 from me, and I'll put your name and I tell people about it that you are sponsoring. So money should be spent rather not on this type of material things. I think how can we get more people involved? This is where we are continue saying you students got to be creative, got to think bold enough. You ask for it. If this publisher don't say no, then you go for the next one until the day you say we have exhausted everybody. Then maybe.
I fully agree with Mr. Wong. You see, when I look at some of the discount that you got from the publisher or for the seller, it's too minimum. If you go to popular book to buy, for example, at least they give you 10%.
Okay.
Here is less than 10%, 3%, 5%, which is minimum. That means you have not, try your best to get a bargain.
Okay.
So don't think that this money, this grant is free and you can just use it. No. You should see how you can maximize the use of the fund. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Any more questions from judges? If not, then please allow us a few minutes. We'll come back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, judges. All right. Hello, Nurin, or should I call you Hanisa?
Nurin.
Nurin. All right. So, how are you feeling right now?
Quite okay, but I'm still nervous for the result.
Okay, so what are your thoughts on the judges' comments you have?
I think I need to improve more on the budget things, but
I see. Very, very interesting. So I also I got an opportunity to check your proposal. So I learned that this isn't your first time for conducting this type of project. So would you mind sharing your previous experience with us?
Previous experience? Oh, okay. For the juvenile detention center, we also constantly think that they are bad, they will not cooperate with us, but they very cooperative and they very they're very interested to actually study and taking this exam so that they will get a better opportunity in this field. Yeah. And project, yeah.
I noticed that you shared with us that you changed from orphan schools in Theraplay 1 or in Teach the Needs 1 and 2.0. So what made the change of heart from orphans to juvenile centers?
I would like to try something new actually. So this Universiti 2.0 from the previous program give us the opportunity to actually helping other groups, and it was a very good opportunity. And our students, our volunteers as well, learned a lot from this program. We help them through the education. We improve our communication skills and others as well.
I see. Talking about education, some people may only know Henry Gurney School and the general gist of its kind. I also want to learn more. Can you tell us more about what sort of schools are these?
Okay, Sekolah Transbakti is a detention center, and also all these kids are under 21 years old, and they are there. They are doing a lot of things actually. They also do vocational skills, something like barber, and they also do participate in sports. They do participate in football or tinju and other kinds of things that improve their skills. And also they are given opportunity for them to involve in the industry, something like seni bina and also construction area.
Very, very wonderful. All right, our judges are back. Let us hear our judges' decisions.
Okay, Noreen, this is definitely a very, very meaningful, a very, very good project, because if you can very successfully train this group of students, if they can get their SPM certificate, you actually give them a second life. Okay, so we will support the project. However, okay, from the presentation, we noticed that there's still a lot more things that you all need to learn. Right? For example, you should learn how to negotiate. Okay, how to negotiate with the supplier. You tell them we are doing this, we are helping this group of students. We don't have enough funds. Can you give us more discount? You see, usually, okay, let me tell you something. The bookstore that sell this book, they have 40 to 50% profit. Bookstore, okay. So if you go directly to the publisher, maybe you only pay 30% of the actual amount. Or you can even get it free, right? You say we have chosen your textbook, we want to do this project. Can you sponsor? Okay, so if you do that, then you can actually help more students, with the fund that is available. Okay, this is part of the learning, I mean, not only for your group, for others group as well. Yeah, I think it's very important that resources is never enough. So it's important for you all to make the best use of the resources available, go for the bargain and bargain hard and think out of the box. And all this one will improve your communication skill, your ability to solve problems, with limited budgets. Yeah. So the total amount that you need is about 5,000 plus. We will sponsor you 3,000. Okay, and you go and negotiate your way and make sure that you get everything done within 3,000. If not enough, then you have to raise funds. Other means.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I add one point?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, go back to earlier point that I was, mentioning about the learning from the previous project. Yeah. You notice that our emphasis is not just about the project by itself. It has very much to do with you all, because you are the future leaders of the country. All right. So it's not just a matter of going to get handouts. At the end of the day, it is all about you being a better person, you learning, you get smarter, you get more resourceful, you get more creative through all this learning experience. Yeah. So you must go back to learn from project 2.0, 1.0 and 2.0 and draft out everything to further improve the effectiveness for 3.0. That's your requirement as well. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Congratulations, Noreen Hanisa from Universiti Putra, Malaysia, for obtaining a funding of 3,000 ringgit for your project. Thank you, Noreen Hanisa, for sharing your project with us. Up next, using music to manage the long-term symptoms of COVID-19. Let us invite 𝗲𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗃 from Universiti Putra Malaysia, UPM, to present the project SingFit. Without further ado, 𝗲, the floor is yours.
A very good morning to all the judges and all the audience. My name is 𝗲𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗀 from Universiti Putra Malaysia. Here is our community project titled SingFit. Before I start my presentation, let me just introduce my team member. This project will be under guiding by our supervisor, Dr. Ang Mei Fong, and she is also our head of department. And I'm the team leader for this project, and Kelly is my assistant. And here is the member of our project. We are from Music Department, Universiti Malaysia. Why this project? As we all know, COVID-19 has affected over 1 million globally. Based on the study Greenhill in 2020, individuals with symptoms after recover from the COVID-19 refer themselves as long haulers as they experience longer COVID-19 symptoms. Here, I would like to share a story about this. Actually, I'm the one of the people with symptoms after recover from COVID-19. When I'm in the recovering period, I don't have enough lung power. It is hard for me to speak while wearing mask, and it is hard for me to do workout. So singing is the only way that I can start to practice and increase my lung capacity. Not only my true story, and also a lot of study prove that singing use a well-sustained breathing control, particularly seen in the former trance singer, especially when the control breath is used to hold long notes in singing or to sing continually musical phrases, that the breathing training might be used as a breathing instruction for people with lung problems. So that's the reason why we start this project. Our objective of this project is to build up happiness to the people who recover from COVID-19 disease, provide an alternative breathing exercise for them, reduce negative emotional or mental health caused by the disease, unite people through singing, and also raise awareness of the general public on post-COVID-19 management. Who's them? As I mentioned before, the community project is for the recovered COVID patient with long COVID symptoms. Our target of this project is maximum 40 people for the physical session and 100 people for the online session. Total 140 people will be benefit from this project. Not only the physical and online session, we will build up a website that plans to serve as a venue to curate the music material for community-based singing and for continuously lifelong learning. Expected project result. We are hoping that the recovered COVID-19 patient will be able to learn some breathing techniques and exercise through singing. There can be a platform is mainly provided for them to improve their breathing when they are slowly recovering from the disease. For instance, they will have improved their lung function and circulation to help them strengthen their immune system as well as better breathing control. Last but not least, through this program, the participants may also gain a better or improved mood through singing. Time frame. We will start this program on 3rd of July within a month for all the early preparation, music arrangement, and demo recording. Website will be also developed in this period. After this, we will start an early briefing before the online and physical session to make sure all the participants get all the information and detail of this project. Then comes to our online and physical section, which will be run 4 times within this date for the choir practice session and the rehabilitation exercise. After this, we will having final project recording session. Our team member will be helping all the participants for recording audio and video within a week. Then we will send all the file to the editor for helping us merge all the recording. Last, 23rd of October will be our final product presentation day. Budget. As I mentioned before, this project will be run in physical session and online session. So we are asking the budget for Zoom meeting room. And then for the sustainability, we are planning to build a website. So we are asking the budget for website development. This is not only for the design fee and also for 5 years maintenance fee, which means this website using the fund of this can help this website self-reliant for 5 years. For the final product, we are asking the budget for video editing and audio editing. To provide a good professional high video quality, we are asking the budget for buying webcam and cam holder. For the contingency, we are asking this budget for when we're facing some emergency purpose. For example, if the online session more than 100 people, we need more money to keep just like buying the subscription zone. So that's why we can continue this project. And the total amount budget for this project is 8,496 ringgit Malaysia. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for passing. This project makes me want to say, even though a lot of people say I shouldn't. So let us invite our judges to share their questions about this.
How do you publicize this program? How do you enroll people?
Sorry, I'm not hearing very clearly.
Can you hear me? How are you going to publicize, or how? Yeah, the site is as good as people really want to come in and use it, right?
Is that the question? Is that the question? Just how we find these people, right?
Okay.
Actually,
how do you enroll them and find them?
Actually, our department is collaborate with the hospital UPNM. So for the rehabilitation, so we will just like meet a lot of people that facing the long symptom with COVID-19. So I think this is not a big problem for us to finding these site people.
Is it proven that singing would help to overcome this the COVID challenge, the post-COVID challenge? Have you all tested it?
Actually, I'm the tester. Yeah, I'm one of the tester. Because I'm using because during that time I can't just like do a lot of workout, cannot swim, cannot run. So during that time I can't do anything. So the singing is only the way that I start to practice, and it looks a lot of improvement of my lung capacity after I try just singing in daily life. So I'm the one who it is a good thing that can help more people. So we are decided to do this community project for helping more people can just get through the symptom after COVID.
You are only one example. Do you have enough testimonial for that?
As my supervisor is one of the experts in this just like research, so she is using this the singing type for the others just like Parkinson people, and see a lot and the research proved that a lot of improvement for their breathing. So we are just putting this in the STEM study, and then hoping that this can help more people in our community project, because I think in this community is less project like this run through, because all of the government is just taking good care when people getting COVID. They need the medicine, they need a lot of help. But after this, I think it's less community for.
So your team, how do you come up with your team member? Is it kind of your coursework, then you guys gather to finish this coursework, or after you have started the website, who is going to run the website for the coming 5 years?
Actually, we are
her line is very bad.
Website development team. So
No,
the team
can
will help.
you repeat? We cannot hear you just now. Your line is lagging.
So yeah, we cooperate with the website development team. So the person will help us help us uploading the material in the future, not only for this community project, but if our previous community project and the future community project, we will upload all the materials in this website. So it will keeps going.
Who own the website and who will continue run the website?
We are asking the professional team to help us develop the website, and then we will learn how to just keep continuing.
No, I'm still asking how to maintain the website for long, you know, because you just started the website and then after some year you guys graduated, no one take care of the website. So what's the purpose of setting such a website?
Because when we are finding the quotation, we are asking for the maintenance fee already, just 5 years maintenance.
No, you still don't get me right. Starting a website is an easy job, but who want to run and own the website? It can be a business. It can be an ongoing business. Who is going to take care of the website for the coming 5 years? You can ask third party to do that and all that. And then we just initiated the project and you just stop it. You just stop there. You have not shown us the maintenance and the longevity of the project. How can we continue to make sure the project will continue be there 10 years from now? How can it grow? So I do not see the so-called the continuous development of the project.
The continuous is like that. Actually, I'm the first year student in the department. So when I graduate, we just we just continue passing for the senior and for the juniors coming in. So we are using this theory to make sure this project is not the when the final product is coming out, this is not the end of this community project. We will just keep passing it for the juniors and hoping that in the future that this project will keep going.
Xin, what song are you going to teach them? Chinese song, English song, or Malay song?
Our previous if like that, our previous this community project is teaching them a song that's right from our department. It is our student on arrangement. So this time we're also doing arrangement, but the song no come out yet. Is still in the arrangement. But based on the previous song, we are having 3 language in this song, which means got the English, got Chinese, and got Bahasa Malay in this song, in the song previous.
Okay, and also I noticed that all your community members are Chinese. Do you only have Chinese students in your faculty?
Actually, the most of the people in our faculty is Chinese. Yeah,
I'm sure they are Malay, they are Indian. So why don't you invite non-Chinese member to be in your committee as well?
I see. Okay, I will take note it and start inviting them because just most of us is just 90% is Chinese. Yeah.
90% in your faculty are Chinese.
Our department is Chinese. Music department is Chinese. 90%. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So for example, like for my batch, I got 10 classmates and only 1 Malay. Yeah. So this is the problem in our faculty.
Okay.
You can go beyond your faculty. Why should the members only come from your faculty?
That's right.
Sure, I will take note this one and discuss with my team member how we just get more people in our team member. Thank you for the advice.
One issue that I see here, you know, the money they're going to spend is spent in Zoom, in website, in video editing, even you have contingency. Okay, so you are basically you have not put in enough effort to save money. Okay, talking about Zoom, many people have Zoom account. They already paid for their Zoom account. You know, they'll be happy to lend you their Zoom account to use. So why should you go and spend this money? And also for the website design, the video editing, can't your student do it yourself? This one is supposed to be so-called, it's supposed to be handled by the student. If everything also you outsource to professional, so this is not a project by, you are only a coordinator. You are not a so-called people who make this project, right? You are only a coordinator, right? You pay all the, I think it's easy. I just pay these people to do the video, this one do edit, all those things, the website. Yeah, so I think this is not what we would like to see.
Because to be honest, this is for 100 people, because 140 people, and then we asking for the professional, not is just like we are all asking the professional, because to be honest, our faculty got the sound recording class and sound editing class, but our facility in here, it just can handle at least like 30 people to 20 people for that, because editing is need accessory, it's like more like advanced computer to help us to merge that. So it is hard for us. A student can be video editing, can do the audio editing, but we don't have the advanced computer, advanced program to help us run this one. So we are asking the professional.
No. I'm sure there are UPM student from maybe from the computer faculty or whatsoever can help you to do the job. Right? It's not necessary that you must do it within your faculty member. This is called resourcefulness. Okay, you must think out of the box, do your best, and do it for free if possible. I think don't just get the easy way out of, okay, get a professional to do it and just pay them money. Since this money is not from our own pocket, from my Starfish Foundation, whatever. Okay. Okay, Liming?
Thank you for the advices. I will just trying to discuss with the others.
Yeah, Liming? Okay, so give us a few minutes, we will come back to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, judges. So, hello, Kaising. How are you doing right now?
Yeah, just feeling relaxed. Yeah, it's a bit stressed for me.
So, I heard that you were Yes, Mr. Chang? Oh. All right. Okay, here we go again. So I heard that you were a recovered COVID-19 patient. What stage were you at the worst phase?
Sorry?
On what stage were you during when you had COVID last time?
Actually, I am a person with a lot of symptoms after with COVID. I feel like feeling very unwell, cannot eat, cannot sleep during the period. So yeah, and also singing is hard for me during that time. But when the recovering period, I can start singing and talking.
I see. I am fortunate enough to never got struck by COVID, so I never knew how it felt like. So can you describe it, how it feels for everyone who never felt it before?
Sorry, actually, I really cannot hear really clearly.
Okay. I am fortunate enough to never have been struck by COVID-19, so I never know how it feels like. So can you please share how it feels like so I can understand about your situation and other patients?
For me, before I tested positive, and just like for one day, I'm with no symptom, and then the symptom will just come slowly. At the first, you will just like coughing, and you just like do something like fever, and during that moment, and then when it get bad, when you wake up day by day, for example, when you in the day 3 or day 4, you start a bit hard to breathing and a bit hard to eat something because the throat is very pain during that time. So it will take I think takes 3 or 4 days, and you will feel like slowly recover after that. You can start to eat something, start to speaking. Yeah.
I see. So how about the long-term effects? How does it feel like?
For me, the lung capacity is the long-term effect for me, because I'm the one who like to run, who like to go outdoor activity before I get COVID. So when I get COVID, I just realized, my lung capacity dropped a lot, and then I cannot just like cannot run because you just run a bit and we just like, wow, it's hard to breathing. And then my heartbeat is unstable during that time, so my mother just stopped me for exercise. Yeah, so it's a bit hard for me after getting COVID. I cannot run for 3 months. Yeah.
I see. That must have been a very life-changing event.
Yeah.
All right. Our judges are back. Let us hear what they have to say.
Sure.
Okay, Kaishin, we agree with you. Definitely, a lot of people need so-called cure or remedy, yeah, to help them to overcome the challenge of COVID. So, if you were to advertise or to promote this event, I am sure, there will be a lot of people that will be interested to attend. Okay, you can actually make a business out of this. People pay a lot of money to see Chinese doctor, this and that, take this herbal tea or that ginseng, whatever, to solve the problem of post-COVID challenge. You can actually charge some money, okay, and provide the service. So when you charge some money, then you have a source of income, right? That is good enough to pay for your expenses. Okay, coming back to your expenses again. You see, the whole idea of Project for Happiness is not just giving money for students and help the community. Helping community, of course, is important, but what is even important is through the involvement of the student, through the support of the foundation, the student can actually learn, and also the student can learn in terms of problem solving, learn how to think out of the box, can communicate better, and in the same time provide a service to the community, right? So from your budget, we are not comfortable because this like asking for money, even for Zoom. I'm sure your parent or some of your members' parent or some friend, they would have Zoom account that you can use. So why should you ask for money to pay for the Zoom account? I mean, it's not a lot of money, I mean, it's not the money that we are stingy, we don't want to give you. But if I were you, I would not ask for this money. I will instead go and look for people who can help us or to share with us their Zoom account so that I can use it for free. So I can save up this money, right? Same thing for the website design, the video, all those things. Students, university students should be able to do it yourself without engaging outside professional help, right? If within your own faculty, you do not have the resources, go and talk to other people from engineering, from IT, or from other faculty, right? Or maybe even you can look for the lecturer, the IT lecturer, whoever, if the student do not have enough expertise, then they will have outside. Or maybe from the ex-student, the alumni, people already in the industry. Okay, UPM, there are so many alumni out there that can do this. So I think it's important that you all must be more resourceful, okay, and handle yourself all these things, right? And also we will encourage you to include non-Chinese member in your group as well. Yeah, not just Chinese students, because we would like to see. We would also like to promote so-called racial harmony, so diversification, right? So we can see students from different races can work together to make a difference. Yeah. So for your projects, we regret to say that we will not sponsor you, but we will encourage you to go ahead. Okay. Thank you for applying, and maybe try again next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for Kaising from Universiti Putra Malaysia for sharing your wonderful project with us. Coming next, did you know there are approximately 14,000 species of mushrooms identified in the world? To introduce a new crop into our Orang Asal's farming activities, let us invite Hazira Zulkarnain from Universiti Teknologi Malaya UiTM to present the project Startup to a Sustainable Mushroom Cultivation Project for Orang Asal. Without further ado, Hazira.
Okay, first of all, hello and good morning to the judges and everyone here today. I'm 𝗲𝗻𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, a representative from UiTM Cawangan Negeri Sembilan Campus Seremban 3. And today I will be presenting to you our project, which is Startup to a Sustainable Mushroom Cultivation Project for Orang Asli. As an introduction, here's the list of our team members. We are led by Adriana Shakirin, and the committee members are consist of me, 𝗲𝗻𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, Muhammad Mirza, Nuri Nabiha, and Khairunisa Putri. And the respective supervisor is Dr. Alice Shanti, Puan Nordiana, and Dr. A. Nalini. As the basic information of our project, the name of project is Startup to a Sustainable Mushroom Cultivation Project for Orang Asli, and it is the project implementation date is expected to be on July to November 2022. The location of project held is at Kampung 𝗪𝗪 in Negeri Sembilan, and the community that we are helping is Orang Asli in Kampung 𝗪𝗪. As the project area that we are focusing on is helping the underprivileged community. As the overview of background, Orang Asli living in Kampung 𝗪𝗪 is affected due to the pandemic COVID-19. Hence, many of the youth from this village have dropped out of school, as they do not possess the necessary tools and skill needed for online learning. Hence, we aim to reach out to these indigenous youngs and offer help to learn the sustainable living skills that could generate income for them. Hence, this is where the mushroom cultivation, which is a profitable business with a good with produce of fetching good returns in the market, and we aims to give them a good kickstart by showing them the ropes and help these Orang Asli youth for a kickstart in starting a career in farming. As the project objective, we consist of two main objectives. The first one is to start out a sustainable cultivation and marketing of oyster mushroom, and the second one is to improve the villagers' access to generating on-farm and off-farm activities in mushroom cultivation. Hence, the project beneficiaries is 10 people from 5 families with 2 members from each family and headed by Encik Rizan anak lelaki Tan Aqua. The key partners for this program is UiTM Cawangan Negeri Sembilan, Jabatan Kemajuan Orang Asli, and Pejabat Pertanian Negeri. As the expected project outcomes, the income from mushroom can supplement cash flow and providing first a safety net during critical times for these families to stop them from falling into greater poverty, and the second one a stepping stone activity to help make people less poor, and the third one to influence more families to join in future projects. And the second one is a more detail of what we'll get as an outcome from this project. Mushroom block is approximately 300 grams to 500 grams. It can produce harvest between 5 to 7 cycles. An example of calculation of mushroom yield, 0.5 kg, we multiply with 1,000 block and multiply with 10 ringgit per kg, and we will get 4,000 ringgit estimation per harvest. As I said, it has like 5 to 7 cycles. And as the activities and tasks, first we will go for tutor and advisor, briefing by lecturers from UiTM and also personnel from Department of Agriculture. And the second one is community engagement. We will connect and engage with trainees and Orang Asli in Kampung 𝗪𝗪. And the third one is mushroom inoculation, purchasing of raw materials and setting up of an inoculation space for the mushroom. And the fourth one is mushroom training. We will setting up a training for the participants to plan and care for the mushroom. The fifth one is harvest and packaging, training of proper harvesting and packaging techniques. And the last one, marketing strategies, briefing from on marketing strategies from Federal Agriculture Marketing Authority, FAMA. And as you can see, this is the project timeline. It was supposed to be on June, but we made it change into July recently. So on the first phase at 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., we will have all the community skills assessment, purchase of raw materials, and setting up mushroom training. And on the second phase, which is on July to September, 9 a.m. to 11 p.m., we will have the first and subsequent harvest, training on proper harvesting and packaging techniques, and lastly, briefing on marketing strategies. And on the last phase, October, which is 9 a.m. to 11 p.m., we will rounding out of project and preparation of report for sponsors. And the sustainability point of this project is, at first, it harvests in a short space of time. Hence, this makes it really effective for cultivators. And the second one is, after the first cycle of inoculation, harvest can last up to 6 months. Hence, this will benefit the community. And the third one is initial income to finance future mushroom planting for projects. So for future projects, we can take the income from this project to finance for any other future projects in terms of mushroom projects. And the last one is contributing to income generation for the whole Orang Asli income community in Kampung Tekeh Mentera. And this is an overview of our ongoing mushroom project with Orang Asli at Pulau Sabah, Melaka. This is an experimental project, as it only provides 200 blocks instead of the ones that we came up with the planning of mushroom project with Orang Asli at Negeri Sembilan. And the project was very successful, hence that's why we proposed for this bigger project at Negeri Sembilan. And the budget consists of mushroom blocks, 1,000, and we need 5 stand display shelf, 5 rolls of the black netting, 2 heavy-duty canopy, and lastly, payment for technical guidance and support from Jabatan Pertanian Negeri Sembilan. And the total is 5,235 ringgit. So that's all for me, Hazira Zulaika. Thank you for listening. We hope very much that this project will give impact to the community.
Thank you very much. Now I invite our judges to share the questions about your project. Please, judges.
Yeah, Liming, you can go first.
Yeah, Sina, what is the life cycle of the block? How many times can we use the block?
We can use the blocks to 7 cycles.
7 cycles. So after that, the block has to be discarded.
Yes.
Throw it. So they need to buy additional block.
We cannot use it anymore after the 7 cycles.
Okay. I don't know what's the finance outcome after the 7 cycle. Is it sustainable?
As I said before, we can have 4,000 ringgit for the first harvest, first cycle. So that from that, we can actually like have a bit of the income and to keep as the future income for the next project.
We have similar projects in the past. Okay, I'm not sure. I think it's from UiTM. So, okay. By the way, how do you get the idea of doing this mushroom?
Doing this mushroom project?
Yeah.
Okay, it came from our lecturer. The lecturer is the one that introduced us to this initiative, and she asked us if you are interested in committing to this project also. So many of us, the team members from different classes, contribute in also engage in this project, as we find it very interesting and very helpful to the community.
Okay. I'm not sure whether just now you have shown us your so-called your financial numbers. You know, how much income do you expect, and you know, less of expenses and all those things. Do you have the P&L?
The budget?
Yes, because this is a financial project, right? You know, it's an investment, and then you will hope to get return.
Is it this one?
This is what you need. This is what you need. Your investment, your expenses. How about income?
Income, the income. Okay, the income is. This is the part. This is the income that we will get.
How much? 4,000?
4,000 per
Per
harvest. I mean, for one block, it has like 5 to 7 cycles. And this is only per harvest. It means like one cycle. We haven't like calculated the full 5 to 7 cycles. We will get more than 4,000.
Okay, your 4,000, let me see. Okay, so 4,000 per harvest, you say that you can do 7 times, is that? So that means you will get 28,000 from this investment, am I right?
Yeah, approximately the minimum we will get 20,000 because it's 5 to 7 cycles. So we just calculate from the minimum cycles, which is 5. 20,000. Yeah.
20,000. Of course, you have to. Okay, every time. Let me see. Need the canopy, the netting, all those things can last. The shell. So that means every time you only need to invest into the mushroom block. So the mushroom block 1,000 times 250. That means 2,500. Right?
Yes.
2,500. If you get 4,000, meaning you will make 1,500.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yeah. Yes.
So 1,500. This is over how long period?
Period from 5 to 7 cycles. I think.
No. One cycle. How long is one cycle?
How long is one cycle? It took like it can last up to 6 months.
Sorry? No, one cycle. How long is one cycle?
How long is one cycle?
Yeah.
I think I have the infographic for that. Okay, this is the infographic for the for 4 weeks. 4 weeks.
4 weeks.
4 weeks.
1 month time for one cycle.
Yes.
Okay. So 1 month, one cycle, that means you will make 1,500 per month. Okay. How many people need to work to take care of this so-called project?
We have already in the estimated project 10 families, 2 members are from each family.
2 members from each family. That means 10 family. That means it'll be 20 people.
Yeah.
20 people managing this project or get involved in this project. Am I right?
Yes.
And
it's
every
like
month,
it's indigenous youngs. We only like okay.
No. Let me finish. You said 20 people get involved in the project, and every month you only make 1,500.
Actually,
That is like
block.
That's like one block is like we have 1,000 blocks, and which is like one block you only have 4,000 ringgit. One block's one harvest, we get 4,000 ringgit.
Okay, I tell you what is I think we need to know more, from the P&L perspective, right? That means what will be the monthly income and what will be the monthly so-called expenses and then the profit, and then divide by the number of the participants. Right?
Zira, from what Mr. Cheng has said, I think this is not a new project. You should have your previous project run by UiTM, and even Starfish, we have sponsored a few. So have you go and revisit all those projects and check on the sustainability, right? Initiating a project should be easy, but who is going to maintain and manage that, all the equipment? If we have started something, I have heard of all kind of projects. We give fish to all the orang kampung, but after the first harvest, kolam sudah ada, ikan semua tak ada. There's only one harvest. So how do you make sure that it become a recycle and all that, and the management and also the financial budgeting of projected income, projected expenses? There more work need to be done. What I would say, right? Maybe you need to go through all your project and make sure, because this is something like starting a business. You don't just start a business, but you don't calculate what is your money income, monthly expenses, berapa orang nak kongsi itu. So if you say 1,500, 100 orang kongsi, and they work for 1 month, they get 150, they must well work somewhere else.
Okay, all right. Okay, I understand. Okay. First of all, the spokesperson for this project is 𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, which is anak lelaki Tan Aqua, which is one of the elders at the Orang Asli community. So she will be in charge of this project. We will just help them by providing the funds and supervising them with the ropes of by providing them advices from the professionals in regarding on how to make this project works. And we're already in contact with 𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗀𝗀, and we just the role part of my role part is just to secure the budget and ensure this project for community rents.
Kalau tumpang macam tu, bukan you punya project.
This is our project, but we just like we go with the spokesperson 𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. We still communicate and we still help them.
In the project, you are getting the money. You become investor, and you use my Starfish punya money untuk invest.
No. Azura, if you go to see the bank, okay, you go to see the bank, you say that I want to borrow money from you. The bank will want to know, okay, the business that you invest, is it going to be profitable? If you cannot convince the bank that I borrow this money from you, I invest into this one, I can get this return, all those things, bank will not finance you. You know, so far you fail to explain to us the P&L, because this project is not like other community project that I spend the money, I don't expect a return. I mean, I just want to help the community. Okay, whereas project is a business project, because this money that made by them is going to sustain them and continue. If this cannot continue, not sustainable, then we better don't start.
Okay, sure.
No, just now you mentioned, they say that in 1 month you can get 4,000 ringgit. Am I right?
Yeah, from one harvest. One harvest.
Yes, one harvest is 4,000. But one harvest, your mushroom, the seedling or your whatever cost is 2,500. So that means 1 month you will make 1,500 ringgit. If 1,500 ringgit, if 10 family involved, each family got 2 person, so you have 20 people making sharing this 1,500. So one person only gets 75 ringgit.
I understand your point of view. Okay.
So basically what we mean is, you must come up with a number that feasible. They say that, oh, this one I can make profit. This one I can pay people. Otherwise, you invest so much money, at the end, nobody want to work, because, you know, I work 1 whole month. I only get 75 ringgit. Who want to participate in your program?
Okay, I understand. Probably I will go back with the team and build a more clearer understanding on the profiting and the way the money goes.
Yes. You see, Project for Happiness, although we give out free grant, okay, however, we want to make sure that the project is viable. So it's important for you, you know, it's important for you, you know, to convince us that your project is viable. Okay. So far, you can't convince me, because I think you also do not have the numbers.
All right. I will go over the numbers and
so I think
I just want to add on one last point. Now we already keep mentioning this is not new project to us, right? It's been done several times already. So what is important again, you see the whole objective, we are looking at the whole objective of why we are doing this again. Yeah. It's more than just helping these Orang Asli. So even if we want to help them, we want to make it a very sustainable effort. In other words, after this, what's next for them? What's the continuous activity? Are you going to make them more resourceful? Are Are you going to make them more independent? Are you going to make them more skillful? So we like this kind of objective, not just helping them to make money just per se. Helping them is okay, yeah, but it's more than that as well. So you want to look behind all this, all right? Greater contribution is the word that we use. Okay.
Okay, but I want to explain the purpose why we are engaging them in farming cultivation mushroom, because originally they only take odd jobs, like they just work so that they could get money to eat. So like
Aziza,
alright, okay.
we didn't say this is okay. This is just to help them. It's okay. But like you say, it's not a new project to us. All right. We want you to do something which is more. Can you look into something more? Yeah. In other words, we like it to be more interesting, more out of the box thinking, something longer that can grow further. Yeah, than just teaching them one particular area and that's it. Because it's not new to us. We already know this project. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, you resubmit your proposal. Yeah, give us the breakdown.
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, judges. Now let's allow our judges to enter the discussion room.
We have already made the decision.
Yeah, we already made
okay.
All right, okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Resubmit.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Hazira, for your wonderful project. Yeah, we hope to see your amendment in the upcoming opportunity. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us have an afternoon break before we continue with much more projects for happiness for our community. We'll see you later again at 2 p.m.
No, sorry. I mean, not
yes,
2 p.m. No, because we finished early. Can we start early? Now it's only 12:15. We are supposed. I think we are already ahead of time. So let's come back at 1:15.
1:15.
Yeah.
The participant informed.
Can you inform them so that we can start early? Because if you want to come back 2 p.m., then this is going to be almost 2 hours break.
Today is Friday, so they have to go to Sembayang.
Okay. Okay, so if that is the case, then we come back at 2 p.m. Okay, thanks.
All right, see you then.
Thank you very much. See you later.
Thank you. See you. Bye.
OK， 我的孩子叫𝗵𝗍𝘁，是个男孩，他得了这个脑瘤，在7岁的时候。
My name is Angela Hijas. I'm an Australian. I've lived in Malaysia for the last almost 50 years, and this is home. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2007. That shows how old I am. I'm in the wrong century. In 2007.
OK， 我叫秋妹，然后我就是一个普通人，我没有讲特别的健康，可是我没有讲特别的不健康。我平时就是会注重饮食，好像说我就尽量吃多一点蔬菜之类的，然后那种肉类之类的就比较少吃，可是不是说完全不吃，然后就是这样而已咯，然后也没有什么特别的不良嗜好，就是蛮普通的一个人啊，
I was quite shocked to learn I had cancer, and I should have realized beforehand.
记得我去冲凉的时候，我就摸到一块硬块在这边。以前我第一个女儿的时候，我喂奶的时候，有时他们说的石头奶啊，就是你的奶没有出完来你会有这样的症状的嘛。然后我就摸看，可是我那时候是没有喂奶，我讲怎么有一块这样的东西的？那我就谷歌了，我讲谷歌是什么？那谷歌全部出来的answer是 cancer。然后我就有一点吓到，我想这样啊，就不要想这样多啊，反正我过2个礼拜我都会去看我的妇产科。
Even though I'm educated and I thought I was aware, I wasn't aware enough to have checked myself, and it developed not that far, but I was diagnosed with stage 2 once I'd had surgery because it had gone into the lymph nodes.
状况就是他头痛，他大概是从2个小时或者是几个小时先，甚至于可能之前就是1、2天，他就有头痛一次，1、2天就头痛一次。这样对我们讲，我们也不知道是什么，以为是可能不够睡啊之类这样子。
就是很密啦。
很密啦，就是很密。这样也就去看了一些 clinic 之类这样子的。
我是记得那时候当下我是没有反应的，我直到见完医生过后，我上到车，然后我就哭了，在那边哭。那天我讲我怎么办？我孩子，那时候我大女儿才1岁多，然后我这个孩子还在里面，我还没有看到他，然后我就要这样，那时候我一直哭，我讲36年来的眼泪一直哭完了。
When I started having treatment, survival was my main goal.
其实整个过程看着孩子这么辛苦，我们就是想要怎么样跟他解决他的辛苦。那么这小朋友也是不懂事，他因为太小还是不懂事。那么就只知道会照顾他，这样他也相当信任我们这样子，也没有问为什么会这样，为什么会那样。
医生有讲过，假如他一醒来，他会教你就是 OK 了啦。我们在等那时刻，那个时刻是非常纠结的啦，因为他会不会再叫爸爸，会不会叫妈妈呢？那个等待是非常。反正现在想也是很深刻的。
其实那时候整个主要的那个过程，我就是没有想这样多，我就想 OK 了，因为我不想要想太多负面的东西。我是说，我就是想着 whatever I can control, then I will do what I can control. 然后我不能 control 的 I just leave it.
I was very much a loner in getting the treatment. I've always been independent, and I didn't want to impose myself on other family members. I went for all my appointments and treatments on my own and managed, but I realised that that's not always the best thing to do. I think it does help because it's such an emotional diagnosis, you may not fully understand what you're being told and what you're being advised. So sometimes it's better to have a companion, someone who takes track of what the doctor actually said, because you can be emotional about the way you hear this, but you don't hear that.
最重要的就是那个心境你就是要 positive 咯，你就是不要完全不要想太多，然后就吃得健康，然后就要开心，最重要是开心。因为我是真的很幸运，因为我的家人，然后我老公全部都很 supportive 啊。然后那时候虽然是 MCO 期间，然后我的家人都会陆陆续续来看，我觉得那个很重要，这个，因为他们跟你聊天，然后他们就只陪在你身边，然后你就觉得你反正你也是一个普通人啊。
这些过程里面，必然我们学到很多东西。每一个病人，癌症病人，是一个不同的个案，每一个人的病情都是不一样的，每一个人的病因也是不一样的，所以我们都必须我相信所有所谓陪跑的人，照顾他人都要重新学习的，因为每一个人都是不一样的嘛。这样无形中很自然的我们会学到很多，在这个过程学到的东西。
我觉得可能是冷静跟 听吧，听多一点这样子。当遇到什么事情的时候，你的 sharing， 你跟人家讲，不是 share 给他，是你跟人家 share 你这个东西过后，人家给你的 input， 给你不同的意见，这个是很重要的咯。包括你要怎么样跟他治疗也是很重要的咯。
一直问这个问题，讲周末是我还这样年轻，周末是我一开始串的时候就是一直想周末是我，过后我就是慢慢调整我的想法，就是说如果说这个家庭里面真的是要有一个人患癌的话，这样我会选，还好他选我，因为 at least 我比较正面，我比较开朗啊，因为我平时我性格就是很开朗啊，然后我就比较开朗，然后我也比较大胆啊，比较勇敢啊，这样 at least 他选我的话，这样那个 outcome 会比较好吧，我就这样唯有自己安慰自己啊，这样好过，与其我中好过我家人中啊，这样我甘愿是那个是我了，我不要我家人啊，这样我就一直这样想着这个，然后我就觉得我这样我就觉得好过了，帮家人挡一刀。
当然我们理解，当你得到这个病的时候，会带来身边人很紧张，很自然嘛。因为到目前来讲，医学上它还有必定的风险。你要痊愈，要医好这个病，是要经过一个很困难的一个阶段，这是事实来的。当周边的人、旁边人知道这件事情的时候，都会替你紧张的。
就有想法，就跟这些正在抗战的勇士们，就是好像我这样其中一个，就不要怕它，因为很多人以为癌症就是死亡，可是它不是一个death sentence， 它就是让你觉得，让你的人生观有一点改变。所以以前你不会觉得死亡靠着你很近，当你患癌过后，你会觉得你真的很接近死亡。当你接近死亡的时候，你就会觉得你人生开始有一点调整了。以前你可能很注重某些东西，过后你会注重别，与其你一直看着人身边人啊，谁癌症死亡啊，不如你看一下谁身边，他以前患癌，现在嘛是好好的，就是一直要看往好的方面去看，这样你的心境就会觉得你是有希望的。
If you've never had any family cancers, if you've never had any friends experience cancer, then you are rare. It's a rare condition because it's becoming increasingly common. But if you haven't had any experience, and because our environment is changing so much, the expectation that at some point in your life you will encounter friends who have cancer, family who have cancerous conditions, or even for yourself. I think bear in mind just take care, take note of any changes in your body. Don't take it for granted that it won't happen to you, because it could. It could happen to someone very close to you.
10年了咯，就是刚才讲嘛，他7岁。发生这个病嘛，今年17岁了，也很欣慰咯，还能够挨过这10年。那么现在看起来他非常健康哦，还没有 pandemic 的时候他很活跃，我们也很鼓励他运动哦。那么他就喜欢上这个3项铁人 Triathlon， 他参加这个活动有7、8年，他都很积极咯。我们都知道这个运动是一个非常艰苦的啦，因为它要3项嘛，所以它不只是辛苦，它还要有毅力啦，然后时间要很多啦，因为3种不同的训练嘛。这几年他玩下来成绩也不错啦，有一些表现啊，一些成就啊。但重要，他常常讲了，并不是那个奖牌啊，最重要是他的过程。他有参加活动，他对身体有自信，因为他是运动员嘛。因为他曾经是一个很弱的一个人，今天我是一个这样的第2种，一个不同的人，这样我觉得对他生活一定有影响，他有自信了。
哎呀，噔噔噔噔，这个小孩子要上镜啦！哎呀，这个就是我的小勇士了，这个是真的。我怀孕他26个礼拜的时候，我就发现有那个肿瘤，然后也是因为他，然后我就会 就让我有那个奋斗的精神，因为我不是一个人啊，他是在肚子里面跟我一起作战。那时候我生他出来过后，我是有一点失落的，因为我觉得现在好像变回一个人在那边抗战了。可是回到家我就想，他不用在我肚子里面每天给药物这样之类的，然后我就也是 OK 了。看到他笑我就觉得也是很开心了。那个哎呦。
Now we have so many more treatments. I'm amazed by the technology and by the expertise of doctors to treat. It's not something you should be frightened of if you catch it early. It's a life-altering experience, yes, but it can be much for the better in the long run. You take note of it, you're aware of it, you do something.
I am a cancer survivor. I was diagnosed with adenoid cystic carcinoma 9 years ago in 2010.
I'm an ovarian cancer patient. 2010, I was diagnosed.
I'm 80 years old now, and I'm a prostate cancer survivor.
I'm 29 years old. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2015, in February 16th, February 16th, 2015, I was diagnosed with stage 2 breast cancer.
I was first diagnosed with cancer in early 2017.
6年前呢，就发现到Alan 他有癌症的。
我有胃癌第4期。
不管你相不相信都好，癌症不止在马来西亚，在全世界已经变成一个很普遍的疾病。癌症对我的人生的打击很大，因为我的外婆就是癌症去世的。
我当初一知道的时候，我心情一下子就是安静下来，然后我就想，为什么是我？
It was a devastating experience. I felt in total despair, totally lost, didn't know where to go for help.
And when the pathology report came after my mastectomy, my whole world fell apart.
Well, I was quite young when I had my cancer diagnosed. I was really shocked when I actually got to know the news because I've never met anyone my age at that point of time that had cancer.
我不懂我这个做朋友的我可以帮上什么忙这样子。
I wanted to fight this disease. From there, I decided that yes, there is hope for me, and if I go through this treatment, I will continue to live life.
I had the luxury of going through treatment and having like free medications pumped into me just to reduce all of my side effects. If I speak to patients that have gone through treatment 10 years ago, I noticed that treatments are very different from mine. If it weren't for cancer research, we wouldn't have developed the medications that we have now, the treatments that we have now.
Cancer research is very important because when you have people to find out all this, you can find out what is the actual problem with you.
I'm glad that there is this Cancer Research Malaysia, who's always doing research to find cures.
Without research, there's no medical advancement. Like 40 years ago, out of 4 cancer patients, 1 would survive. But because of research, today, out of 2 patients, 1 will survive. So it's thanks to research that less people are suffering. What if 40 years from now, because of your support, because of our support, cancer can be cured?
Join the fight against cancer.
So join the fight against cancer.
Check out Cancer Research Malaysia. Support them. They need all the support that they can get.
Join the fight against cancer and share this video.
of these schools. Talking about sustainability, you cannot give these children a curriculum that is a copy-paste from another country. You have to have a curriculum that's designed for them and for their specific needs. So in this school, we do sewing. Someone donated sewing machines, and we had a teacher who was a tailor before. So the children did lots of sewing projects. They even did a program with UMS, last year or the year before, and their items were sold in a Labuan fair, I think it was. And then the other things we do, of course, is cooking. And now this year, 2020, we were fortunate to get a grant from Yayasan Hasana to start an agriculture project, a model vegetable farm. So 3 of my schools have started this, one here, one in Kalabakan, and one in Kinaru.
Hello everyone, I am Aisha.
Hi everyone, I'm Bisha.
Hi, I'm Xiaoyu.
Hi guys, my name is Jun.
Hi, my name is Anud. Nice to meet you.
Hi everyone, I'm Shiji. You can call me Fiona.
Hi, I'm Bini.
Hi everyone, my name is Fatiha, and you guys can call me Tia. Nice to meet you.
Hello everyone, I am Mat Ray.
Hi, my name is 𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗻𝗂𝗋𝗄𝗻. You can call me Shah.
Hi everyone, greetings to all of you. You can call me Naifa.
Hi everyone, I'm Adlin.
Hi, my name is Jannah.
Hi everyone, hello, Assalamualaikum. I'm Aina.
Hi, I'm Fana.
Yeah.
Ma, me, mi, mo, me, mo.
Where is bawang putih? And why are those clothes still dirty?
Where is bawang putih? Why are those clothes still dirty?
Foolish husband. Do you think I really love you? I only love your wealth. Putih? Putih?
What happened, Mother?
Where were you? I have been calling for you so many times. Are you deaf?
I am sorry, Mother.
Good. Now go wash the clothes in the river.
This husband, you think I really love you? I only love your will. Putih! Putih! What happened, Mother? Where are you? I have been calling for you so many times. Are you deaf? I am sorry, Mother. Good. Now go wash the clothes at the river. Oh, Your Highness, what is your procedure? Are you perhaps here to marry my pretty daughter?
Yes, right. I do want to marry your daughter.
Really? Is this true? You want to marry my pretty daughter, Your Highness?
Yes, I do indeed want to marry your daughter, Bawang Putih.
Bawang Putih? Why? You should choose me our Bawang Putih. She is very inferior, unlike me. I am obedient and loyal, and she is ugly.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are right. You are indeed beautiful, sweet,
you, baby.
I feel very happy.
Woo! This is a best memory for me.
How do you feel?
I am feel so happy.
Yeah.
I am grateful to be here. And this story is really cool.
How do you feel?
I feel so happy. Putra, come here and clean the living room.
Putra, come here and clean the living room.
Investment in agriculture
are the best weapons
against hunger and poverty.
Also, they have
made life better
for billions of people.
Moreover,
do good for others.
Because it might
Come back
in an unexpected ways.
Help someone,
not for the reward,
but for the sake of
challenging life.
To become
a better one.
Lastly,
there is more happiness
in giving
than in receiving.
basically a dance in which you welcome people in an event or a ceremony.
Down here, Putih. I am your mother. I have turned into a fish.
Whose voice is that? It is so wonderful. We need to find the voice.
Putih, oh Putih, what are you doing? Go and wash these clothes.
I am your mother, Putih. I have changed into a fish.
What? Whose voice is that? It is so meaningless. You need to find the voice. You are the one. Today, will you marry me?
Diversity raised me. I have Chinese friend wearing baju kurung.
Diversity raised me to accept my identity as a Malaysian.
As I look at the faces around me, I have friends from different race, religion, and culture. Diversity raised me. I have listened to many languages from Indian friends wearing sari and Malay friends wearing tongsang. But food, faith, and love is what connects us. Diversity raised me to accept my identity as a Malaysian.
Raised me to accept my identity as a Malaysian.
Diversity raised me. I have listened to many languages. I am familiar with Malay, Chinese, and Indian. We communicate and celebrate through food and pictures.
Now, let us watch these short videos of our activities.
Now we are at Dr. Renda's clinic, so we are going to future and vaccine the kids that we taken before.
Betina kan? Dia datang semua.
Hello, Assalamualaikum. Nama saya Mirza. Saya nak tunjuk yang saya ada satu pelampung ni dibuat daripada kertas. Okay, saya tukar ni kepada shuriken ataupun ninja star. Okay, cara mudah saja, cuma tolak ke tengah. Okay, tolak je. Agak susah juga. Tengok. Okay, besar juga yang saya buat. Okay, ini saja saya tunjuk. Okay, bye.
Kita semua manis. Leo. Kita saja. Kita.
Hello guys, nama saya 𝗲𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. Saya student KKTF. Saya dah join program Innate Test bersama KKTF, iaitu saya buat satu origami dan saya dapat makanan, snack ni. So, kepada semua yang nak join, boleh datang bilik MKP untuk join benda ni.
Okay, hi, saya Hana. First time dapat assign pasal origami ni memang happy gila sebab memang minat origami. Memang try buat. Okay, first saya buat yang memang senang ni. And next saya tengok video yang ada letters bagi tu. Saya try ada buat dan writer ni memang susah and ambil masa juga, tapi gaya juga buat. Alhamdulillah memang happy lah sebab kita orang duduk sini kan, tak ada apa sangat, semua tak banyak macam nak contribute sangat. So bila buat ni macam kita pun sambil kita macam semasa rapam, kita pun sambil tu dapat juga something sebab bila kita buat ni kita sudah bagi kita orang macam something hadiah kan. So macam happy lah. Thank you.
Share happiness. So I've made this kind of handicraft from the stuff and I feel so happy. And after that, as a reward, I received some snakes for return, and I feel so happy for that. I hope everyone can join this kind of program. We can share happiness to everyone, and then stay safe and thumbs up.
Share happiness with handicraft.
My name is Bobby Rose, and welcome to first session of music painting. Before we start, kita nak encourage semua orang main music sekali.
Let it go, can't hold it back anymore.
Papa.
These thoughts are so hard to hide the look.
Jika engkau dan dia datang.
Sayonara, arigato, koe no. Don't let them in, don't let them see. In the cooker, you always have to. Call out of day, we are flame in the wind of the fire we began. Ayah tercinta.
谢谢你们创造这本为我们的这本书，给我们有意义，给我们有美好的回忆。
谢谢你们复印本书给我，内容很美，我看到很满意，真的谢谢你们啊！
感谢第大师出版这本书给我，
留意美好的
过去。
非常感恩你们。
感谢首尔大学，感谢 Starfish Team Starfish Technician 为我们做这本书，这本书对我们本身很有意义使到我们以前所做的东西故事全部可以流传下去，很感激，很衷心的感谢你们，谢谢你们
各位好，我是孝心老人院院长。我想感谢首尔大学，感谢 Team Starfish Technician 为我们的老人院所做的，我非常感恩。我看到这本书，我也非常觉得有意义，很有意思，所以我很感恩，感谢你们，谢谢。
Hey, I'm 𝗤𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀, the project leader of Theraplay. We are a team of 6 landscape architecture students from Universiti Teknologi Malaysia who are passionate about social impact and wish to contribute our knowledge back to society. Therefore, we decided to build a therapeutic landscape for the special needs children in Johor Bahru as they are having limited equipment and instruments for learning, lack of physical activities and access to vocational training. We wish to provide them with an outdoor play environment that can improve their psychomotor skills. Meanwhile, we did some awareness events about the relationship between landscape and special needs children. We held a crowdfunding webinar entitled Therapeutic Landscape for Special Needs Children and also a roadshow to introduce our project to the public. We are happy to impact a total of 123 people and directly create a long-term impact on the 20 special needs children.
To be part of a wonderful project like this, I don't think I'll be able to forget it, and I definitely received more joy than I ever gave. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Sangat cantik yang macam natural environment so kanak-kanak buat itu tu sangat happy great job.
I feel glad to have Theraplay as part of my long life journey. Joining this team provides me a platform for team working experience and also exposes me to new things. Although sometimes things might get frustrating, but I still enjoyed it and learned a lot from here. Yeah, thank you.
Pokok mandilah pokok, mandilah. Dah, terima kasih kakak buat tempat ni cantik. Saya ucapkan terima kasih atas buat benda-benda yang macam gini, budak-budak happy. Tak pernah lah orang datang buat macam gini semua kan. Bila tengok je budak-budak excited. Budak happy sangat tengok kawasan. Pernah ada macam gini, tak ada orang buat macam gini. Jadi bila diorang tengok, diorang excited dengan pokok-pokok bunga, dengan kehijau-hijauan ni semua, diorang sangat happy. Jadi saya ucapkan terima kasih lah untuk ni pilih tempat kami untuk nak buat macam gini landscape kan.
To me, the best part of happiness is making others happy.
works on an extraction rate water, so the productivity will grow, but the pricing starts to look. And if you look at it in simple terms, what he sells it for, less the cost equals profit. And there's a few facts. They are good sustainable farmers. Small landholders are by far already the best sustainable farmers. If we improve their yields, we actually won't need more land. The challenges though, this is the challenges that we're seeing.
So, the soil, round, big, okay, so now we need to there, so it's okay, so now we put the waste side. It's not possible, and we use all the steam, all the way. Just like this. So, it's the lazy layer, soil, round, and big. Okay, so it's a new way until past layer of soil. Okay, so like this, we find up to that.
Getting powder version, solid version, and then liquid version, right? So we get
Assalamualaikum and hi everyone. My name is Ilham, project leader for Green Lantern Project 2021. I'm on behalf of my team who would like to thank Starfish Foundation for giving us opportunity to run our project for this year. We were very glad because our project managed to get support from our target school, which is from SMK Complex KLA and SMK Teluk Dato'. With the total student more than 500 students, we believe we had achieved our goals, which is distributing knowledge about environmental care. What more surprising is, after we finish our project, we also get some invitation from another school to run this project for their students. And that's one of the proof that our project had made a successful mission. Thank you for all the guidelines that you have been sharing for us to run our project. Just all from me, thank you.
Dari program ni, saya dapat belajar tentang cara-cara untuk membuat sabun. Selain itu, saya dapat belajar untuk menggunakan bahan-bahan yang boleh dikita semula seperti minyak yang telah digunakan. Oleh itu, kita tidak akan membazir dan dapat menjaga alam sekitar. And lastly, program ni dapat memberi kesedaran kepada kita tentang pentingnya perlindungan alam sekitar dan cara untuk mengatasinya.
Terima kasih, Mami Labs.
Hi everyone, without further ado, I would like to introduce my great team. First is the only man in our group is Muhammad Arif Izzuddin bin Zakaria, who is in charge in multimedia. And next is 𝗛𝗲𝗶𝗀𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗃 who is in charge in online content creator, and last but not least is Izzaria Alia binti Azalah, who is in charge in marketing.
Why is this project happening? Frankly speaking, this website construction project is to be used as a platform to provide practical knowledge to the Muslim community before TIP. This is because the divorce process can be managed independently. This project aims to equip legal knowledge among Muslim community about their marital status and their rights before and after the divorce process.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. Saya Farhana, peguam syar'i yang bertugaslah untuk petang ni.
Macam saya ni ada masalah rumah tangga. Ini masalah rumah tangga apa?
I believe that this project is able to provide 1001 benefits to the community out there, and this also gives merit to the students involved in this project where they can hone their social skill and they can help them during the workplace in the future.
Hey, I learned a lot through workshop provided by the King Starfish, especially how to manage the social media which benefit me the most. Thank you King Starfish. Sarang hey.
Understanding the culture of various races in Malaysia has always been a daunting task due to the lack of cultural resources. Therefore, to take down the invisible wall between us, Puisi Nilai-Nilai Malaysia or Virtues of Malaysia brings a platform for Malaysians to share their cultural beauty using our national language. This project is led by a 5-man team. Amin, Martha, Najiha, Sarah, and Ideal. Together, we have successfully gathered 123 poems from 66 poets of different races and from different places that displays the dances, outfits, activities, traits, delicacies, stories, and many more from the culture. We begin with an initial 2-week call of poems on 16 August across several social media platforms that had attracted 101 registrations from multiple races and ethnicities. Next, on 3rd of September, we conducted a poem rating workshop led by the Putipal Award Malaysian poet 𝗪𝗪𝗪 Razi based on his 2018 book Sains Menulis Puisi or The Science of Writing Poetry. Afterwards, the writers are given some weeks to polish their work before the editing by our in-team editor and professional editors. Next, the poems are compiled and published physically and digitally. Over 1,000 of books were printed. Each of 507 rural libraries registered under Perpustakaan Negara Malaysia were given 2 copies of the books. For people who are interested to read the poems, the ebook is free and open for everyone to access. Scan the QR code or head to the link shown. We would like to thank My Starfish Foundation, Eagle Navigator, Terjemahan Amino, and Angkatan Sastrawan Indrapolis for making this project successful.
Know Your Voice is an initiative to break communication barriers, deaf stereotypes, and normalize Malaysian Sign Language to youth with an objective that at least a member in each family understands, acknowledges, and knows the basic Malaysian Sign Language.
Sebelum kita mula berinteraksi, sebab biasanya seperti pepatah Melayu yang biasa kita dengar, tak kenal maka tak cinta.
Congratulate you. We will support your program. I think what we judges know is that your empathy, for a group of disadvantaged people and not only that, to do something about it. So that is highly commendable. Yeah.
However, we encountered a huge obstacle that we were advised by a deaf non-profit organization that hearing people ought not to teach others. This is because it was considered as a part of their identity. Hence, we went for consultation, thus collaborated with the Malaysian Federation of the Deaf. Event was conducted on 23rd October 2021 from 9 a.m. until 1 p.m. where we had a special guest appearance from the Asal Foundation, Miss Astrid Rahulina from Indonesia.
Kita dapat bersama-sama hadir pada pagi ini bagi meraihkan majlis perasmian projek Know Your Voice dan Bengkel Bahasa Isyarat Malaysia 2021.
Rata-rata kita tidak boleh untuk menterjemah secara terus ya perkataan-perkataan atau isyarat-isyarat ini dalam bahasa yang tertentu. Contohnya lah saya ambil ayat ya, jalan-jalan makan angin, kita nak ubahkan kepada bahasa Inggeris, boleh tak? Kalau saya tukarkan ya kepada ayat walk eat air. Ini sebab saya ambil direct translation dari bahasa Melayu ke bahasa Inggeris, tapi tak boleh, memang tak boleh ya.
Then followed by the launching of the website where we highlight about the deaf community, the project and our mission to get the communication barriers. BIM workshop has conducted where 169 participants from 7 universities allocated into 9 small groups with each deaf tutor. Each group has approximate 10 to 15 students for more personalized and interactive session with experienced deaf tutors of MFD. We interviewed, published an article and video on the website as well as on social media for more coverage and awareness to the society about the deaf businesses. Project Know Your Voice garnered international attention and won CU Icon 2021 and attracted the interest from Indonesian banking schools, undergraduates and lecturers. Top 10 from 900 nominees across Asia, nominated and picked by 5 high-profile juries for Know Your Voice project for Monster Awards 2021. Written in the application about my Starfish Foundation funding, impact on the project and networked with high-profile juries explaining about the project flow.
From Malaysia. 𝗪𝗀𝗻𝗃 is working with deaf people in Malaysia. Apparently, there is no universal language, sign language for deaf people in the world. So 𝗪𝗀𝗃 is teaching young Malaysians to learn Malaysian Sign Language to give voice to those people who don't have it. Young women, I find you truly inspirational. I wish you the best of luck. I think what you're doing is great. The courses that you have chosen for yourself, that you're passionate about, are truly important for humanity.
If you manage to kickstart this, look for ASEAN Foundation. We can endorse it for you. Yeah, because it's a good initiative. Okay, thank you. All the best.
We also managed to fundraise 513 ringgit to 𝗪𝗪𝗃𝗃 Jaya, a deaf children's school under MFD, through the workshop web. Workshop participants paid RM3 ringgit each. Know Your Voice, the generation to break communication barriers, voice for the voiceless. Thank you.
My name is Johnson S. Lopez.
My name is Lindsay Crookshanks.
My name is Leon Jong Tak.
Hi, I'm Suraya.
Hi, nama saya Tasha.
我是朱莉。
我是脾气怪郭宝珠。
我叫一心，我是还读着大学。
Okay, ready? Try once more. Breathe in. Hold, and then hiss.
Merry ding 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 dong. My name is Loku. Now hold. We are happy. We are singing.
It's so nice to have you back where you belong.
Together and go.
So very good. I really enjoy program ni daripada UPM. Saya harap boleh berjumpa lagi tim-tim yang sama atau mungkin tim yang lain untuk masa akan datang.
People very many tearing, how must we go on? Leaving tiring hours passing, seems like all is gone. But don't lose hope, we fight to stay.
I would say it's really it's a good initiative to get people from different backgrounds to come together to sing, to make music. Okay.
感谢这个Kind Starfish Foundation 的资助，还有呢就是你们 music for community 这个 UPM 的团队，非常感谢你们。
So thank you everyone once again. Bye.
Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the first judging session of Projects for Happiness, where undergraduates from universities across Malaysia will present their community projects to apply for maximum funding of 10,000 ringgit. Here at Projects for Happiness, we believe your action changes the world. To continue with the upcoming project, Sungai Sugud in Penampang, Sabah often spills over when it rains and floods the nearby villages. To entrap ways for mitigating flood, let us invite Muhammad 𝗛𝗽𝗶𝗲𝗰𝘁𝘀𝘀 from Universiti Malaysia Sabah to present their project 𝗠𝗏, Sugud Waste Inundation Management. 𝗛𝗽𝗏𝗀𝗃, the floor is yours.
I cannot share screen. Okay. Okay, Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon to all our honorable judges and fellow viewers. My name is 𝗛𝗽𝗏𝗀𝗃𝗏 and my project is 𝗠𝗏, Sugud Waste Inundation Management. Inundation means too much of something, and in Sugud River, they have too much of natural waste. Okay, so let's get to the same page first. As we know, floods can happen in many ways. Usually, the soil is like on the left, which is unsaturated soil. And then when it rains, it gets saturated, but when there is no good waterway system to let the water flow away from the area, then the soil will be flooded. This is, let's call this a type 1 flood. Moving on, from this figure, this is what I meant by having a slope gradation of the soil so that the water can flow towards any waterway systems. In Kampung Sugud, this is the case. They have a good gradation, which allows rainwater to flow towards the river. But as you can see, there's a term runoff where it means that water will always fall from rainfall. And then as it travels towards the waterway, it will bring along small to intermediate waste such as soil and tree branches. So these tree branches will often get clogged, they will clog the river of Sugud, and this is what we are trying to mitigate. So this is a photo from the Star during last year's flood, where, but actually, as the article said, how it looks every time it rains in Sugud. So even casual rains, not heavy rain, the river can get clogged due to tree branches or any waste from the trees, from the natural waste. They can cause the river to clog and cause a type 1 flood. So in the past, this is a Klang River. This is how they manage their waste by having like a bridge structure where people can access and pick up all the waste on the river. For 𝗠𝗏, we are planning to build something like this, a waste entrapment made out of steel. And this is a simplified sketch. It will be tightened by cable wires and pulleys on each side, hoping that it will solve the problem. This is the Sugud area in Penampang, Sabah. And we will be building 2 stations in that location because from what I have seen, there are 2 possible places where the river can get clogged, which is both of them is at the bridges. So the project of the impact of our project and its beneficiaries is 3,000 packs, which was given to me verbally by the head of village via the last census they made. And then it consists of many labor force such as policemen, policewomen, teachers, and many others. So this is a news cutlet from last year where they gave money aid to 1/3 of the residents, or a total of 937 residents. But these 937 victims were the ones that had lost their houses, their cars, but in terms of how many were affected by the flood, all of the residents in Kampung Sugud was affected. Prevention is better than cure. We would not need to lend a helping hand if we were to lend it earlier, before any houses has been devastated, before their cars become total loss, before any lives are lost. With this small project, we hope to reduce the occurrences of floods in Kampung Sugud. And then our expected project results, but we hope to reduce flood risks, which are due to clogged rivers. And then we want to protect the villages' properties from flood. And then we want to nurture the villages with flood mitigation is not the responsibility of only one party, but it is the responsibility of many. And then we want to improve the health risks due to flood for Kampung Sugud's residents, and we want to improve the air and water quality in Sugud village. So for the time frame of our project, we need 10 days to execute this project. The first day we will be procuring material, and then 18 to 19, 22, and 23, we will be fabricating the entrapment. We will do the welding and painting, and then 24 to 25th of August, we will be constructing the station, and then 26 and 29 of August, we will be installing the finished fabricated entrapment device, and then 30th of August, we will be testing the entrapment device. This is our budget. We need 8 pulleys, 13 stainless steel circular hollow bar as the steel pole to hold the pulleys, and then 2 cable wires, 2 rolls of high tension cable steel wires, 5 mild steel wire mesh, 8 cable roller, 5 cement bags, 10 welding rods, 4 steel 22 teeth steel broom, 2 buckets of anti-rust paint for metal, and 5 cans of heavy-duty grease. And lastly, this is my team members, which consists of me as the leader, and then Justin Horin Jr., Richie Antonio Solo, Vanessa Joyce Andrew, Ruzaiti Azni, Carvinton Kalai Shelburne, Hanin Nuha, Jasmina Bazla, Jocelyn George, and lastly, Deborah Ruran. That is all from me.
Okay, thank you very much. Always entrapment to prevent flood. Let's see what questions did our judges got. Please, judges.
Okay, Anik.
Yes, hello.
A very noble act to prevent floods. However, when I look at your budget, you're only asking for 5,000 plus. Government spend millions and millions, right, to prevent floods. So I just wonder, with this 5,000 investment, is it good enough to prevent flood or to solve the flood problem? I mean, if it can be solved using so little money, I think something is not right.
Okay, so if we were given a bigger budget, meaning that we can go wild with our imagination, like countries abroad, they have this machine called interceptor, where it works the same way as how in Klang River, how they mitigate waste in Klang River, which is they intercept the waste on the river. So actually, this entrapment is basically an interceptor as well, except it is not automatic. It needs to be manually maneuvered so that it can be cleared. And yeah, and I am a student of civil engineering, and I think those are the latest materials. It's from the latest materials catalogs.
Okay, so other judges, any questions?
Yeah, hi, Anik, this is Raza. Thank you for your presentation. I agree with, I share the same sentiment as PK, really noble, but I'm just concerned when I saw the budget, sikitnya, I'm not going to question too much about the technicalities. I guess being a student in engineer, you have already figured out the technicalities of how to construct it and whatnot. Yes. My question would be, yes, such an entrapment to capture the debris is good. Who's going to manage it? Who's gonna take the debris out, and where is the debris going after this? Because one is to collect it, two is to process it to a certain degree of getting it out or recycling. So what are you looking at in your team?
Okay, so when it rains, okay, let's say today is raining, and then the entrapment is filled with natural waste. Okay, so we have talked with the head of village that there will be a committee which consists of the villages itself. So let's say on Monday, or let's say today is Friday. So today, this person A and person B will be in charge of clearing the waste and then taking the waste to the nearest landfill. And the head of village agreed to that. And then after that is how we manage the waste, and then how we keep the wire mesh functionable is that from our side, we will assess the entrapment once a month. But if let's say today it rains and it seems that one of the weld spots has detached, so the villagers will call us, and then we will go to the site, and then we will see first, do we need budget to repair it or not? If we need it, then we will do a fundraise. If we do not, then we just carry on the repairs, and then it is good to go for another rainy day.
Hello.
Hello.
I think a lot of the judges, I think the question is how efficient is about this system, and what is the uniqueness of the system that can stop the flood?
Okay, so in terms of efficiency, what's causing the flood is actually from tree branches, fallen tree branches itself, and then it starts to accumulate at the bridges. And then as it starts to accumulate, it will then start to slow down the water flow, and then which will then cause the water to rise and then go to the surrounding area, which further increasing the soil saturation, just like I've shown in the first slide, which will then cause flood. So if we can avoid all those branches from clogging up at the bridges, meaning we have a way to deal with all the branches. So this is what the entrapment is about. So once it starts to become full, and then the villagers will start to clear it up, and then they take it out, and then it start to filter all the waste again. And then that is regarding the efficiency. I'm sorry, what was your question, the second one?
I say I'm talking about how unique is the system that can prevent the flood.
Oh, yeah, just like I explained, the floods that are happening in Kampung Sugud is not due to soil saturation mainly, but it is due to the efficiency or
debris.
The river is not able to flow efficiently because of this all these branches, all these waste. So if we have a way to implement a system of entrapment for the waste, then we have a way to deal with the waste, and we have a way to avoid floods. I think I hope that answers your question.
Has this system been tested?
Has
this system tested? And what is the width of the so-called the trap?
For the first entrapment, it is 5 meters in width, and then the second entrapment is in 7 meters. Sorry, in 4 meters. In terms of have this been done before in Malaysia? I think, like I just mentioned, the interceptor machine has been implemented in Klang River, if I'm not mistaken. But that's how they work actually. They intercept, they block, because small waste will tend to float on the river. So as they flow, the interceptor will then cause all the waste to go into one place, and it will be then picked up by the machine. And yeah, and I think our device, our entrapment cage, works the same way except without the automation.
You mean every time when they are flood, when people have to go and clear the branches and all those things.
Yeah, the villagers will do it. But it's quite big. It's not too small that it needs to be cleared every 30 minutes or 1 hour. I think from what I've seen, maybe 2 hours. Every 2 hours, then it needs to be cleared, because we can't really build it big, so big that it will cause stress to the surrounding area, which we don't want, because we know that the public work department, they are very sensitive regarding any structure that we want to build near to their bridges.
When you do this, do you need to get approval from the local authority?
Or we were looking if we were approved, and then we let the PWD know, the bomba, and yeah. But as of now, we only have reached out to the head of village.
No, I'm very surprised because usually to build this thing you need foundation, you need to do all those things. They all cost money,
Yes.
5,000 ringgit, you can solve this problem. It seems unbelievable. Okay, so yeah, Liming.
Your mic, LM.
I think some internet problem. I missed out some earlier. I hope I'm not asking the same question. Now, I certainly want to compliment you, because this is a sign of that you care for the villagers. But I just can't help feeling a real sense of despair somehow. That these are the things that precisely should be under the local authority or under the Ministry of Drainage or Irrigation. Yeah. So before even to blame them wrongly, have you checked up? Are you sure they are not doing anything on their side? Because if they are, then we are wasting our effort, funding you for that.
The flood, the flood that has caused Sugud to be the main, to be in front of the newsletter last year. Yes, they said that, all the Sugud residents demanded that they have a talk with all the government, all the authorities, to mitigate the problem that they have as soon as possible. But until and as of May, when I went to the area to meet with the head of village said that there will be funds allocated and there will be future plans, but until now there's no any further progress from them.
Yeah,
And
exactly, Mohammed. This is where you need to seek clarity. What do they mean by future plan? How far down the future? You know, otherwise the money that we gave you could use it for even more other beneficial project. All right. So this is maybe the question that is you need to find out before we even give you the fund.
yes, if we I will do that.
Okay, thank you.
I have one, not a question, but a kind of challenge. I'm not an engineer, but I guess this is something that you need to discuss with your supervisors and whatnot. Is there a way that you can make use of the energy of the river to somewhat siphon the debris into the site where you capture it on a sieve kind of thing without having to have villagers picking up the debris from the cage? Yeah. That means you use the water energy to push it aside onto the land, but the water goes back to the river. That saves a lot of time, energy, and money, I guess.
Actually, this is my second volunteerism activity. So my first one was actually installation of water turbines for Kota Marudu residents. So I think I can implement that idea in this project, where those water turbines can get energy from the river flow, which will then power a motor, which can then maneuver the entrapment to clear the debris and whatnot. I think I will look into it. And
sorry, I think we have spent enough time here. Sorry, we have to have our private discussion. Yeah, okay. Thank you. We'll come back to you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, judges. Now let us allow our judges to enter the discussion room. All right. Hello and good evening, Anik.
Hello, Amin.
So how was your presentation just now?
I think I rushed, a little bit nervous.
It's okay. I heard that you had this wasn't your first volunteerism project. This was your second one.
Yeah.
It was quite interesting that you're still touching about water. You were touching about turbine. Can you tell us more about your project in Kota Marudu just now?
Okay. Well, it went well. So that project is basically it was done last year, I think. Yeah. So basically, if you have, let's say, for us in the city, we will get our water source from the water tank, right? But for them, it's from water entrapment. Yeah. So there will be water flowing if you use water from basically gravity will pull the water down. So we want to extract that energy so that they can power their house, because we know in rural areas sometimes there are no service or electric lines that can reach their houses. And then, and then we hope that by implementing that, we can help them to have a brighter day and of course a bright night.
I see, very wonderful. Okay, probably one last question. I'm sure there are several villages around UMS. What's the story behind choosing Kampung Sugud?
Oh, I forgot to mention, one of my group member, Jocelyn George, she's a resident of Kampung Sugud. And last year during the pandemic, which the flood happened, so we were still having online classes. So she wasn't able to attend classes for 3 weeks straight. So I think this is a serious matter, but why does it not being mitigated ASAP? So as we were brainstorming, Jocelyn George came up with the idea, and I think it's a good idea to solve.
Sorry. Okay, I think there's some problem with the breakout room. We just go there less than 1 minute, then we have to ask to come back. Can you reset the timer? Something not right.
Okay, Miss Annie, are you here?
Yes, Mr. 𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗀𝗃, we are currently solving on the breakout room issues. Please be patient for a while. Thank you.
All right, so I guess I still have some more questions for you, Anik.
Okay, I mean.
Let's see. So when we talk, your mission is to mitigate the waste from the river. Are there like any other solution that you may have come across while thinking about this proposal?
If actually there's one. Okay, actually there's two. Okay, at first I wanted to do it like how people at Klang River do it, basically building like a bridge structure and then just block all the waste there and then just solve it and then just pick up all the waste. But then during rainy season, and as I've asked the head of village, how fast does the water flow here? And then she said it's quite fast and it's dangerous for you to implement that, which is a bridge and you manually and clean the waste. So we throw that idea away. And then another way is by simply cutting a mesh to the size of the river. But then I've seen one of, I think it's from YouTube, where they tried to solve their waste mitigation. It's not a very strong structure from what I've seen. If there are too much waste being blocked, it will soon fail. So we want it to last long. And then even if the people, the engineers who built that can fail, so I think, how about us, only engineering students? So I think, okay, let's try maybe a basket, plastic basket, something made out of plastic. Okay, it will be very light, yes, it's easy to maneuver, but plastic, it's also easy for it to break and we have no way to repair it, unlike steel. If one of the metal rods or mesh gets unwelded, gets detached, we can repair it, re-weld it, and it can be reused. And I think that's the main idea why my group went with steel mesh as the entrapment material.
Okay.
Our judges are back. Let us pass the room to our judges, please.
Okay, Anik.
Yes.
When we look at your request, which is 5,000 over ringgit, and you told us that you want to solve the flood problem.
Yes.
Of course, many people, including myself, we have a lot of doubts because government spend millions and millions to solve this problem, and you only need 5,000 plus. However, we can feel your passion. We know you want to do something, and also we look at your team. Most of you are local, yeah.
Yes.
So you want to do something for your community. Although we have a lot of doubts, a lot of questions, but we would like to take a risk, and we will give you the 5,000. Okay, so you go and raise a balance fund that you need. So we wish you well, and please also do something. I mean, you need to measure your success. You have to do an evaluation whether or not this is successful. If not, how can you improve it further? Hopefully, if this is successful, then you can replicate it in other area. Yeah. Okay. All the best.
Okay.
Although, I mean, all of us are waiting to see, what miracle can you do with this 5,000 ringgit? Okay.
I'll do. My team and I will do our best to show that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, judges. Congratulations, Muhammad Anik Azrail from Universiti.
Sorry. Just now, Liming has something to say.
Oh, sorry about it. Please.
Unmute, Liming.
I want to add something further to encourage Anik further. All right, in anything that we do, we always encounter issues. So don't let this encourage you. All right. More important is, you as a university student, this is what you're trained for, to solve problems. Yep.
Yes.
So congratulations.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
Okay, thank you very much, judges. Congratulations, Muhammad Ani Azrai Suradi from Universiti Malaysia Sabah for obtaining a funding of 5,000 ringgit for your project. Up next is dancing is the best form of exercise. That rings true even for our elders. Let us invite Muhammad Tariq bin Muhammad Mahil from Universiti Malaya UM to present the project Together on Dancing Carpet. Tariq, the dance floor is yours.
Hello and good evening to the judges and the audience watching from the Facebook Live. Today, I will present to you the project Together on Dancing Carpet. Before that, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Tariq bin Muhammad Mahil, and I will further explaining about the details for this project. Before we get to know about what exactly is a dancing carpet, allow me to ask you a question. Did you know that the elderly in need of rehabilitation frequently unmotivated and reluctant to participate in the mobility exercise? So, do we have any solution? Well, I propose to you the dancing carpet. The design, the picture on the left side show the design of this dancing carpet, which consists of 9 colorful squares, with some squares has some shape on it. But what exactly these squares represent? Well, it will represent the cushions which combine all together to make a carpet. Each cushion has, this is the inside of each cushion. So the blue color in the picture on the right side here shows the sponge and sponge cushion form, which will provide a comfortable feet landing for the user. And the blue and the white circles to represent the BB sound speaker, which will produce sound each time the user step on it. The red square here will represent the puzzle mat, which will be the interconnecting section for each cushion. So how to use it? Well, we have 9 cushions with different colors, and they can attach and separate from each other. Thus, this cushion can attach to form many combinations. The picture on the left side here shows the prototype that I have made for this cushion. So what kind of combination it can make? It can make many type of combination, but this is the 3 main configuration, which is the first configuration with 3 by 3, which allow the elderly to practice all direction stepping exercise, while the 9 times 1 configuration is for the elderly to walking exercise, and lastly 2 times 1 configuration, which is for the elderly to exercise their side stepping or stepping forward and backward exercise. In this 2 times 1 configuration, the dancing carpet can be divided by 4 parts, which allow the maximum of 4 elderly to use it at once. So why dancing carpet? Well, the dancing carpet is to provide a pleasant and appealing training platform for the elderly who are unable to perform the mobility activities. While the name is dancing carpet, the carpet mainly function to exercise the elderly's leg who has lost the sensory on the leg to walk normally or do the normal leg activities. The 3 main objectives of this project, which will be to develop the game-based carpet to engage in the mobility exercise for the elderly. Next is to encourage the elderly to join together in the physical activities. And lastly, to implement the designer carpet in the community centers. The beneficiary for this project will be the 24 elderly from the community centers, and the development of the 2 carpet to be implemented in the community centers, while the indirect beneficiary will be the future user, because this implemented carpet has a long lifetime and can be used for many years to come. The expected result and outcomes for this project will be the involvement of 24 elderly and development of the 2 dressing carpets and the involvement of 2 community centers. Currently, the 2 community centers in consideration are the Pusat Aktiviti Warga Emas, Gombak and Kelang. For the time frame of this project, we'll divide it to the 4 phases, which is the phase 1 will be the development of the dressing carpet. The picture I show you just now is just the prototype. So this one is developing the carpet to meet the standard for the elderly to use. This phase 1 will be conducted in July. For the next phase will be the exploring the user feedback on the design of the carpet. This conducted in the August, which collect all the feedback and opinions for the older people about the usage of this carpet. And the third phase will be the improving the design of the dressing carpet based on the feedback from the elderly. This will be conducted in September. And final phase will be the implementation of the dressing carpet, which conducted from 1st August to 20 November, which will be for the elderly to engage in rehabilitation exercise even without us there. Next is the budget for the project. There are 4 main items to be used on this development of the dressing carpet, which is the PU foam sheet, which is for the cushion of the carpet. There are puzzle mat to provide the base of the design mat and to provide the attachment for each cushion, and BB sound squeaker, which will produce sound when stepping on the designer carpet. And lastly will be the leather to cover the foam and provide the comfortable surface for the feet. There is also the materials for improvement, which will use the same materials as the formation above, but we'll be using it to improve the design carpet based on the feedback that we're getting from the elderly. So this will give us the total of RM1,655.38. That's all from me. Thank you.
Hyping up our elders for the exercise will surely put a smile on their face. Next, I invite our judges to dance the questions. Please, judges.
How do you attract people to use this carpet and dance?
How do I attract people to use this carpet?
Yeah.
This carpet originally to provide a game-based approach for the elderly. So meaning that we are using some kind of like a game to motivate them to do the activities. Like for example, if we ask them to step on the red carpet and they will step on the red carpet, and then we make a competition between the elderly who manage to do it the faster, and may give them a reward, some kind of reward, so that they can be motivated to engage in these activities.
Have you tried it before?
I haven't tried it on the elderly, but on the normal people, yes.
So what is the response? What is the response? How is the response?
They said that it was really comfortable and like to step more on the cushion, because each time they step on it, it will produce sound.
Hi, my question will be, is the pet connected to a synchronizer to synchronize with the music. Just a thought to make it more interesting.
You mean like we play a music and then they can do the exercise?
Yes.
Yes. We haven't conclude on the how the activities will conduct yet, but it can be put in the consideration to use the music to engage in the activities.
Thank you.
Okay, Mohammed.
Yes.
Now, dancing mat is not a new idea. Yep, you can see it every now and then in YouTube and TikTok. The question is, the idea is very good in the sense that you target this generation of people. Yep, that has a real precise need. Now, having said that, I would some caution here will be because of the fragile nature. You probably need to get some, I don't know what they call the geriatrics.
The
geriatrics.
physio.
Physio and people who are involved in age. Yeah.
Yes. We have the physiotherapy staff involved in this.
As long as you know what is required for the age, yeah, that's most important. So you really want to benefit instead of having more harm done. All right, thank you.
Do we have any other comments from our judges?
Okay, no further comment. Please allow us some time to discuss and come back to you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, judges. Now let's allow our judges to enter the discussion room. Hello, Tariq. Good evening.
Good evening.
So, you've been talking about dancing from the start until the end. That brings me the question: are you also a dancer?
I'm not a very good dancer, but if the opportunities, there is some like Zumba and then I will participate.
So you are passionate in dancing?
Yeah, but not a good dancer.
I see. So how did the idea of having our elders to dance along for their health came to you?
How did this idea come from? Well, this will be a long story. So let me introduce to the first start of this. Firstly, I am the biomedical engineer. So in case everyone don't know what is biomedical engineer is, biomedical engineer is an engineer that making a medical device. So mainly my project focuses on making the medical device, which is the rehabilitation mat for the rehabilitation in the hospitals. So this is the first problem, the problem statement that I have to solve. Then my lecturer provide me the ideas of making a mat that can produce sound each time the patient or user step on the mat, because the sound will provide a biofeedback to the patient. Biofeedback is just a form of feedback provided by other forms of sensory, because the elderly or the geriatric patient, they lost their sensory in their feet. So they need some kind of feedback to allow them to know that they already stepped on something. So this is why the Mac must have the producing sound thing, which is we use the squeaker. Then after the development, and it's turned out like dancing carpet. So my lecturer just gave me the name of dancing carpet, and that's how the dancing carpet names come from.
See, this is my first time learning that as we grow older, sometimes we forgot that our responses, natural responses, will also fade away. So it was very enlightening that you shared with us. All right, our judges are back. So let us hear the decision they have made for you.
Okay, thank you, Muhammad Tariq, for your presentation. Like some of the judges mentioned, this is not something new, but it gives a new, fresh approach to solving a problem. Yeah, and you're not asking a lot, so we like to see this through. So we are awarding you with 1,000 ringgit so that you can make an effort to at least secure 600 ringgit to foresee this project. But we like to hear what's going to happen to it, because it's something not done before for such a group. We want to see the results. What is it? And if it works, then what would be the next course of action? So go and do wonders to it. Test the market, and hopefully by the end of this project, we'll see something good out of it. Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much, judges.
Most welcome.
All right, congratulations, Muhammad Tariq bin Muhammad Mahir from Universiti Malaya for obtaining a funding of 1,000 ringgit for your project. Up next, we will have the project river polluted by nearby farms. They are to fight within mud. With Universiti Malaysia Sabah here as to present Bio-Restorative Aqua project. Without further ado, the floor is yours.
A very good afternoon to judges and hosts of these judging sections. I'm glad that I can come to this judging sections. And now I will present the Bio-Restorative Aqua project from our groups. So the inspiring issues of these projects are actually the river pollution at Sungai Magana, at Sungai Kaulan, at Kampung Kaulan, Sabah, dan Perlis. So in 2019, there's a news reported that the activities and the sewage dumped from the poultry farms have been polluting the rivers, which is Sungai Magana and Sungai Kaulan. So after we got the issues, we have done our first visits to the rivers, and the first visit we went there is terrible, and it's milky and the river water is smelling. And also to give more explanation about it, it's actually when we open up the window, the car window at the roadside, we actually need to wear our mask, and we can still smell it. So after our first visit to the rivers, so in the second visit, we have decided to do our water sample collections for laboratory tests. And the test results that we got, which is pH values and ammonium nitrogens at class 2 and BOD at class 3. Let me introduce more regarding BOD. BOD is biochemical oxygen demands, which is how much oxygen a microorganism takes to decompose a substance. So the more the oxygens the microorganism takes to decompose a substance or an organic substance, the less the level of oxygen in the river. So it will harm the aquatic life. And what are ammonium nitrogens? Ammonium nitrogens are the fertilizers for the algae, which will cause the algae blooms to the rivers. And the pH, as what we know, pH at class 2 showing that it is more acidic. And also one more thing, that the smelly odors is still there when we take the water sample, and the water sample was taken after a rainy day. So the result is still quite disappointing to us, because the rainwater should be flush all the contaminated solids away. So next. So our solution is we produce a 1,500 EM mud balls. And what are EM mud balls? EM mud balls, EM are the most important part, which is effective microorganisms. What are effective microorganisms? Effective microorganisms are the bacteria that can increase the oxygen level in the river and reduce the odors, the smelly odors. So let's go to our objectives. So the objective is just what I said just now, to clean up and to educate the villagers, which we have targeted 60 villagers to join our program to do the EMR with us, and it's purposely to raise the awareness that to the local communities that everyone are responsible for the river cleanliness, and not only the authorities. They can do something for their environments, for their housing environment also. And also we want to introduce the local youth to the effective microorganism. As our project is actually, we are inviting the local school, which is 𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗀, we are inviting them and their parents to join our programs to making the EM mud ball. So we go for our project impacts and beneficiaries. So project impact is to increase their understanding on river contamination, as we will have some sort of talk to them to experience what is river contamination and how does the effective microorganism helps in this method, in this kind of situations. And also to improve the river qualities with biological ways. So our direct beneficiaries is the 60 local villagers that join our programs, and there may be more because we have not done any inspections to the whole kampong. And also the aquatic life, as the EM effective microorganism will increase the oxygen levels in the rivers, and it will provide more oxygen for them for living. And also the aquatic animals, and also our participants, as they will be learning how to make the EM mud ball. Then for the indirect beneficiaries, they are our future energy generation, as they are joining us for our EM mud ball making, and also if the rivers, the condition is better, they will be living in a better environment. Then the expected outcomes is we will have an odor-free river water, but it's not totally odor-free because we need to toss a lot of time for that. So, and also inhibit the expansion of the algae, as and the bacteria can do that, and also enhancement of river water qualities. So this is our project timeline. As all our members, we are having our internships from July to end of September. So we can only implement our projects on October to November. But during July to September, we will do some project preparation, such as contacting the suppliers, and also do some crowdfunding. And December we will submission final reports and final presentations. So let's go to our budget. So for the budget, the girth, the pails, and the care, the showers, the measuring cup, they are used for the hygienic purpose, as bacteria. As we know that bacteria, they are very sensitive to the environments, and also they are very easy to die very easily. So we would like to ensure their growth and also Pearl for mixing the EM and also of course the activated EM block, EM also clay soils, and water testing is for actually to get our results after tossing the EM block. So let me introduce, and these are my group members, of course. So I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Today was the day I learned if I throw mud into a river, I can heal the river. Now let us allow our judges to pose some of the questions.
Razza, you're expert in this area. Maybe you can ask.
Yes, I've got a couple of questions and probably a sharing bit. One is what kind of numbers of farms do you see in that area, and what's the population of the affected area? Those two questions first before I ask the others.
So the farm there are mostly poultry farm there. And then from our desk study and from our study on site, we can see at least 2 farms there.
At least 2 farms, yeah? Okay. And what's the population downstream?
There are many villages staying at the riverside.
Okay. I guess where I'm coming from is this. Yes, we acknowledge you want to do something for betterment of the river and the quality of water, hence people and etc. But I think as usual, you got to ask this question yourself: are you addressing it at source? The problem is the problem the river, the dirtiness of the river, or is the problem somewhere else? Like hence the chicken farms. If it is the chicken farm, then your next question should be, could there be something that you address at the chicken farm so that it doesn't get affected to the rest of the community, which is bigger than the farm? So maybe I encourage you to look at ways and means to readdress this. You're still going to solve this problem, but if you are able to solve it at source, that means you're creating solution at source, you may overcome the problem longer and more sustainable in comparing to addressing the river. Because river, we all know, you throw mud balls, yes, it will work for a while, then eventually it will come back to the same issue. So it is like, instead of having a headache and you apply Panadol and you take Panadol, go to the source. What causes your headache? If it's something that you're stressed about, address that stress. Then, you don't need Panadol for long term. So that's my 2 cents comment. Thanks.
Yeah, I fully agree with Razak. Of course, when you throw the mud ball there, you will solve the problem. However, if the pollution continue to flow out from the 2 farms, very soon you will be back to the square one. So the question is, how long can you continue to throw your mud ball? Right? So I think you have to solve the problem from the source.
Thank you, judges, for a comment. Actually, the problem from the source is not that easy to be solved, because since the issue from 2019, in 2020, the local authority they have already taken
Carry on.
So the local authorities have already taken the actions by warning the local farmers, the local farms, to have their own sewage treatment center or facilities, but the situation still persists until today.
Yeah, so that means the pollution will keep flowing out from the farm. So how long can your mud ball last? Okay, Liming.
Yeah, well, I guess our message to you is
Your line is very bad. Can't hear you.
Quite strong in the area of critical. Okay, it's raining now. I was saying that the judges felt quite strong about this, and I want to add further to help you, in particular because you are no more in schools now. You are in a higher institute of education where you're going to use your critical thinking. Yeah. Problems, easy problem is not going to be in solving it. So the challenge is always to tackle this tough problem and never to give up. For example, yes, complaint doesn't work. Then what's next? Can you go in, right? You know, maybe think of projects that can solve this problem. Because we don't, as much as we like your heart to solve that, using EM ball to solve the pollution, but exactly like what we say, the problem will not be solved. Yeah, because you can only do it at a very fixed period of time when you are free. Unless you can periodically, go in and continuously, get the funding for a lot of mud balls. All right, that's our position. Thank you.
I like to add maybe as a form of challenge to challenge ourselves in our minds. For example, instead of buying and doing mud balls and spending the money, what if you spend your money with the community to come up with solutions like go into the farm and buy their waste product and do
Absolutely,
composting. Yeah, something along that line.
Yeah.
Then everyone benefits. The kampung people benefit. The farm benefit and the river benefits. You got to address it slightly like that. You cannot go hit on with the farms, obviously. But find solutions that can work in tandem with everyone.
Okay, I think our comment is quite obvious that we will not support your program because we think that that is not the solution to solve the river's pollution problem. Okay, so anyway, thanks a lot, and hopefully next year you can think of a better way, a better project. Try again.
Okay, I don't want to be discouraged in this, but seriously, Raza's solution, we would like him to actually go back and come back. Use your critical thinking resource with your team. Don't just give up on this. All right, you have the heart. Solve the root cause. Can we have maybe acknowledgement that you will do something about it? We're not going to discourage you just because we don't give you the EM ball project, right? But we really want you not to give up.
Yeah, maybe you'll come.
Are you able to do that?
Come back to us again and see whether you got any better solution to solve the problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you promise to come back? Okay.
Yes. I will come back after discussing with my group. We will have a better solutions.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, judges, and also thank you, 𝗏𝗪𝘀𝘀 from Universiti Malaysia Sabah, for sharing your proposal with us. We are looking forward to your amendments in the future. Up next, let us explain about this project a little. Foods are the basis of life. However, fertilizers are the basis of crops. To teach fertilizer making to the people of Teluk Layang, Sabah, let us invite 𝗛𝗽𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 from Universiti Malaysia Sabah UMS to present the project Advocacy in Decomposed Fertilizer, ADA. Without further ado, 𝗛𝗽𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon to the judges and to everyone. My name is 𝗛𝗽𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. So today I'm going to present our project for happiness, which is AIDA, and we call it also Advocacy in Decomposed Fertilizer. So basically, this project consists of 9 members, including myself, which is Leo, Afif, Emily, Maisura, Dayang Laili, Faiz, Faisal, and Azim. So the place that we choose for our project is Teluk Layang. It's where a village to a large number of stateless people, where it is difficult for them to find a job these days since they don't have document. So one of the alternatives to find a source of food and income is to farming. So we try to implement this decomposed fertilizer to them so that the community agriculture yields might be increased by executing the project to compost fertilizer and educating the community about this type of fertilizer. And before I'm going to proceed more further, I'm going to talk about what actually these stateless people. So usually the most population of stateless in Sabah are citizens who are undocumented, including indigenous people such as Dusun, the Bajau, and the Suluk and the Murut. So they're usually a person that late registration, so that's why they were doesn't get the documented. So that's why we are trying to help them by trying to boost their income and how they can boost their food production. So since we know the problems of this community around that place, since they are undocumented and very difficult to get job and income, so we know nowadays economy are a bit high, so we try to help them by this decompose and produce their most source of food by only farming and by not buying expensive fertilizer for them to use. And the solution is, we are going to introduce the compost fertilizer to them and educating the villagers also on how recycling things from a waste to become something useful for them in the future. So the first objective of our project is to educate the villagers in Teluk Layang on how food waste can turn into something useful for them in the future. And second is to introduce compost fertilizer terms to Teluk Layang villages in order to improve their farming activities. And the third objective is to promote environmentally and economical solution to recycle waste among the villages. We know buying outside fertilizer from the store is quite expensive. So by implement our decomposed fertilizer can save their money a lot. And then the project beneficiary for us for our project is, of course, for directly is for the 400 villages people in the Kampung Teluk Layang. But as for indirectly, we can also educate for the others community on how they also can join on how to make their own compost method, a compost fertilizer to do farming at their own home. So our key partner will be Bonia Kamrat and the villagers of Kampung Teluk Layang. So Bonia Kamrat is an activist. They were the one that approached and bring us to introduce to the community about this project. So basically, we already do our site visit at Kampung Teluk Layang, and we already talked to the community about our project, and all of them were really loved to join with this project and wanting to do this together with us. And I'm going to talk briefly about how the process of making our compost fertilizer. So first, we are going to collect all the food waste from the community, and then we're going to put it on a container. Then we use the 𝗣𝗿cie composting method, which is quite different from composting method, and it is more economical than the usual from the store. So the composting method will be the 𝗣𝗿cie. Materials will convert the organic into a usable compost fertilizer. And then after it is already going to as the fertilizer in the matured terms, then we can use the fertilizer to the plants for the produce more food productions. So for our expected outcomes, first is about the economy. So they can save more money instead of purchasing fertilizer from the store, which is we have concluded estimated around 800 they can save per month from buying from other store. And then second is food production. By using this decomposed, they can increase their food production by using their own decomposed. Imagine they can throw their waste and then can turn it to something, increasing their own food productions. And then third is nurture. So we're going to implement on how the habit of recycling are important these days for their own needs by not just throw things away, and then by not asking for other people's help, so they can being independent to manage their own farming. And then number 4 is practicing 3R. So we know nowadays recycling are really important in our life. So at least by implementing this compost fertilizer, we can collect 5 liter food waste per family every week. So yeah, we can save a lot of money, food production, and implement them on how the importance of this fertilizer. So how sustainability can occur for this project? First is, since the location of this project is near to our university, so it is easy for us to monitor. And then second, we will always try to catch up with the communities, the villages, and the teachers around there. And last but not least, we are going to use social media. We know nowadays social media is a big platform that we can always try to educate other community on how the importance of this fertilizer. So basically, I'm going to talk just a short brief about our budget. So our budget estimated around 1,987 ringgit 30 cents, which is including all the materials that we needed, which is the bokashi, the garden waste bag, and then the storage container where we are going to put the waste and mix it with the bokashi. And I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Genevieve. If you give a man a fruit, you feed him for a day. If you teach a man to farm, you feed him for a lifetime. Next, I invite the judges to ask some questions.
Raza, all yours. You take it over. You are the expert.
Okay. I guess I can run away from composting. Okay. Thank you, Genevieve, for your presentation. A good one. It's always good to hear young ones speak. There are many ways of composting. My 2 cents opinion is you got to explore many other ways of composting and find ways, to engage that. I urge you to research a little bit further on other possibilities, because that might entice communities to do. For example, if you're doing in abundance, that you can sell to other communities and so on and so forth. And also, if you look at natural farming, sometimes it works better if you allow nature to take its course of action. I did not see the numbers of community involvement. Do you have a figure just now?
400, around 400 villages.
Wow.
400 villages, but out of that 400, how many are directly involved in it?
I think all of them, because we have been go there, so we have been talk to them. So all of them agree with this project.
Okay, good. Okay. If you are able to move many people, especially from the communities, towards this cause, I think I always encourage people and would support composting, because that's a key, one of the key indicators of good farming practices that comes from making good living soil. Yeah. So for me, I always encourage that. Congratulations. Good job.
Mimi, got any questions?
Can I add something?
Yeah.
Let me add for two. I have tried bokashi before. I have 2 containers. All right. And I have also done the 18 days compost technique, which Raza is an expert and will advocate strongly. So there are different easier effect. I would say it's easier alternative, yep, and more effective. So you must really study this. There's no better way to study than actually experiencing it, yeah, in Razak's farm. It's an ongoing activities, composing, 18 days composing technique. I think Razak is just too modest to talk about it. Let me really point out, we have a real guru here, seriously. Yeah? Okay?
Okay.
Okay, please allow us a few minutes to discuss. We'll come back to you. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, judges. Now let us allow our judges to enter the discussion room. All right. Hello, Genevieve. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Amin.
I can still hear the shaking of your voice. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, super nervous. Because it's my first time on joining this Skin Happiness, so yeah. It's a great it's a good experience, and yeah, kind of like intense on the, you know, on how I'm going to explain, and I'm scared on you know, yeah, a bit of mixing feeling.
Understand, very understandable. I also got nervous last time. All right, so I got some questions for you. So would you mind sharing it with us? What are you currently studying in UMS?
Sorry, what again?
What are you currently studying for degree?
Oh, I'm currently studying in civil engineer.
Oh, civil engineer. So would you mind sharing with us how did a civil engineer came to fertilizer making?
I mean, actually, in civil engineer, it is not in civil engineer there is no, I mean, like study about decomposed material, but it's just that just because I'm studying civil engineer, I need to do all the civil engineer things. It's just sometimes we need to challenge ourselves to do some things more better, because I have seen the community living there. So I'm trying to figure it out on how to help them by not just implementing my coursework. So I'm trying to think on how to solve their problems like that.
Awesome. So you're trying to get out of your comfort zone because you want to serve the community. Wow, very awesome of you. All right. So, okay, since you're very passionate about fertilizers, I have something to ask about fertilizers. So we all know generally plants require fertilizers to grow, but what exactly in fertilizers that plants need to grow?
Do you mean what exactly the fertilizer used in the farming? Is it the question?
Let me try rephrasing. We know we need fertilizers to grow plants, but what is inside fertilizers that helps tree to grow properly?
Since I'm not really sure about the inside the fertilizer that can boost for the plants, but we know fertilizer are the nutrients that help to boost up the growth of the plant. So to make sure that the plants have enough nutrients, and for it to grow more fast than without using any fertilizer. So we know food waste is also including a lot of nutrients, even though it is a waste, but we know food is from plants also. So it is connect with each other on how the nutrients are work together.
I see. So basically we are recycling the nutrients from food to waste and becoming food again. Very wonderful. Okay, one last question. Why did you choose Kampung Teluk Layang?
Because I have friends there, and I've been there to teach, not to teach, I mean to communicate with the community, and they have an alternative school there. So I've been see on how they live in there. So we choose. So that's why I choose the Teluk Layang locations.
I see. So the selection of the location was quite personal to you. Very awesome. All right. Our judges have returned. Judges, please share with us your decision.
Okay, it's my turn again. Thank you and well done, Genevieve, Charlie, for a presentation. And I guess I got to personally applaud you for making a bold step towards making a difference in making compost, because I'm an advocate of living soil, and it's not often that we get people who really wants to do it. Yeah. So on that note, hats off to you. However, there are things that you need to understand a little bit more about making compost, and there are variations that you might want to tweak and turn. Yeah. So we the judges feel that we love to support you and your community because it involves with a larger number of people. However, we want to make sure that whatever you do, it is good and it's something that you enjoy doing, and it have a continuous effort to it. Yeah. So with that, we would like to award you 1,000 ringgit. You're asking for 2,000, right?
1,900. Yeah, around
Okay.
200. Around
Okay.
1,500. Razak, 1,500.
Okay, good. Thank you. We'd like to award you with 1,005. However, with one small condition. Yeah. Could you arrange a Zoom session with me on your time of preference? But I would like to see the main committee of yourself plus the community leaders, some of them. So that I understand a little bit more on what are their parameters, what are they looking for, what they like, what they don't like, because it involves a habitual change. But we need to understand them a bit. Yeah. So I will, in that 1 hour session, I will share with you the other ways of addressing liquid fertilizers or non-liquid or solids, the jadam waste and 18-day compost, so that you can make a better decision. Oh, okay, then maybe it is still 𝗣𝗿𝗀𝗶𝗀𝗀𝗀, then you go ahead with 𝗣𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, or it is jadam waste or making enzymes, then you shift, instead of 𝗣𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, you shift towards that direction. Yeah. So I guess it is a yes, depending on your 1 hour Zoom session that you can share with us. Yeah, with me. Would that be all right?
All right. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you so much for the judges.
Yeah, it's free education with 1,500 ringgit. Okay, congratulations.
Congratulations, Genevieve Charlie from Universiti Malaysia Sabah for obtaining a funding of 1,500 ringgit and Mr. Razak's expertise for your project. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us have a short 10-minute break before we continue with more projects for happiness for our community.
What was the first reaction that when you were told that you had cancer?
Of course, the reaction was shock. In 2008, I was diagnosed with breast cancer stage 2+, because it already spread to the lymph nodes, going to stage 3. And after 6 years, in 2014, metastasis to my liver. So actually, the doctors sentenced me to going to die. It's like a 4th stage, final stage cancer patient. From 2008 until now, it's already 4 years. Yeah, I'm surviving 4th stage cancer.
My family no one has cancer, so I feel that cancer is a very rare thing. But after when my husband was diagnosed with cancer, I hear every day people talking about cancer, newspaper every day talking about cancer. So it's like everywhere.
Currently, we estimate that about 30,000 to 40,000 Malaysians are diagnosed with cancer every year, and we estimate that in the next 30 years, that number is going to be doubled. So every year in the future, it could be 50,000 to 60,000 Malaysians every year are going to be diagnosed by cancer.
Bold and Beautiful is a community initiative that was established by Starfish Foundation. We have a few objectives. Of course, the first one is to increase the awareness about cancer. The second one will be to raise funds for cancer research and also raise funds support those NGO that provide services to the cancer patients.
Many other organizations that support cancer patients today. And that's very important, to support a cancer patient, to hold their hand and be there with them as they go through that journey is really important.
When I was diagnosed with early stage breast cancer, I want to tell people that I still live a good life. So I visited a lot of survivors and listened to their stories. I'm a very positive person. Whenever I face a difficulty, I tell myself I want to be the role model for the rest.
After breast cancer, I appreciate life more. I appreciate a lot of things. I feel easily contented as long as I every day wake up, I can see the sunlight, I got no pain here and there, I'm very happy already.
Not just about the symbolism, but also giving courage to others that we stand with you in solidarity, that we stand with other cancer patients as they go through that journey.
For us to go bold is a show of, is a moral support, to show our empathy to them. Also to tell them that, hey look, bold is equally beautiful. Bold is natural. We are all born bold. Go bold.
Raise funds. And spread love.
Encourage everyone to join Bold and Beautiful 3.0.
It's an amazing program. You're not going to forget it in your life. Be able to go bald and join a lot of other people who are doing the same.
To inspire and increase awareness in the society.
We need your participation. Please come and join us for Bold and Beautiful 3.0.
我牵你的手，看每一天曙光，
从此开成花，要多久？我们总会收获满缘分送。Together we are, together we love。
让爱完美所有不完美， 光芒。You're here, you're loved, you are light. Rewrite your future, you know that the phoenix will rise. I'm by your side. Everything's gonna be alright. It's just the darkest, just right before the dawn. Then it's a new day, your chance to take a breath. There's been pain, there's been tears when you said that you can't go on. But have faith and embrace. Now the sun has come. Let it shine and show your path. You're here, you're loved, you are light. You're not your past, who you are is much stronger than that. But if you fall, you get up and fight with your mind. You're here, you're loved, you are alive. Rewrite your future, you know that the phoenix will rise. I'm by your side. Everything's gonna be alright. Courage, take flight. You're here, you're loved, you are alive. You're not your past, who you are is much stronger than that. But if you fall, you get up, fight with all your might. You're here. Stronger than that. But if I fall, I
Welcome back and thanks for staying tuned with Projects for Happiness 2022, where undergraduates from universities across Malaysia will present the community projects to apply for a maximum funding of 10,000 ringgit. Up next, people always say a dog is a man's best friend. Using architecture to improve an animal shelter in Cheras, let us invite Joanne Chan Wen Hui from UCSI University to present Project Pause Eden. Joanne, the floor is yours.
A very good afternoon to everyone. My name is Joanne and I'll be representing Collab UCSI on our upcoming project, Pause Eden, an architecture for dogs built on a canine scale. So Collab is an architectural, research, innovation, and fabrication lab that curates around helping different communities with built environment. This is to empower students to prove that design can change the world. So Collab has previously made two projects, which is Assemble to Assembly in Kampung Keramat and Public Place in Kampung Belemang. So this is our Collab team. Our Pause Eden consists of two sub-projects, which is Goodwill for All and also Bamboo Playhouse. So with connections with people from different sectors, we managed to reach out to Cash Animal Shelter, Care and Secure Help Center. So Cash Animal Shelter has rescued 200 over cats and dogs, but that overwhelming amount of animals makes it hard for the shelter to improve on their welfare. So this is where Collab comes in to help out. And the first thing we did was to visit the animal shelter. And we realized that there are some issues there. So the first issue is the playground condition. And I will share a video on the condition at the animal shelter.
There are 100 over healthy dogs that have 2 playtimes a day. They spend most of their time confined in their compound. But when it's time to play, they will play in their outdoor playground with gravelled ground, barricaded with fences, and only has concrete cylinders for them to jump onto. Hopping from cylinder to cylinder, the excruciating heat makes them prone to heat strokes.
So the lack of facilities in the playground makes it unsafe and unpleasant for the dogs to play. That is why we have an approach which is called Bamboo Playhouse, where we create bamboo platforms for the dogs to jump on under a shade. Why we use bamboo is because it is cheaper, sustainable, and also strong compared to its weight. So during our second site visit in the animal shelter, we managed to do some site measurements and also analyze what we can dismantle, reuse, and also improve. So we also did some design sketches, and we want to implement the existing concrete cylinders into our design and also use the bamboo platform to let the dogs jump around. So the second issue is the mobility issue that occurs in the animal shelter, and I will be showing you a video on the situation.
There are 5 to 10% of dogs that has mobility issues due to road accidents. Normally, a fatal accident happens when they got hit from the front, but those who are lucky to avoid that usually injure their hind legs. Dogs like this need wheelchairs to help them walk. The current ones are all customized, where the owner spent a long time making everyone whenever she rescued an injured dog.
So there are 10 dogs with mobility issues in this animal shelter, and they are using existing wheelchairs to help them walk. But the wheelchairs are rigid, limited, and also customized. So I'll tell you about a dog named Columbia. She was hit in a car accident and her hind legs was injured. That's why she needed to use a wheelchair. And miraculously, she recovered the wheelchair that she once used can no longer be used by her or other dogs as it is customized. So to combat this current issue with a long-term solution, our approach is to create a Goodwill for All project to standardize an adjustable wheelchair that is versatile and can fit various sizes of dogs. So we have already started on our design process, starting with how to make PVC pipe adjustable, considering the weight, practicality, and also the price. So the beneficiaries, Cash Animal Shelter and Collab UCSI students will work together to help the 100 healthy dogs and the 10 dogs with the mobility issues by creating Goodwill for All project that will finalize 5 units of wheelchairs, and we will be using architectural skills for non-architectural design to give the animals a second chance in life and to be back on their feet again. Next, we are going to create 1 unit of bamboo playhouse, and we will be using architectural innovation at K9 scale to create a better built environment for the animal in the shelter. So the greater impact for both of these projects is, there's a saying that bamboo is a poor man's material as it is used widely in rural areas, but in reality, it can replace some industrial construction materials as it is sustainable. So there's an ongoing research by us on bamboo for quite some time already, and the bamboo playhouse for the dogs will be our pilot project for fast construction for different situations like flood relief in the future. So for the Goodwill, we will be, because analyzing and prototyping will cost some amount of money, we will be transferring knowledge by creating a handbook on how to create a wheelchair. So other shelters can save the design process money and to fabricate their own wheelchair with our design. So this is the timeline with the budget. We have already started, we have already had 2 site visits in May and June and started on design process during this month. For Bamboo Playhouse, we will be starting the prototyping and exploration during July and August, and the construction during November. For the Goodwill, we will be prototyping 3 prototypes during July and August and fabricating 5 amount of wheelchairs during the fabrication process. So for the Bamboo Playhouse, we will be using 7,925 ringgit. For the Goodwill, we will be using 1,828 ringgit. And for the other fees like equipment, safety and contingency fee, it will cost 1,500, and this will be the total amount of 11,000. So this is the breakdown of the budget. It will consist of the wheelchair, Bamboo Playhouse, protective gear, and also the contingency fees. But if you notice that there isn't fee covering like the roof tiles, is because we have already found support from other companies, which is Asia Roof Industries and 𝗲𝗲𝗃𝗏𝗃, and they will support us on this project by providing the roof tiles. So in the end, our budget will be 11,236 ringgit. So I hope that your organization will support our project as it will bring the greater good to animals. So that is the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Joanne. It was a very interesting approach of using architecture to improve animals' life. Now let us invite our judges to share their thoughts.
Joanne, we were very impressed with the previous project by UCSI. I think you all got first prize, if I'm not mistaken. And okay, I have a question regarding bamboo. How lasting is bamboo? You know, if you do this, how long can it last? From what I know is you could have maintenance issue. Am I right? Wear and tear problems.
Bamboo is a material that is very, you have to like avoid water. So as long as it avoids water, the roof is big enough to cover the bamboo and the foundation, the footing. The bamboo doesn't touch the ground because it's moist. Then it will last for quite some time, actually.
I thought this is an outdoor structure.
Yes, it is. So
You mean rainwater will not splash into the bamboo?
we have to make sure that the roof is big enough to cover. There's like president study from Ibuku, Bali, where they have many bamboo structures. It's fully bamboo, and they last for decades because the roof is big enough to cover the bamboo from the erosion of the rain and also pests.
Okay. Liming, Razak?
Could I make a reference to your budget? I noticed 1,000 ringgit miscellaneous for bolts and nuts and whatnot, and there was something else underneath it. Could you make that open that page again on your budget? While you're at it, just curious, on the materials, especially the handrails, the saw and whatnot, didn't the past projects had allocations for such things? And and then the question was the 1,000 ringgit miscellaneous for nails and transportation. What was it? What's the transportation?
This transportation is for the bamboo from the supplier to the site. And for the machine and equipment, we already have the handrails and stuff. But because this is a very big project and we will be using all of the equipments from our school's fabrication lab, this 500 is actually a deposit. So if we turn the thing in one piece, we will get the 500.
Understand. Okay. Then my other question would be, or rather, again, I'm not an engineer, but I'm aware that if you mix the material, for example, pipes, PVC pipes with aluminium, it can be stronger as far as structural is concerned. So you might want to explore that combined materials. For your expansion joints and whatnot, when you have the pivots and you have the joints and you expand, you put in the pin, aluminium works better with such ideas. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, good job. I always like collapse proposals. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Okay, give us. Sorry, Limi, you got any questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Please allow us a few minutes. We'll come back to you.
All right, thank you, judges. Our judges shall enter the discussion room. And here we are. Hello, Joanne.
Hi.
Okay, how are you feeling right now?
I'm very happy.
Okay, very good, very good. So when we're talking about animal lovers, I assume you're an animal lover, right? So there must come a very cliche question. Are you a cat person or are you a dog person?
I am a cat person.
Oh, so how did a cat person came to propose a project about dogs? What's the story behind it?
So actually, it is the cat animal shelter who reached out to ask for help as they cannot cope with the overwhelming amount of animals. But don't get me wrong, I don't hate dogs. After getting this request from them, I was really excited to help out. So just give it a try.
I see. So it's a mixture of opportunity and sudden interest.
Yeah.
So I saw in some pictures, some of the dogs were like fluoridated, bedridden. Were there cases where they had recovered like totally?
For all 4 limbs?
Yeah, for the limbs or any of the accidents. Was there any total recovery that happened?
Yeah. Yeah. Just now during the presentation, I said there's a dog named Colombia. She got hit in a car accident. Then her hind legs cannot work. Then after like she used the wheelchair for during her recovery stage. So it took some time, but she got back on her hind legs already, so she can walk.
I see. So there are cases of recovery. All right, final question. I heard that you are currently studying in architecture. So let's say you are the richest person in the world. How would you create a playground for your lovely pets?
What? How would I create a what?
Let's say you are the richest person in the world. How would you create your dream playground for your lovely pets?
It would include swimming pool, slides. Yeah, I don't know.
No, that sounds like a luxury hotel. All right, our judges are back. I'm sure they had a very good discussion. Let's hear our judges' decisions.
Okay, Joanne, do you love dogs?
Yes.
What took you so long to answer?
Just now, asked, am I a cat person or a dog person? Then I answer cat person.
Okay. Well, I think the previous project actually give us some confidence, about UCSI's architecture so-called faculty. I think it's a good initiative. We are happy to see that this round they're doing something for the animals. Okay, there are not that many projects about animals. Yeah. Animal welfare is one of the important pillars of our Starfish foundations. Yeah. Okay. So we would like to support you. However, we will not give you the 10,000 that you need. All right. We'll give you 8,000. Okay. Why we give you 8,000 instead of 10,000? Because we believe that you should or you can go and get a better bargain for the material that you need, or maybe get some sponsor or things like that, yeah, or maybe get to raise fund to support your initiative, right? You see, helping the animal or helping the community, yes, this is what we are trying to do. But what is even more important is the learning experience, the education that we can bring about to the student, the participants. Okay, we hope via this project, the student can improve their problem-solving skill. They get in touch with the community, yeah, so they can make a difference to other people's life. I think that is far more important. Okay, so congratulations. So we'll give you 8,000 ringgit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Right. Congratulations for Joanne Chan Wen Hui from UCSI University for obtaining a funding of 8,000 ringgit for her lovely project. Up next, darkness at night hides multiple dangers within. To lighten up the roads in Kampung Pegaga Papar, let's invite Jonathan Justin from Universiti Malaysia Sabah (UMS) to present project Solar Ecolite SEL. Without further ado, Jonathan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hello, I'm Jonathan Justin, and today I'll be presenting on our proposed project for KIN, which is the Solar Ecolite. Okay, introducing Solar Ecolite. What is a Solar Ecolite, to be exact? To describe our product is basically it is a light completely powered using a solar cell, and the light is further amplified by using the water in a bottle to refract the light. I'll give a description or a diagram of the light later on after SL. And then what does the product offer basically? The product offers an eco-friendly and somewhat simple light for the users of the society, in this case, the villagers of Kampung Lim Bahau. So the future plan of SEL is to promote the uses of eco-friendly products to society, and that it would be able to promote the villagers and anywhere that is outside of urban areas to further promote them to use solar cells towards their daily lives. And then the target market of the current project is the kampong areas that are not well lit or where street lamps are not as common as you may find it in urban areas, such as in Kampung 𝗣𝗍𝗀 as of this project time period. So what you see is the product diagram. So basically what you see on the top right of this diagram is the solar ecolight. And then what you see on the top right left is the street lamp. And then what you see below is how it's going to be illustrated towards being near the roadside. So what are our goals towards this project? Basically, we want to be eco-green, where we want to create an eco-friendly environment where less energy is used from using tenaga TNB or SESB in Sabah, from using electricity from SESB or TNB, to be exact. As an innovation initiative is to create a solar-powered ecolight, which has been created before, but we want to further amplify it by using water to refract the light towards the surrounding areas. And then the community what's the community contributions towards this is to provide light in dark lit areas during the night, where places that are quite dangerous to go when you are walking alone, or like maybe when you're driving suddenly and you really can't see much because the place is not really lit. And then ultimately we would like to have the local safety of the villages as our #1 priority, where they would be able to walk or commute around the village area at night more safely. So what you see from here is basically our timeline of the activities and tasks that we are going to do. Firstly, on top, we would do is the plastic bottle collection. After we've already collected all the plastic bottles, we would be buying all the materials and tools that are required to conduct this project. After that, we would assemble the solar light, the SEL, and then after we already assembled the solar light, we would demonstrate this to the community and convince them that this is a good solution towards a better alternative in the village areas. And then finally, we would install the solar light and ask them to adopt each family or each household to adopt a solar light to take care of the solar light. So which areas are we going to install the solar lights on? Basically, road areas that are frequently used, but not well lit during nighttime. So areas that you might not see street lamps more often, maybe in a stretch of 1 kilometer or so, you will not see a lot of street lamps. So it would be quite dangerous for you to drive or walk through. And then there's also the long distance where street lamps are not present at the village. Multiple cells are going to be placed with an interval of 50 meters between each cell. So this is basically our team members. I will not really give much further description on them, but this is basically our 8 members. So what are our expected project results? Well, firstly is to successfully install the solar lights. Secondly is the roads that the SEL has been installed would be visible and safe for traveling. Thirdly, the dark areas are to be visible, basically. And then the total time estimation of our project, we expect this to be finished within 2 months, which given that our hectic schedule times of our studies, we would be able to do so. What you see here is the project budget, where we would have wood as where it would hold the SELs, the solar panels, the iron wires, the LED bulbs, the nails to put this all together, the soldering tools and cement as the base or the foundation to install the solar lights. That's basically our my presentation for our kin project. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank you very
Jonathan.
much, Jonathan. Yes, please.
Yeah, sorry, Jonathan. Well, I think it's a good idea to at least provide lights to the rural areas. Okay, I just want to check with you to understand. See, when you talk about solar light, this is a very common or very standard product. You know, you can just buy from the shelf. And why do you need to make your own solar light? And also, what is the purpose of? I see that there's a water, the liquid there. Why?
All right. Let me answer that with another question. If it is widely commercially available towards where you can buy it easily at Mr. DIY or any places, right? Why are we not seeing villagers use it more frequently? If like that? The answer is they are not properly educated towards, not to say properly educated, but they are not exposed on this topic, to be exact. So they commonly rely on street lamps or like generic electricity from TNB or SESB. But then whenever there's a power outage, which happens often in this village area, which I live in near, they tend to rely only on battery powered lights or anything, but they do not have any solar lights to speak of.
No, I mean, when talk about solar light, you know, solar light are those that with battery. This is something very common.
Yes.
You can just buy off the shelf from Shopee or from Mr. DIY. So why do you need to make your own? Is it because it's cheaper or it's more, you know, powerful or whatever? Why do you make your own?
Hang on, the question also involves the water.
Yes.
How does water figures in the whole design? Is it to increase the reflective index or what?
Okay. What's the use of the water basically towards the eco light, right? So basically when light goes through a water, the light will refract and then it will expose more of the light towards the surrounding areas. So let's say like the eco light was not able to, it's only a small amount of area that's able to lit. Basically, the water refracts in a larger portion of the area so that you can see it more clearly.
All right, my next question is, have you done the prototype?
A prototype? Yes, at home, yes, but not with a solar cell, but basically just a generic LED bulb, and then just
have you hang it out on the streets, dark road, to see whether it works?
In front of my house, yes.
So it works.
It works, but you have to have something to hold it on for
because the structure, the most important, it must be in the open street concept that you are going to put, whether it works or not.
Hence, that's why we wanted to use the iron wire for it.
Jonathan, this what do you call that? Okay, the light will be. I mean, you need the light only at night, right?
Yes.
So the solar panel basically is to produce the electricity, but you need to store in a battery.
Yes.
Right. So, but I don't see that you need battery in your budget.
Because like we were able to find a solar cell that already has an attached battery to it. So if it's all we need is just like an for it to connect to a source, which a resistor, which basically we would say it's the light itself, the LED bulb which acts as the resistor.
So that means your solar panel actually comes with a battery.
It comes with a battery at all. Yes.
Okay, and so the water that you have in the container, do you need to refill?
Yes.
Evaporate?
Yes, but if given let's say a wire mesh or something like just on top, it would be able to retract some of the water that's being evaporated. But in this case, I have not fully actually thought about the evaporation of water lah. But so far, because the water that goes out towards the from the water bottle, right? So it's only a small amount of it. So yeah, I think it would take a long time for it to actually evaporate fully.
No, this one you're talking about maintenance, right? You need to refill the water.
Yes.
And is it any water or filter water or color water? And the other thing is, you know, when you mix water with your electrical parts, will it cause you know, rusty problem?
It's not going to go. The light is not going into the water. Rather, it's just going to be on top of the water.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
like it's just
because you get water underneath, you know, water you evaporate, so that means the condensation, you know, the moisture there, you will make the thing rusty.
Yes, basically I didn't actually thought of that long term, to be honest.
But I don't think there's a lot of iron product there, right?
Not really much.
Yes,
Only the
wiring, yeah. You can probably use even some plastic material holder or what, so avoid anything iron, then it would rust.
Possibly a protection of for the wires lah, something like that.
Yeah. The wires are not copper, so even if they corrode also, it's not so bad, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I have a slightly different question. Your 3,000 odd ringgit that you're asking for. Total, how many units? How many units?
We are planning to do it with 50 units. So like there's about 200 households within that kampong area. We are planning to initially say, let's 50 units for 50 households to take care of. Basically, we're setting up a community for each household to take care of one solar light, because we cannot take care of them all because we're some of us are not from here. So like, yeah. So we can't monitor them constantly. So we're setting up a community for that.
I see. Okay. So that comes to about what, 50, 70 ringgit per piece, equivalent, yeah?
Something like that, yes.
Okay. Maybe I could steer these thoughts. Challenge yourself. Look at in the internet. You probably can get good, solid, already well-established design for exterior. It comes with solar and battery, and it's just a matter of mounting it on a tree or something. You might want to, with 70 ringgit, China products, you can get good quality ones. You like to design, you don't, and it still works because they are into that industry. We are not. But I mean, I like the idea of we creating and our creation solve a problem. I agree with that. But in this context, if we are looking at orang asli and applying it in long-term spaces, you might want to consider that. The other one, this is I always have this debate when we deal with orang asli. More often than not, we think they need such thing but technically they don't. Yeah. So you got to address it from their perspective. Personally, we've given gensets to communities of orang asli, and then later on they say actually they don't need it. They don't need light at night, and they're happy with it. So it is an odd situation where we think they need it, they may not. They work better without light to see the pathway. So something that you need to address because different communities are different. I'm just saying it based on my experience.
Okay, may I elaborate on this certain community that I'm focusing on?
Yeah.
Okay, basically I've talked with the head of the village over there, and then my family members are also, most of them are from that kampong also, and I introduced them about this project, and they would say that this is a good initiative to bring the community together and expose them towards this project.
I just checked the Shopee's website, and for the portable solar light, that means you come with the solar panel and also the bulb. It's not so expensive, you know.
You also need the water.
No, this one no
water. I know.
They don't need water.
Yes. No. There's a difference here. If you check the internet on YouTube, there are people who use bottle India, of course they use the sun, sunlight, and it increase the lighting reflective index of the room just by putting the bottle hanging. Yeah. So
Is it the one
concept
where I'm sorry. Continue.
Yeah, I mean the concept is interesting, but the question here we are asking is whether you are reinventing the wheel or not. So what we are trying to point out is you have a search in the internet, it may be already available for all you know, but if it's not, it's a fantastic project. All right, that's my opinion.
Okay. There may be the ideas that you can find on the internet already that people have already widespread their ideas towards this, but you don't find this common for everywhere.
Yes, I know. What we are saying is, for all you know, it may be there, we don't know, and if it's made in China, it could be a lot cheaper, and it's going to be, you can use it, buy in large quantity with $3,000 maybe. I don't know. So this is a thing that warrant you to check.
Okay. Let's say if this gets approved, I would check on this.
No, you see, because I think what you sent us previously and what you show us are different. Okay, because your previous proposal, you only talk about 30 units. Now you're saying 50 units, right?
Yes, because I have not uploaded the current the proposal to be the exact proposal I did, because the one that you have seen the proposal, that was a last minute proposal to say. We forgot to actually upload.
Anyway, your latest proposal, your budget say about almost 4,000. Okay.
Yes.
If it's for 50 units, that means each unit is 80 ringgit.
Something like that, 70 to 80. Yes.
Okay, 80 ringgit. And when I checked the Shopee's website, I think for 80 ringgit you can get some even cheaper. This is some you can say that is for 14 hours. That is long enough for the whole night. And this is some even say that 18 hour, 600 watt. The price is from 20 to 140 something. So I'm not sure whether you are reinventing the wheel. Okay, they are ready product. You can just buy off the shelf. Then you can use it. If you just buy something from a shelf and then you just install, then there is no innovation, nothing.
That's true. That's true. But in a way, like what makes this quite expensive compared to what you see in Shopee, right, is not only because of the solar cells, but rather the wood, the exterior of it for it to be hanged in the first place. Unless if you were to say like we were hanging the SELs on trees. Yes, on trees, that would basically be better. But we don't have a consistency of trees that we see at the village. Near the road, what I said. Yeah, to be frank.
Okay.
How many houses in such a community?
About 200 or so.
How long is the road that you're going to install?
Are you talking about the main road or maybe
the lights going to use for how many?
The 50 lights that you plan.
The 50 lights for the main road, possibly like between 50 meters interval, right? So if it's a stretch of
2.5 kilometers.
For 2.5 kilometers or so. I'm sorry, what?
If you say 50 meters in between each light, you have 50 lights, that's 2.5 meters.
2.5 kilometers stretch.
2.5 kilometer stretch.
Okay, but it's not at only one whole area of the road. I mean, one road is going to be exposed to also sub roads also, which is like maybe leading to other houses or smaller houses also. The ones you say like dalam kampung or something like that.
Okay, why do you want to make your own system instead of just buy a ready-made from the market?
Why we want to do? Because something to expose our group towards creating solar cells Plus, it would implement us on our studies where we are currently taking electrical technology. So we would try to test this out, our knowledge out on towards making a new or maybe a similar invention.
There's still another idea that just cropped out in my mind. Your container, perhaps you can experiment with different types of shapes of container that will give you different surface area and reflectivity, you know. Yeah, you may discover certain shapes will give you even brighter light. Yeah.
Currently, I've tested out on 3 types of water bottles. The ones that you see on the Peel Fresh 2 liters. Okay. And then there's a normal mineral water bottle. And then there's a used Tupperware bottle where it's colored lah. So if it's exposed towards a white light, a white LED light, it would refract following the color. So from what I see, best is the normal mineral water because it's transparent.
Okay, as long as you have experiment, we just want you to experiment and try.
Okay.
On that note, I just want to add one small one. You may want to try frosted bottles against water because frosted surfaces emits better glow than water.
I see.
You might, but you could try that. Huh?
Frosted. I'll try to find it.
Frosted.
That's interesting.
Frosted, yeah.
Frosted. That means you don't do without you do without the water. You just make sure the bottles are frosted. And frosting plastic is easy. You know, you can get some chemicals, you dip it, then it gets frosted like chlorine and whatnot. It will get frosted easily.
So basically, dipping a plastic bottle in liquid nitrogen or something like that, and then just like that.
It gets frosted.
But won't it thaw when it's exposed to sunlight?
It's the same thing. It works very well with plastic and whatnot. It's like fluorescent light, fluorescent tube. They are frosted, hence they emit better light.
I see. So it basically changes the structure of the plastic bottle.
It reflects better.
It reflects better. Okay, I'll take that into account. Thank you, sir.
Okay, let's discuss.
Yeah, please allow us a few minutes. We'll come back to you.
Will do. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, judges. Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Alamin. How are you, man?
I'm great. You were very passionate about your proposal. I love it.
Thank you. But despite it being not similar towards the final product of what the presentation is, at least I can bring this out towards the judges lah.
And don't take it too hard. They're just trying. They also have the same purpose as you, to serve the community. So as long as your purpose and the judges' purpose is still aligned, we should try to accommodate each other. I believe they share their experience, their comments just now was for your betterment, and no, even for your own hometown. That is your hometown, right?
Yes. No, I don't mind actually about them giving any advices or critiques on towards this product. I am happy enough just to be able to present this to them, to have the opportunity to present to them, and to display what our team can give. I'm proud enough to say so.
I see. All right. So as a local of Kampung Papaga,
Imbahau actually.
In 𝗣𝗏𝗏.
Yes, it changed.
So as a local of Kampung 𝗣𝗏𝗏, so can you tell us more about Kampung Papaga? 𝗣𝗏𝗏, was it? Okay, about Kampung 𝗣𝗏𝗏.
So basically, there's like 200 households situated in Kampung 𝗣𝗏𝗏, which is a quite number of families over there, and it's actually a big area where paddy fields. You can see paddy fields are being cultivated over there, and then there's also the local schools, which you see the SK as the SMKs, SK SMK St. Mary, and then also there's a local church over there also.
I see from your description that place must have been very lovely. All right, our judges are back. Let's hear what they have to say.
Please unmute, Liming. Yeah, unmute.
Okay, I was going to say congratulations, Jonathan. We support your project, but to the tune of 3,000. Yep. Now, what we like about the project is simply because you create innovation is often combining ideas, right?
Yes.
Although the solar part isn't that new, but you hope we can even maybe innovate that. And you are combining it with the water element that is interesting. Yeah, so we like that element of you playing and calling with different aspects, and that's truly about creativity and innovation, right? So one of our member has done it, but he says it's still good. He has some reservation, but nevertheless, whatever difficulty that you encounter is always a stepping stone to make the product better.
Okay.
All right. So with this, well done, Jonathan.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, and first, lastly, I would like to apologize if the environment that I am currently surrounded in may be not suitable, because I am at a cafe because there's currently a power outage over at my place.
Okay.
So yeah,
All
so
right.
I apologize.
Good enough. Good enough.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good enough. Well done.
All right.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Congratulations, Jonathan Justin from Universiti Malaysia Sabah, for obtaining a funding of 3,000 ringgit for your project. Up next, did you know that a mangrove forest can significantly reduce the impact of a tsunami? To improve the marine health of Pantai Leka, let us invite Muhammad Naim Mustaqim bin Muhammad from Universiti Tun Hussein On Malaysia to present the project Social Wellbeing, Environmental Resilience and Sustainability of Pantai Leka, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏
Assalamualaikum, a very good morning to judges and everyone. So today I will present to you our project, which is social well-being, environmental resilience and sustainability of Pantai 𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗃𝗪𝗃. So my name is Tengku Zarid Hazrin with the Guzana Avidin. As the standby presenter today, I am from the Science and Technology Club chairperson and also from Faculty of Applied Science and Technology, Universiti of Malaysia, Campus Pago. And this is our group leader, Muhammad Naim Mustaqim, and this is our supervisor, the technologist Dr. Abdul Latif. So let's dig more about this project that include the importance of this project, which community will help, and what of this project. So this project will be held at Pantai 𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗃𝗪𝗪 Mangrove Muar. Why we choose this place? As you can see, in the photo in this presentation, the mangrove there is still growing and not fully planted. For your information, this mangrove Pantai 𝗪𝗪𝗃𝗪𝗪 are located near the lake and near to the community neighborhood. Muar is the nearest community to UTM Pago, and it's easy to us to visit and keep in contact. And it's also known as the best clean district in Johor in Malaysia. So we would like to have this project starting on 6 August. I will discuss this more later. So which community are we help? As you can see, we found out that there are 100 fishermen declared community, and most of them are having difficulties in living. This project will be done by the help of my team itself, Science and Technology Club members, volunteers from S.W.I.M, and community from Pantai 𝗪𝗪𝗃𝗪𝗪 itself. So what's the problem that makes us want to run this project, and why we choose mangrove plantation? As we know, mangrove act as environmental protection. Now we are having pollution even in rural areas due to industrial and vehicles. Besides that, our animal and plant habitat also has been destroyed due to logging and illegal act towards their habitat. This situation has made our fishermen lost sources of income, addition to the natural disaster also. In Malaysia, we have faced a lot of natural disasters such as heavy flood. Mangrove also serve as natural wave breaker and maintain the safety for the residents. So what's the beneficiaries of this project? Of course, our main focus to help the fishermen community, not just only to boost the economy, but also increase the fishermen community, maybe amount of fishermen community, maybe from 100 to more after this. This plantation of mangrove will increase the population of marine species. Do you know what kind of marine species can be found in mangrove? There is such as ikan belacan, crabs, oyster, prawn, and also mussels. This project indirectly can contribute to food security. This project also will benefit the community and students in spreading awareness and importance of marine care. These are the elements of sustainable development goals SDG in this project. Plantation of the mangrove not just benefit the fishermen, but also leads to no poverty, zero hunger, quality education, climate action, and partnership. So, what the main impacts and why this project awards for the foundation are, besides the main purpose of helping fishermen by improving population of marine species, this project also support Low Carbon City 2030 program. On July 2019, Government of Malaysia has initiated Low Carbon City program, which looking for country or district that contribute to environmental sustainable. This plantation of mangrove project will be the answer for the government challenge. By this project, it will increase the job opportunities for uneducated certified community, such as mangrove seed finder, mangrove taker, and a lot of marine sources of income. Finally, this project also helps students build trust and engagement towards the community by knowledge transfer and collaboration. So this is the time frame. I admit that this project will take a lot of time due to we need to fully and distribute the task completely. So we will start with mangrove seeding project on 10th of September. Before that, we need to visit the site. Is that for suitable for the plantation? After we after we plant the seed, we need to visit again to ensure that the baby seed can grow and can stand on the mangrove. So on 29th of October, we need to go again and relocate the seed or the plants if they can grow on that place. So this is the budget that we need for the project. Polybag, we need to gather the wet soil before we plant the mangrove seed into the mangrove. We need to seed the plant in the wet soil. So we need gloves due to there are marine sources that might hurt during the plantation. We need wood to carry all the, we want to efficient carry the plant seed to the mangrove. And nail hammer, saw, rubber boot for the safety equipment to the fishermen community and even to the students, and shovel, and also the seed. We need 4,000 units of seed. So how far this program will have an enlargement? On 11 June of 2022, this program has been conducted with the help of Muar District Officer Yang Berhormat Tuan Haji Mustafa. We managed to plant only 1,500 seeds due to there are not enough seeds provided and enough equipment, complete equipment for the plantation. So this program has attracted TV3, Didik TV, and also Benawa TV is spreading the importance of mangrove plantation. So I hope that my presentation can have judges' interest in our project. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Zareh Hazlin. Now let us invite our judges to pose some of the questions.
Okay, well, a good initiative to protect our environment. Zareh, okay, you say you have done it before, right? Okay, so what happened to those equipment that you used previously?
Those equipment are not fully sponsored by the MUA officer, but are also from the students also. So we need more funding to provide the food equipment to the community and also to the student, as we want this project to expose students to community on or volunteer program.
Yeah, no, the reason why I ask you is this: when I look at your budget, about 9,400, out of which, 90% are for the equipment. The seedling itself is only 800, which is less than 10%. Okay, all this equipment you are talking about, the hammer, the saw, the scope, the shovel, and all those things. After the project, can you sell it, or can you use it again? Because to me, I think it's a one-off thing. Yeah,
okay,
so in your previous project, I'm sure you will still have those equipment left. So you should continue to use back those equipment rather than every time you do one project, you buy a new set. Then it's not environmental friendly. Okay, those are
let me explain. For the equipment, we will buy the equipment for the community and students. So when they come and when they want to plant the mangrove, they don't need to bring and they don't to buy a kit. So before this, our program, students need to buy, and not all the students have the equipment, and even the community not have the equipment. So they need to change person using the same equipment. So that is not efficient for the mangrove plantation.
Okay.
How many scoops do you need? May I ask? Scoops and scoops.
Stated here 80.
80.
So Zari, does it mean you have about 80 people involved in the project?
There should be more than 80 people, but during the plantation, during the seed and visit, around 80 people need to contribute, finding the suitable place.
In comparison to your previous one that you planted 1,500 seedlings of plants, how many people were involved and how many students?
There are around 60 students involved, and total community students and officer staff around 200 people involved, but not everyone can contribute because the equipment and the seeds are not enough provided. So like supposedly everyone can plant 10 to 20 seeds, but there are not seed enough provided. So most of them cannot have experience.
Okay. And when do you buy the when do you buy the seeds?
Yeah, thank you.
Where do you get the seeds?
From the mangrove Pantaleka itself, they have baby seeds. So we need to pay people to take the seeds, because it's not easy as the muddy land.
Previously, how much you spent on the project? You had done it before, right? Yeah. How much is the time you spent?
It's around 1,000. I have foundation for MUA also, and we use our manpower to find the seeds, to build the poly bag, to put the soil. So we use our manpower due to we run off money budget.
So the time you spent 1,000 over ringgit, right? The time you spent over 1,000 over ringgit, right, for that project. Am I right?
Yes.
Then how you raise the fund? The funding is from where?
It's from MUA district office.
From the district office.
And Majes Bandaraya MUA.
So this round, can you get some fund from them?
Probably yes. In this program also I will have more collaboration on industry near MUA to have more fun.
Would you still be able to do minimum of 4,000 like what you plan, or even challenge yourself to do like 6,000 with a lower budget? Because like PK's point is, to me, is quite valid. Equipment is always an issue. Yes, you need it, but then again, it's redundant after the event. So there are ways and means to empower people to pinjam and whatnot just for the day kind of thing, and assuming you are able to cut that 90% of the budget goes for such things, and then you plonk it back to seeds because it's 20 cents. Then you get 6,000, 8,000 seeds, and you're still within the same budget, but you double your effort. Will that be a thing that you all think you can do?
Okay, I will say that. Actually, we challenge ourselves to plant 10,000 seeds.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent.
I would challenge yourself to do that because I see there are ways and means to reduce the tools that you don't need. And pinjam lah. I mean, you work with municipal council, force them under their landscape department, taman and rekreasi pinjam, farmers pinjam. and so on and so forth, and try to expand that to 10,000, because the number of 10,000 is of more value than the equipment that you buy.
You see, one good example, like the rubber boats, you need 80. So for 80 people, they go there to use for this occasion. After that, what do? Right? You create pollution.
Actually, if we look, we take a look for the long term. If this mangrove plantation is successful, we can attract foreigner to come to see how the mangrove. So with that equipment, we can use them, let them use to see how the mangrove walk around the mangrove plantation.
Yeah, Gareth, we all come from background that involve projects and all that. Now, the only way you're going to get better utility is to actually put into your planning figure. Right? You may not have to do it in the same period. As long as Raza said 10,000, we can speed it up in 2 phases, but it's in our overall plan with the schedule, and then it will work. Alright? Otherwise, you will be just talk. We will. When we know it's going to be lying somewhere, the money books. Yeah, after one use.
Do you check the price for your budget, or do you just do the estimated price for that?
Some are estimated and some are we already check the price.
Because I look at the hammer. I think I can buy it from DIY for 10 to 15 ringgit. The most is 20 ringgit I can get the hammer. Here is 50 ringgit. Then with the new you buy $10, you get plenty of it.
Okay.
Gold-plated hammer. Okay, give us a minute. We'll come back to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, judges. Let's allow our judges to enter the discussion room. All right, hello, Tengku Zaris Hazlin. You have 3 names. Which one should I call you?
Zari, you can call me Zari.
All right, Zari. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, so I'm a little bit curious about your background. What are you currently studying in?
I'm currently studying on bachelor degree food technology.
Oh, food technology. So can you tell us a little bit, how did you end up into the mangrove industry?
I am the chairperson of Science and Technology Club. So our club has a run program for volunteerism. So one of our terras activity for volunteerism is about environment. So we choose to have some mangrove plantation.
I see. So it's more like a societal decision to do this.
Yes.
All right. The next question is, I'm very interested in knowing why. Is there any personal story behind choosing the location, Kampung Leka, 𝗪𝗪𝗃𝗃𝗃?
Because actually we have many program there, which is our past program, Infak Raya and also Ziarah Ramadan. So we distribute helps to those who need, such as rice. So when we go around, so we see that there is a mangrove plantation and they need help for the plantation. So why not we come out with this kind of program?
I see. Very, very interesting. You said that there has been a lot of interaction between your university and also Kampung Leka. So is there any other events that you can probably share with us? Probably in a little bit more details, like what happened?
Okay. So actually our supervisor, Dr. Latif, he has connection between the community leader, Mungkin Parit Jawa. So they have many discussion, they have many projects where they brings our biodiversity students to the forest near and taking samples there. So we actually discuss and keep planning so that our UiTM and Pantai Parit Jawa have still in contact. So we come up with many program as possible.
I see. So Dr. Latif over here is the key person in making sure there is a double way interaction between UTH. What's the short form?
UTHM.
UTHM and also Kampung. Like a very, very wonderful effort by both the students and also the lecturers. All right, final question. Since I've never really went in planting a mangrove tree, can you share with us the process of planting a mangrove tree?
So on 11 June this past, it's actually my first volunteerism planting mangrove. So I thought that it will be easy. So, we need to go down the mangrove and the land is really, really muddy. So it's a challenge to us to stabilize our body, to ensure that we plant the correct way. So, actually, the mangrove plantation cannot be planted near. So it has a diameter and meter suitable places to plant. So we need to find that suitable places before we plant. So it difficult to us actually.
I see. So if planting one seed is quite challenging, how would you like? I'm very interested in your passion on planting 10,000 trees. How would you like do that? Make it possible with the challenges that you just mentioned just now.
So actually, one person can plant around 10 to 30 seeds. The challenges is the way we want to bring the seeds towards the mangrove, since it's muddy and it's difficult to walk around the mangrove. So actually, when the seeds are near to us, so we can easily take and plant. So actually, the time consumed for the planting depends on how efficient and how smart we stabilize our body towards the muddy.
So if I were to conclude it, it's more like the planting isn't hard. It's basically walking to where you want to plant it.
Yes, it's the way.
Okay, so I've seen a lot of images about mangrove areas. Usually it's very muddy. When people walk, the shoes sometimes goes in like 1 or 2 feet. Has there been any incidents, like funny incidents, where people lose their boots, lose their shoes, or anything of valuable?
There are many people lose their shoes there. So after planting, we need to find the shoes. Instead of planting the seed, we find the shoes.
Well, I hope those are just rubber boots, not valuable shoes. All right, welcome back, judges. I would like to invite our judges to share with us their decisions.
Unmute, Mr. Ding, unmute.
Hi, hello. I'm Ding here. I think the environmental issue is always close to our heart. I think it's getting serious. Yeah, I think it's a good job to do it, but I think we are a big dispute on the point that where should we spend the money on, and the judges decided that we can give you some sponsor on that, but we hope you plant more. That means you have to plant. They are talking about 4,000 right now. We want you to plant 10,000 trees on that. Okay, so we give you 5,000 ringgit grant. You plant 10,000. I think just now you were saying that you also can get some funding from the Majlis and all these. It's a good job. I hope you all can make good use of the money. Like certain equipment you might borrow from the villagers or whatever. You don't need to buy all new, right? But please bear in your mind, okay, like poly bag and all these things, we are talking about environmental, but we don't use certain equipment or certain things that are not environmental. You know, it's against the initial motive of you doing this project. Yeah. So whatever you use, bear in your mind that please can be recycled and not do harms to the environmental. Congratulations for that. We will give you 5,000 grant for this. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I will take the advices. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, judges, and congratulations, Tengku Zari Hasmin, for obtaining a funding of 5,000 ringgit for your projects. Up next, to create a vending machine for animal foods, let us invite Muhammad Hafizuddin bin Alias from Universiti Malaysia Sabah, Young S, to present the project Feeding Animal Machine. Hafizudin, the floor is yours.
Hello, good evening everyone and fellow judges. I'm Hafiz from the Feeding Animal Mission with the acronym of FAM. FAM is the short name for family because we want to treat all animals as our family. So here's the team members for our project. As you can see, we have 10 workforce of power to help our dreams to make these projects become the reality. The background for our project is the students from Universiti Malaysia Sabah have noticed that the amount of stray animals inside the Universiti Malaysia Sabah are frequently high. The data that we have calculated about total amount, approximately 100 amount of stray animals, including cats and dogs, around the whole campus. The animals are constantly hungry and thirsty because they never get enough food. They never get enough nutrition for their health. So we, as the students, want to take the initiative to create a comfortable and clean environment for the students, people, and the animals. For the solutions, we want to design an animal food machine to feed the stray animals' cats. It's like a vending machine, but for animals. But instead the animals buy it, we people buy it, the food to give to the animals. This is some of the stray animals that we have photographed around the whole campus. As you can see, they don't have enough food. They only get food from the trash can, the garbage bin, and at the side of the cafeteria, even if the people are kind enough to give them. So we need to be the voice for the animals. The objective for our project is to create an awareness among students and staff of Universiti Malaysia Sabah on the importance of caring animals. We also want to provide stray animals enough food and nutrition so they can live healthily. And lastly, we want to create a healthier campus environment where there is a little number of animals with disease. The project beneficiaries, we want to reduce the suffering issues among the stray animals, which are the cats and dog, as we can avoid the stray animals from searching their food from the garbage bins and leave a messy surrounding. And lastly, we want to teach the beneficial of from this project. We can teach the student to be more empathy towards the stray animals and feed them as their own pets. I mean, as their own family. The key partner for our project is the library of the UMS, where the machine will be placed. The library is like the location of the library is in the center of the university, where the hotspot for students, staff, lecturer, where they always go there to socialize and do the study group. And they have also like a convenience store that people come regularly to buy foods and stuff. The second key partner is the Society Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, SPSA, Kota Kinabalu. We have the same goals and objective of our project, which is to help the stray animals. The expected project or the result and outcomes from our project is from the perspective of the social. We want to create a bonding relationship between students and animals. We are treat them like our own pets. Some people have their pets, but the pets are at home. When in the campus, the pet in the campus are our responsibility to take care of them. For the environment, we'll be maintaining a cleaner surrounding for the study place for the students and staff. And lastly, for the health, when we give them food, we technically we are helping the stray animals. We will feel better, and we can reduce the stress as we playing with the animals. As they are healthy and clean, we can play with them and reduce the stress and increase the happiness of the student. This is the project prototype. the project, the specialty of our prototype, we are completely wireless vending machine that doesn't need an electricity to function well. We have a special mechanism gear that we only need a 50 cent coin to unlock the machine, and the machine will be run smoothly. The price for the cup is 50 cents per cup. The activities timeline for the project is after we brainstorming the idea, we dividing tasks, we create social media, do a crowdfunding, building prototype, and lastly promoting the project to the staff and students around the UMS. As the sustainability, we will form a UMS Animal Lovers Club to create awareness among the community in the UMS. We also will create a sticker to be put on the back of the kibbles with FAM's social media information on it, so people will get easy access to our project to get the newest information of the vending machine. The maintenance will be done on a regular basis to ensure that the machine runs smoothly and efficiently. And for the food supply, the profit from the machine will be should be allocated to restock the animals' food supplies. As we will be selling 200 cups. The machine can contain 200 cups at one time. So after all the 200 cups are sold, we have enough profit to restock back the food supplies. The budget we need for the building the vending machine, we just need a wood, a plywood, iron gear, some paint, and the food supplies for the starting, and the plastic cup, and we need the total of 1,497 ringgit and 38 cents. So for my to summarize, I know the fact that we cannot help all the animals around the world, but even we can help even feed one animals, that was enough for me, because all little help, that's matter. With all that, thank you.
Thank you, Hafiz. How convenient it is to slot in a coin and feed some animals. Next, I invite the judges to pose some questions.
So Hafiz,
yes,
your project is basically like a vending machine for animal food, right? So people who want to feed the animal will put in coin or money into the machine, then they get the food and then they feed the animal.
Yes.
Do you think that many people will do this?
I personally do this every day, because I buy the packet, the food packet in a wet in like the term of wet food, and but it's from the outside. Like after I go outside, I buy the stocks. I thought that I was alone doing the stuff, but as I noticed that many people do this in the hostel floor. In the hostel, each and every floor of the hostel have a place to where the students to give the food to the stray animals. I know that all the students here want to help the animals, but they don't have enough access to go out regularly to the outside of the campus to buy the food. That's why I think the initiative to take to sell animal food in the campus can help to ease the student to help the animal.
Okay, who will take care of this machine? Who will take care of who will take care of the machine? Who will refill the food and all those things, collect the money?
The food supplies will be took care of from our team. We have a schedule time for our team to, because we place in the library. Library is like a center of the UMS. Like I go to the library like 4 out of 5 days in a week, because I think every student will come to the library like once in a day, because that was the place that we go study together, doing a group
For how
assignment.
long? For how long are you going to continue to do this? You know, what happened after you graduated?
We will build the this project. It will be the start of the build of the Animal Lovers Club. After the club have an proper official organization, there will be the newest members to the club that will be continue our project to resupply after we graduate.
Okay, thank you.
Any more?
I'm just thinking aloud. Yeah. The problem sometimes is not so much that it is their animals, but if you look at it, it's because they are straight. So the solution, therefore, yeah, is towards why are they straight? Yeah, because feeding this trait will not make straight animal go away. You know, because the straight animal will produce and they will have more straight. So you are increasing the problem. So that's a thought.
You mean?
Yeah.
Like the animal will keep breeding. You mean?
Yeah, and you breed and have more straight. So rather, as a club, if you are a group of an animal lover, your focus is the word straight. How to, you know, get the animals not straight. Whatever you can think of. Adoption car, yeah, sterilize them car, whatever it is which is good for the animals. Alright. So that's just a thought.
Just a thought.
I know it has nothing to do with your current project. But for us, we are evaluating the efficacy of your project, you see. So this is what we weigh.
But for me, I think all the animals' lives matters. You know, like we can keep the just dying on a regular basis. I think that's our
yes, I can understand when you see a sick and dying, but you don't have to feed them, just feed them. You probably can take them in. You know, look for a home for them, a temporary shelter.
That's the awareness that we want to give. Like we treat them as our pets, not just stray animals. That's our pets, our family. That like family, like we will take care of our family, right?
Okay.
That's the awareness that I want to give to the people.
Okay. You need about 1,006 ringgit, right? Okay.
Yeah.
But to spend 1,006 ringgit, can you make a reliable vending machine that collect money? Are you going to give change for the money? I think that the vending machine would definitely cost more than that because you know your mechanism and no other thing. How are you going to do it? I mean,
the mechanism is a gear mechanism, only using woods. There is no electronic or electricity in the vending machine. The gear, the coin will be as the key to unlock the gear. The gear will be rotating and the foot will be come up down.
In other words, you already got a machine. You already got a machine.
Pardon?
You have already found an exact machine that works. Have you?
Yes.
Okay.
We have theoretically we have done it in a.
No, not theoretically, because you're going to get it doing. Are you going to make it yourself, or there is available?
Yes, we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it ourselves.
You're going to make it yourself.
We have the tools. We already have the tools. We only have we don't only have the materials.
Okay.
But the materials is it's like the 10 meters long of the wood. We want to use 8, but we can buy 8 meters long at the store. We need to buy the 10 meters. That's why we have a more costly from our budget.
Hafiz, do you ever think that for this pet you can't keep in your room, right, in the campus? So this pet is running around in the campus. right?
Yeah.
So for those who love the pet, you think it's your family. But those who don't like the pet, when this animal running around in the campus, I mean, for some people might think this is a distraction. Have you ever think of this question?
What do you mean? The pet come into the dormitory?
No, the pet in the campus area running around. I mean, for you, like it is okay. But for those who don't like it, you know, might think this is a distraction. You have more and more pet running around the campus.
For me, I don't think I can consider I'm as a animal lover. But from my personal experience, I learned that these animals have a kind heart. You know, they know when to approach the person. They will approach only a kind person. If they don't think if they think that the person are not kind, they will not approach it. As the dog will not come to you to ask for food. If we give them food, then they will come. If we don't approach the animals, for example, you don't like you don't have you don't like the cats or dog, or you are have a phobia or afraid of them, if you don't approach them, they will not approach you back.
Sorry, okay. Any more questions, judges? If not, okay, please allow us a few minutes. We'll come back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let us allow our judges to go into the discussion room. All right. Okay, so it's up to us again. Hello, Hafiz.
Hello, Ami. How are you today?
Awesome. It's super awesome to see your vending machine for animals. That's quite a concept that I'm not used to. Right, so is there any typical traditional animal lover? I gotta ask you this. What is your favorite animal?
My favorite animal, I want to say a bird though. You know, I very like birds because there's like living flying happily on the skies through the clouds. But birds for me is not a suitable pets to own, because birds have their own freedom. We cannot own their freedom, right? But like I have a pet at home because I think cat is like a second favorite animal for me. Because who don't like cats? But some people don't like cats, but I really love them. Yeah, because they like you know, a moving teddy bear that you can hug. Yeah, that's, you know, if you have pets, then you know, I think. Do you have pets? I mean,
no, I am not a pet person.
Oh, you're not a cat person. It's okay.
Right. So,
but it's not recommended to all people. Like, not all people have to have pets, because it's a big responsibility to own. It's like a second. It's like a son to me. For my cat lah.
Okay, so one final question. More like as you know, there are some people, they are very afraid of stray animals. Do you perhaps know why?
For me, I think I already asked some of my friends that why are you afraid of cats? Like, it's like, if the cat not doing nothing, why are you afraid of them? It's mostly from the trauma experience from their past. Like the cat maybe have scratch them when they were child. The trauma will come back to you, will haunt you through your life. Like, it's not their fault or the cat's fault. I think it's just a phenomena that we can slowly teach them to, okay, this cat is fine. Okay, he will not scratch you.
All right, so it's more to previous experience and what people expect when they see strays. Yes. All right, thank you very much. Our judges are back. Let us hear the decision they have made.
Hey, Hafiz. Yeah, yes. I think it's good that to be kind with the animals around, but I think sometimes certain things that we have to take care of, like just now what I say, when the animals is running around, you know, it might be destructive to some other people. Yeah, because you can't keep it. All right. And also, I think maybe we are suggesting that maybe can you get the operator to put the machine there, right? If there is a people who can to buy the food and all these things, maybe there is an operator who would like to do it. Can find the operator from outside to run it, right? I think after discussion, we find that it won't solve the problem, for the stray animal in the campus to buy the food and all these things. I think you have to have a more complete solution how to do it, right? The animals, it might cause some destructive to other people, and then if you don't have the proper care of these animals, it might tie around virus and all this, cause some sickness and all this. Yeah, so we decided that not to grant any for this, and we are sorry for that. But maybe you can keep up your good job. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Hafizudin, for sharing your wonderful project with us.
Okay, thank you.
With the final project just now, we have finished the first judging session for Projects for Happiness 2022. We will be having the next judging session on Tuesday, 21st June on the same time. As of today, we had 8 participating universities with 15 teams, where there were 9 selected teams and 4 teams that are up for its submission. From My Starfish Foundation, they have granted a total funding of 31,000 ringgit, 31,500 ringgit for this project to be conducted. On behalf of My Starfish Foundation, our judges, and our supporters, we would like to thank everyone today for sharing the time with us. Your support means the world to us. Do follow us on social media, our Facebook, My Starfish Foundation, Instagram, My Starfish Foundation, no spaces, and visit our official website, mystarfishfoundation.org.my. I would like to end this session today with a little English poem. With a piece of amber, the fire rise a mile, and to start winning is just a tinder. With a group of members, faces will smile, and once we start it, all will be better. I am Amin, your host today. Thank you for joining us in Projects for Happiness, where your action changes the world. Bye!
Thank you, Amin. Well done.